Bella, just introduce yourself and...
Hello.
My name is Marginalised.
You have to speak nearer to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, speak.
Loud.
My name is Mia. I've been working with ADRI for the last 3 years now. I am a dentist by profession, and I also hold
what, sorry?
I'm a dentist by
I thought
profession.
that's what you said. You weren't working on a girl last night, were you? I met a girl last night that's getting married on the 2nd. And she had to have emergency root canal surgery last night. She was here till 9 o'clock. So I just thought it would be one of life's odd coincidences. Sorry, carry on.
So we had a speaker, like we had Dr. Andrew, Professor Ritwik Banerjee.
Nice to meet you. Oh, nice one.
Currently, I'm working on 2 projects. One is with London School of Economics, and the other with the University of Reading.
Even digging into my name.
I always ask people about their names and what they mean. If I've not heard the name before. And Miola is not one that I've heard.
It's more of a Nigerian.
Huh?
Nigerian.
Nigerian? How did you end up with a Nigerian name? I used to live in Nigeria.
I have no idea. My mom picked it up. So, hi, my name is Anupa. I'm a theoretical computer scientist by profession. So I did my master's in theoretical computer science at my I did my master's in theoretical computer science from Chennai Mathematical Institute here in India, and my PhD in France at University of Paris Cité. And yeah, so I have been working on theoretical aspects of computer science, but recently I've been interested in the how to sort of like apply it in economics, and I've had the pleasure of working with both Uma, Neha and Ashmita and Miola on this project, which has been like really nice, this project with the University of Reading. Yeah. So I've been looking at how to use machine learning for studying economics related questions and how to sort of leverage those tools for solving problems in this area.
I introduced myself yesterday, but to do that again, my name is Dr. Neha Hui. I am a lecturer at University of Reading, and I do work in development economics. I've worked in India before, and we have entered a collaboration with ADRI, and I know Ashmita from a long time ago. And so yeah, that's why I'm here.
I'm Dr. Arpan Sharma. I'm from Sikkim. I'm working here at ADRI since August this year only. I'm working on Integrated Disease Surveillance Program project. My area of specialization is remote sensing and GIS, where I try to apply my expertise in solving some like policy level problems. So that's it.
Hello, my name is Anshul Kumar. I have a Master of Public Health from University of Pune and a Bachelor of Pharmacy from Manipal University. I joined ADRI at the Center of Health Policy this year in August, and right now I am working on the project to strengthen the disease surveillance program of Bihar.
Good morning everyone. My name is Danish Razdan and I am from Faridabad, Haryana. I am currently working as a research assistant at Center for Health Policy, and I am working on the same project, Integrated Disease Surveillance Program, and I have done my Masters in Public Health from IIM Delhi. That's it about. Thank you.
My name is Deepak. I'm a researcher with ADRI, and I've been also associated with LSE project and this project at University of Reading. I've done my PhD in law and governance from JNU, and my areas of interest include urban governance, citizen participation, and human rights. Thank you.
My name is Aman. I am from Jammu, Bihar, and I am here to represent I-Saksham. So I have completed my Masters in Education from Azim Premji University and working in I-Saksham since 2015. Thank you.
My name is Pooja, and I am working as an information officer at Center for Studies on Environment and Climate, and my background is Master in Climate Change and Sustainability Studies from Tata Institute of Social Sciences.
Good morning. My name is Fleming and I am working here as a lead researcher and leading the Center of Environment Climate ADRI. And I'm holding the MTech Environmental Engineering and PhD from IIM-Bengaluru. And my background is just like air pollution and climate change. Thank you.
From IIM-Bengaluru, interested in behavioral development economics.
Rachna Mishra. I have completed my Masters in Public Health, and after that I joined ADRI under the project Integrated Disease Surveillance, Strengthening of the IDSP in Bihar in this year only, August 2024. Thank you.
Namaskar, myself Dilip Kumar, working as a project officer, Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana.
Myself, Achin Chakraborty from Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata.
My name is Abhishek Prasad and I am a documentation specialist basically here at ADRI. I attended Kodaikanal International School in Tamil Nadu for my high school and I did the International Baccalaureate Diploma there. Subsequently I went to Amherst College in Massachusetts, USA and my background is basically English. I also have prepared press releases and the copy editing and things like that for ADRI here. Thank you.
Introduced myself already. I'm Dr. Shishi Gupta, member ADRI.
Everyone, I'm Ajita Menon, the Political Economy Advisor to the British Deputy High Commission. Got a Masters in Journalism from CU and one in Global Diplomacy from SOAS. Fulbright Fellow from Maryland University and Achieving Scholar from Cardiff.
I'm Sunita Lal. I'm in ADRI since 1991, its inception in 1991. I also teach history in a college and I am treasurer in RC.
Okay, Das, I am Director of Bihar State Productivity Council and Secretary of Management, Patna Management Association. I have done my graduation in Electrical Engineering, then Masters in Economics and Management.
Good morning, I'm Anil Prasad, Secretary Bihar of Human Rights Association, and I specialize in English literature and my work was on village novels, and I'm working on a project, Talk a Story, and interested in social emotional learning for children and youth. Thank you.
Good morning everybody. I compensate for the wisdom of all young people here by nearly 40 years of experience in Government of India. My last assignment was DG Central Economic Intelligence Bureau. I retired about 22 years ago. Somehow still associated with social activities. I presently head the Human Rights Association in Bihar, the president, and also president of the National Human Resource Development Network, NHRDA network, Patna.
Hi everybody, I'm Uma Kamapati, Professor of Economics at the University of Reading, and hopefully will also be involved in this project. Thank you.
I'm also interested in development economics and at ADRI.
Sinha, I'm Director ADRI. I joined only this year.
I'm Dr. Andrew Fleming, I'm the British Deputy High Commissioner to East and North East India. I sit in Calcutta. Before that, I've been in India, in Bangalore and Hyderabad, going back to 2017. And before that, most of my work and expertise overseas has been in Africa, particularly West Africa.
Since you must have got the agenda circulated to you, Honorable Minister Shri Nitish Mishra is not able to join us because he has some pressing issues to handle at the Vidhan Sabha today. So we will begin the proceedings of the day today, and I would like to hand over the forum to Professor Sinha to give the welcome address.
It is indeed an honor for me to welcome all the participants here and delegates, and
particularly Dr. Andrew Fleming, as he has introduced himself briefly, but let me read out his more detailed introduction, which is very, very impressive. Dr. Andrew Fleming is the British Deputy High Commissioner to East and North-East India. He has also served as British Deputy High Commissioner to Andhra Pradesh and Telangana for 5 years, and then as Officer of Special Temporary Duty in Bengaluru. His work included promoting business and trade between the UK and the states he worked in, connecting with academic institutions interested in research and partnerships, and people to identify and amplify living bridge links, and to understand local issues. He has participated in Swachh Bharat initiatives to clean up Hyderabad and encouraged others to join. As the head of the Deputy High Commission, he has supported projects on community cohesion and interfaith, countering violence against women, human trafficking, child sexual abuse, fake news, and youth empowerment. Andrew originally joined the British Civil Service in 1986 and has held a wide variety of roles in UK and abroad. He has lived in Uganda, Ghana, and Nigeria, but has worked on international policy issues in many parts of the world, including South Asia, visiting 117 nations to date. Aside from many years working on international migration issues, he has also advised ministers on community cohesion and faith-related policy. He observed elections in Ghana and Nigeria. Welcome, and
thank you, sir.
This appears to be a very, very promising two-day workshop on a very important issue, empowering marginalized communities by bridging the skill gap. As we know that technology is changing very rapidly nowadays, and by the time you acquire a skill, it's obsolete. So how to be on your toes all the time, or how to predict what areas of work would be coming up is a very, very important thing which we have to be on top of nowadays if we want to be doing okay on the employment front as well as okay on value-added front. So I think she has chosen a very, very important and relevant topic to work on. And at this stage, I will hand it over to Ashmita to give you the background of this workshop and then continue further. Thank you.
Professor Sinha, so I have a brief set of slides to present, and while that is being uploaded, I'll just give a brief background of how we started working on this. So my area of interest lies in understanding how globalization has affected labor markets, and I was looking at it from the perspective of gender, like employment of women in India. And so that basically, so through that, I think I started my discussions with Neha, who was interested in occupational rigidities and the role of caste that is present in India. So these conversations led to us examining how globalization has affected caste, especially occupations of people belonging to marginalized communities, especially Dalits, in the labor market, and we were looking at secondary data over a time horizon of say 30 years using NSSO and other data sets of similar time. So now when we were trying to make a judgment about which, like how has Dalit employment changed, so we were looking at traditional divisions, for example, how has it changed in agriculture, how has it changed in industry, how has it changed in services, and also we wanted to make some comment about the types of jobs in so-called respected jobs versus non-respected jobs, because we thought that there are aspects of stigma, prestige and other things that are really attached to jobs. Now, when we started doing this exercise, we thought that this is a very challenging as well as an interesting exercise to do, and secondary data doesn't really give us many answers, and that's how we began to think about this proposal, which we wrote, and thankfully Reading accepted it and agreed to, thanks to Uma for all her contributions and help, and we managed to have this funding where we could explore some of these ideas. It's a very complex problem and we are not hoping to solve all aspects of it, but there are certain dimensions that we want to focus on, and that's what we try to do it in the course of today and tomorrow, and I'll give you a brief outline. And added to that, I'll just say that I just happened to visit Kolkata one day and to Dr. Fleming's office, and we ended up having I don't know, 1 hour discussion where Dr. Fleming himself gave us very interesting examples and ideas of British companies, British startups working in this space that we were interested in. So all this idea of this workshop, when we thought of conceiving this workshop, we thought that Dr. Fleming would be the ideal person to come here, and he would be the ideal person to come and see what we are striving to do, and so that we can also get further ideas from him. So yeah, so I'll just come to my presentation. Yeah, I'll just kind of show that first of all, in Bihar, maximum portion of the population is employed as laborers or as cultivators. And also, if you look at the caste distribution, especially people belonging to SC and ST backgrounds, they are mostly into agriculture and work as laborers. There's very less representation so as in the private organized sector. So occupational rigidities persist, and they are specifically important for the context of Bihar. This is something that we also found in one of a pilot projects that we did some time back, which was based in the Simanchal region, where we were specially looking at Muslim communities, and we find similar patterns, that maximum portion of people are employed as agricultural laborers or as cultivators. Now again, this is a graph from Himanshu's paper of EPW, which looks at the portion of the income, correlation of average income with the average years of education. And again, we do find that there is it's a curve. The relationship is a curve, and then certain castes are right at the top. And whereas if you see the caste names, people specifically from marginalized communities, SC communities that we are specifically targeting, so those names are right at the bottom. So there are caste influences in access to education and income, and there is a correlation between education and income for marginalized communities. Again, this paper makes an important point that there are these administrative divisions where these are broadly divided, but then within these administrative divisions also there is a lot of heterogeneity that exists. So so there is broadly, so it is much more nuanced. So when I'm just saying marginalized communities, so using secondary data, we were also looking at very administrative divisions. But then what this paper basically shows is that there are certain castes that are overrepresented in government jobs, whereas in some ones, certain ones, that those are underrepresented. And this need not be necessarily the traditional definition of high or low caste. So some castes are privileged and they are overrepresented, whereas some are less privileged and they are underrepresented. So, our question is basically going and taking a deep dive and to explore some of these causes. What could be the factors that could be driving those? It could be lack of quality education, it could be limited resources and social capital. And specifically with respect to caste, there's also this concept of role of prestige and aspirations that become important and become a hindrance to caste-based hierarchy and perpetuating it further. So, what we aim to do is, through this work, is to explore some of these dimensions based on which we can basically make some comments of how to bridge the skill gap. So basically how to prepare, like Professor Sinha just said in his introduction, which was a very important point, how to basically prepare marginalized groups for the future of work. What, with the changing technologies, the types of jobs that are there are changing very quickly, so what sort of skills one should equip with so that they become ready to, future ready. So in order to understand the future of jobs framework, the typical discourse in economics follows the Autor-Acemoglu framework. Acemoglu is the person who got Nobel Prize in economics this year. And they have a very compelling and interesting framework where they are trying to basically understand how will technology affect jobs. And they basically suggest this distinction between routine versus non-routine, cognitive versus non-cognitive occupations. And they basically, and their argument is that it is the cognitive and non-routine tasks that are more likely to thrive in the future economy. And so we started out with this framework to see like how, what are the implications of this in Bihar's workforce. But like I said, while we are contextualizing this for Bihar, we need to look at certain other factors than which are particularly challenging. And some of these are prestige attached to occupations, aspiration, and stigma around certain types of jobs, or certain societal norms that are limiting occupational mobility, are some of the concepts that we are interested in understanding or measuring within jobs, and we are discussing these ideas right now, and we are hoping that with all the presentations that we have in this workshop, which would be from the academia, from basically, the features of this workshop is this talk by Professor Ritwik Banerjee from IIM-Bengaluru, who is going to talk about caste bias so how does teachers' caste bias basically affect mental health of children. And we hope to draw some implications of caste bias on education and employability among children. Professor Achin Chakraborty from IDSK, he's going to talk about spillover effects of education on labor market outcomes. We also have people who are engaged in various training programs. One of them is Jan Shikshan Sansthan at ADRI, who train neo-literate people in various skills to make them employable. And we have I-Saksham, who are working with women leaders from Jivika to make them, and they, so basically like give them scholarships and make them, give them that extra benefit of a network. We have a talk by Ghanshyam Tiwari, who is working with basically innovators and startups, and he himself is the founder of several innovative startups which have tried to bridge basically the demand and supply sides in the labor market. So in this workshop we basically try to follow a multi-pronged approach where we have different people from academics, from working with grassroots institutions and the industry, and we hope to make some comments about or start this discussion about how we could move towards bridging the skill gap. And it has to be a collaboration with policymakers, educators and industry leaders also. So thanks. I would request Uma to just say a few words.
Interested in is to look at the skill gap between aspirations of people working, but also the work that they're doing. So what is preventing them from reaching what they would like to reach? So what desired status and desired qualities of work they have. And I guess part of what we're looking at in that context is trying to do a survey that will allow us to judge this. In a sense, we are hoping that we'll get two things out of this project. The first of these will be to try and figure out whether a Western way of classifying jobs, which is what Autor and Asimoglu have done, in terms of task content, the context of jobs, the instruments and implements that people use, fits the kind of jobs that are being done by Dalits in India. In the longer run, if we get more funding, we would like it to be a much wider thing where we can do it across all jobs. But for the pilot, we'll probably just rely on looking at perhaps a handful of occupations to see whether the classifications fit across the Western classification and the way work is done in India. And the second, I guess, what we would like to be able to do is, having done that, to look at what people aspire to. Whether they are aspiring to improve in the job that they are in, or actually they just don't want to be in that occupation and they move. So as Ashmita said, part of the problem could be, we don't know because we haven't yet done it, that people are stuck in jobs because they come from a particular caste. So do they just want to move out of the job, or do they want to actually progress to a better task content within the same occupation? So I guess those are the two types of things that we'd be looking at. But Neha, do you want to add? Neha doesn't want to add, and I know how it feels, so I won't force you. But she will be saying quite a lot more based on work that she has done. So she's got a presentation coming now.
Thank you. A few minutes. But now I would request Dr. Fleming to say a few words.
Everyone, it's really great to be here, having had the pleasure of meeting Ashmita not so long ago in Kolkata and hearing about the collaboration with the University of Reading, and a lot of projects and a lot of these kind of things happen. They never come on our radar, so we don't know, and we're very keen to know. We're very keen to highlight and amplify where British universities are collaborating with esteemed institutions like ADRI. And I think this is particularly important in states like Bihar, a popular state in India. And I always tell people, if you want to understand Bihar, think about Mexico, because the same number of people live in Mexico as in Bihar.
This is how you have to educate people who are completely uneducated. Compared to all of you, I'm also feeling very inferior, having heard your introductions. You're all far more academically gifted and blessed than I am. But having lived in India for 7 years, you know, I've tried to understand the country. Let me tell you, that's no easy task. And one of the aspects of the country I've tried to understand is caste, which you've spoken about, and the more that I learn, the more that I realise I understand, and so the circle continues. It's very, very difficult. But I've spoken to a lot of people from the most marginalised parts of society in different parts of India, in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and in many of the states in the east that I've been working, and you know, there's a few people that have achieved great results, and their stories always get told. But you know, we have to recognise that it's a very tiny minority. The vast majority of people, they never do manage to break the hundreds of glass ceilings and barriers they need to do to achieve their full potential. And their stories, they never get told. Which is why this kind of research is really, really important, in my opinion, although obviously it's what then happens with the outcome. That's another discussion to be had, and not one for me to say anything other than observe. But what I will say is that, you know, the fact that so many people never get to reach their potential in India is sad. It's sad for them. It's sad for their families, children they may have. It's sad for the state of Bihar in the context of this particular state. And it's sad for India. You know, you all know that half of Indians are under 25, but Bihar has the highest demographic of people under 25 at a reported 58%. And of course that comes with opportunities, no? I mean, if I think about how people used to talk about Bangladesh 25 years ago, and young population, but crazy place, and blah, 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 and look at its economic achievements, notwithstanding the last few months. Look at its economic achievements in those 20 years, look how it's growing, and that's entirely been driven by the youthful and young population and grasping the opportunities that existed. And there's no reason that with the right governance, the right leadership, the right vision, that cannot happen in a state like Bihar. That is my humble personal opinion. And that's why, you know, we've had, let me see, a High Commissioner each of the last 4 years, going back 8 years before I came. I'm definitely not criticising my predecessors because they're both brilliant people, but they only came to Bihar once, and many of the other states once. You can't achieve anything by going somewhere once in 4 years. When I came here the first time in January, and it's not a very academic speech, but I want to share. When I came here in January to Bihar, I posted, heading for my 21st state in India. Very excited, boarding my flight to Patna now. When I landed in Patna, I opened my Twitter, I prefer to call it Twitter, but I opened my media account. There was at least 50 people messaging, worrying about my safety, worrying about this. Are you crazy? Get back on the plane and go back to Kolkata. I mean, it was absolutely unbelievable. I'd never experienced it in any of these 117 countries I visited, but I experienced it on that trip, on that first visit here. And that same evening, I was walking along Marine Drive, enjoying the atmosphere, the street food, talking to so many friendly people. Everybody was asking me if I tried litti chocolate. And my colleague and I, who'd never been to Bihar, we were both so impressed, so happy. We thought this was just a wonderful experience that you can't find in so many other cities. And that's just the scratching the surface. And I came back with my colleague Ajita. In May, we travelled some 800 kilometers around Bihar just to visit other parts. And we learned more, and we met people. Some of the people who are subjects of what you're studying, people who are living in the most desperate situations and probably have no hope. But equally, you can see the potential. And one of my missions in the small part that I can do is try to raise the profile of Bihar amongst people in my country. There's not a huge amount we can do. If you read the newspaper, you'll see we met the Deputy Chief Minister yesterday. We had something to discuss. I hope something positive will come from that. We're planning to do some kind of project activity with the government in Bihar. That's never happened, but that's happened because we haven't just come to Bihar once for 4 years. We've kept coming back. We spotted opportunities from day one. And from that, more will grow, just as we will encourage other universities in the UK to look at what aspects of the challenges in a state like Bihar can also be explored. And I think there's a lot of potential, a lot of interest. And it's not just this area when it comes to climate shocks. Everybody thinks about Sundarbans and thinks about the Odisha coast. Nobody thinks about what's happening in this state, but this state is having just as much devastating shocks, and always it's the women and children that suffer the most. So these are some contextual things that I wanted to share. My colleague has written me a load of points on the tech side, but all I'll say, I'm not going to get into great detail. I mean, first of all, if we're very honest, people that are subject to this survey are not all going to be able to go to university in the next 10 years, whether they want to or not, or probably the next 50 years or 100 years. At the moment, 28% of young Indians across the nation go to university. And I know this because I looked it up just last week at another speech I was giving. The number of young British peers, 31%. Go to university. What's interesting for me is the trajectory is going up in India. More young people go to university every year. In the UK, it's going down. And why is it going down in the UK? Well, there's a number of reasons, I suppose, and most of you that have UK links will be better placed than me to answer why. But I think a big part is the evolution of what's required in the workforce. Understanding tech. Assisted artificial intelligence and machine learning are two of the most valuable areas to learn. Do you have to spend years and years in university studying it? You can, but you don't have to. So skilling and giving people the qualifications and experience and knowledge to work in these spaces is one of the big opportunities for every country. My country, your state. But some of the challenges here are that, it's not just about having a piece of paper, it's about having the right training, the right skilling. And here, it's very, very important that what is taught at the industry standard. And it has international recognition, so that that person's skill is portable. And they may work for company X, but they may want to move to company Y, but not be able to do because whatever they qualified has been got from some source that just doesn't have that level of recognition. So it's really, really important to work on these things and have these portable skills. And this is one of the areas that my colleagues have been working with and trying to support various state governments, and I hope that from this visit, we'll follow up and start conversations with the relevant people in the state of Bihar. I'm confident that that can happen. But yeah, the scale of opportunity is immense. The talent is immense. And, you know, I'm sure that in a small way, your discussions over the next 2 days will help move the dial even a little bit, or at least give the policy framework context to move the dial a little bit to make it that much easier for some more people to be able to pursue the livelihoods that can sustain them, their families, their children for the future, and drive the kind of economic growth that I believe will come to this state in time. But the sooner it comes, the better for everyone. And thank you for the part all of you are playing, Reading University, ADRI, in trying to help provide the research to inform that and go forward. So we offer you our best for the session, and thank you very much.
Oh, where is she? Okay. All right.
She was too embarrassed by my speech. She's gone.
Okay, so we have so some cancellation to clicker. I'll just check.
I prefer to stand and talk. I hope that's fine by you. I think any of you at the back will be able to see me if I do that. Right, so this is a wonderful initiative. A lot of faces I already know. I keep coming back to Patna, to ADRI from time to time, so it's always a pleasure to be back. And I'm taking the cue from the Deputy High Commissioner's speech. This paper is going to be one of those instances which will reinforce the fact that many people in India are not able to live up to their potential. Right? That's been the theme of some of the stuff that he said. And this paper, which is jointly co-authored with Shatarupa Mitro, who used to be a PhD student at IIM-Bengaluru, with Shoham Shahu, who used to be at IIM-Bengaluru, and Ashok, of course. But let me give you a brief prelude to how the paper got into being. We were discussing ideas about a bunch of things, and Ashmita told me one day that, look, we are starting this data collection exercise being funded by BMGF. So ADRI will be in charge of collecting the data. So is there an interesting angle we can find and write a paper on using the data that we are collecting? Usually these data that folks collect are used by the government for policy relevant stuff, for policy reports and insights into how government policies are working and so on and so forth. So we got into thinking, and of course, guess what the most important constraint was? The most important constraint was that the data would have to be collected within 20 days, right? So that's the way it usually works. But as an academic, I don't like that. You know, I like that slow burn for 1.5 years before you even do a pilot, right? But we had to come up with an idea within 20 days. So there is only so much that you can do. And we were cognizant of the fact that the possibilities are rather limited. As you know, the least favorite tool among academic economists these days is survey-based data. Guess what the most favorite tool is? The RCTs, right? So unless you do an RCT, nobody takes you seriously. But here we are. You know, we're trying to collect data old style within 20 days to understand something hopefully of some reasonable consequence, right? So that's how this paper was born, and this is also an appeal to those of you who are associated with ADRI, that you could get a lot of opportunity to collect data through the government, through aid organizations like BMGF. It is possible to creatively redesign the data collection process to carve out academic learnings out of it. Not only policy relevant stuff, which is absolutely important, but carve out ideas and collect data which would be relevant in an academic setting for publication purposes as well. Right? So that's a small pitch about inviting me again for more data collection if there is a possibility. So, so here is the paper. The paper is titled as Teachers' Caste Bias Affects Students' Mental Health and Aspirations in Bihar, India, jointly authored with Shatrupa, Shoham and Ashwin. Now, I usually start off in an interactive mode. I usually do experiments with the audience that I have. I mean, I did one of those things 6 months back. But this is a topic which is very sensitive. I cannot possibly ask you to raise your hand if you've ever had mental health problems, right? Right? So that's a no-go area. But I do want you to think of instances where you felt depressed, you felt anxious, you felt stressful, and the reasons why you felt stressful, and what the consequence of being stressful is, what the consequences of being depressed has been for you, right? And if you spend like 10 seconds thinking about the mental health consequences, you will quickly possibly realize that the consequences of mental health diseases are enormous in terms of the economic activities that we engage in, economic and social activities that we engage in. So, for example, if you hold a responsible position and if you have a meeting, you've gone to the meeting room and you're feeling depressed and nervous and stressful, what will be your action? What will be your position in the meeting? Will you be able to engage with others in a meaningful way? Will you be able to give your inputs? Possibly not. You'll possibly pause and say, I'm not getting those ideas. I'm not myself, right? So the engagement in the meeting will be rather limited. It's very easy for us to extrapolate this for the children. So think of children who have mental health problems, right? What will be the consequences? What is the first order consequences that you will immediately think of when it comes to mental health of children? Low levels of learning, right? So they'll go to the schools, but they're anxious, they're depressed, learning doesn't happen, and potential is not reached, right? So mental health, economists love to borrow things from other subjects about 30 years later. So mental health has been talked about in the public health literature for a long time, and economists suddenly discovered, wow, this is one thing that we haven't ever looked at, and the journals must be open to the idea of publishing. So now we have a barrage of papers being written on mental health issues and the mental health consequences, the economic consequences of mental health problems, particularly in developing country settings. So mental health in the context of economics is very important because of the economic consequences that emerge from mental health crisis. So with that caveat, let me get into what this paper is about. This paper is best motivated through this thought experiment. So what is the thought experiment? The thought experiment is the following. So we have a forward caste teacher who is teaching a forward caste and a backward caste student in a public school, right? What is going to be the experience of the student if, and it's a big if the forward caste teacher has a caste bias or a prejudice, right? So this is going to be the guiding motivation for the entire paper. How does a forward caste teacher, what is going on in the mind of a student, when a forward caste teacher with a pre-existing caste prejudice teaches this student who happens to be either a backward caste student or a forward caste student. For example, how does a teacher address this backward caste student? Right? How does a teacher evaluate the student? And finally, how does a caste-based prejudice play out in the classroom? So what is going on inside the classroom? Right? So that's a thought experiment in the sense. So the experiment is, how does the experience of being an upper caste student in the classroom, how is that different from being a backward class student in the classroom if the class is being taught by a teacher from a forward caste with prejudice? So we're trying to unpack that experience of being within the classroom. Right? And if you are not convinced that this is an important question to ask, which I'm sure many of you aren't, then here is a quote from Swami Iyer, Times of India, 26th November 2024. That's today. That can't be right. So I think it's 2023. And Swami Iyer says, most teachers are upper caste ones, and studies show that many of them are contemptuous of low caste children who are also difficult to teach because they lack literate parents, books at home, a sizable vocabulary at school, private tutors, and preschool learning. The tough curriculum reinforces this. Teachers find it much easier to focus on the rich, most easily teachable children and neglect the others, especially if the rest do not matter socially. Right? So here again, Swami Iyer is pointing at the fact that there's a difference in the way a prejudiced upper caste teacher treats an upper caste student as opposed to a backward caste student. Now, if you step back a little bit, I know this is supposed to be an academic session, so I'll throw in a little bit of the literature and try to convince you that this is very important from the history of economic thought perspective. There is, of course, a very large literature on discrimination, and still a very active literature on discrimination in the context of economics. And that all started from Gary Becker's 1957 PhD thesis titled Economics of Discrimination. So his PhD thesis ended up launching an entire array of research papers which continue to thrive even to this day, right? And of course, the economics of discrimination, that literature initially was conceived in the context of racial discrimination in the US, but it was quickly imported in other contexts as well. One of them was, of course, caste-based discrimination in India. And there are papers which discuss caste-based discrimination in the Indian context. Hoff and Pandey, of course, we have some work as well. So discrimination and the consequences of discrimination has been studied by economists, right? But the mental health consequence of discrimination has not been studied, despite the fact that according to a recent WHO report, that mental health conditions are a global crisis. So globally, 1 in 7 10 to 19-year-old experiences a mental health disorder, accounting for 13% of the global burden of disease in this age group. 795 million people lived with mental health disorder in low and middle income countries in 2018, with 28% between the ages of 10 and 19. Right? So why do you think that mental health diseases are not talked about to the extent that physical health diseases are talked about? right? So if I have a fever, or if I have a problem with my back, you will immediately be able to see that I have a problem, right? My manner will be able to, the way I behave, the way I react, will manifest that disease that I have, right? But mental health is very unique in the sense that, you know, even if I'm blabbering at the top of my voice in a conference room, I may actually be very depressed, right? So there is an invisibility associated with mental health related diseases, so that's one. And the second, of course, as you pointed out, there is a great deal of stigma associated with mental health diseases, and economists, I'm sure they're reinventing the wheel, but they're again trying to understand, you know, why the stigma exists and the nature of the stigma and all of that, right? So, and these kind of hidden, invisible mental health problems can affect educational outcomes, as we have already discussed. They can extend in adulthood to affect labor market outcomes and so on. And as a result, there is a great deal of interest in trying to understand mental health conditions from an economic standpoint. However, this entire literature which economists have been digging into has been primarily trying to understand the effect of all these factors that are listed in the third bullet point on depression, anxiety, stress, such as conflict. Take a conflict-ridden area. How does conflict lead to mental health crisis in the population who are exposed to that conflict, right? How does economic crisis, unemployment spells, how does that affect mental health consequences, right? Disease outbreaks, there's a large number of papers now which show that COVID-19 had a consequential effect on mental health problems, right? However, our understanding of how social factors such as prejudice affects mental health is fairly limited. So what we want to understand is how does discriminatory practices affect mental health and disadvantaged children. So in this paper, we investigate the mental health consequences of caste bias of school children on mental health of public school children in Bihar, school teachers, caste bias of school teachers on mental health of public school children in Bihar. And what are our findings in a snapshot? Our findings are that the caste identity of a teacher leads to a gap in depressive symptoms against backward caste students. So that's about 0.43 standard deviation higher depression score, and they're 19 percentage point more likely to be categorized as depressed. Right? And forward caste teachers evaluate backward caste students less favorably for the same level of objective scores, and finally an aspiration gap emerges between forward caste students and backward caste students when they're taught by a forward caste prejudice teacher. So that's a snapshot of our results, and I'll delve into the details in a bit after having discussed what the contribution of our paper is in the context of the literature. So first, and very importantly, we present evidence of a substantial prevalence of mental health conditions, particularly among the most vulnerable section of our population, children of socially disadvantaged communities in an economically disadvantaged region. And the region, of course, is Bihar. And we show that if you don't care about anything else, you should care about the fact that about 49% of the students who were surveyed, they turned out to be categorized as depressed. That's a huge number. By the way, there's one bit of detail which you may want to keep in mind, which is the survey was conducted right after COVID, the fag end of COVID. So some of these high numbers may have got to do with the fact that they were exposed to COVID. And our second contribution to the literature is that the consequence of prejudice have been widely studied, but the mental health consequences have not been studied, and we offer some evidence that social identity-based prejudice can affect mental health of children. And finally, economists are extremely interested these days in trying to understand human aspirations, right? So human aspirations are they're very important theoretical reasons why understanding aspirations is very important. So we will also try to make a point about whether caste-based prejudice has an effect on human aspirations, on the aspirations of the children. So this is the context. Of course, I'm sure now you know where Bihar is located, so that's why this slide is there. So this is where Bihar is located, clearly for the Western audience. And just to give you a snapshot of the census numbers, so the general caste category were comprised of 20% of the population in Bihar, 51% OBC, 16% SC, and 1.3% STs, as per the census 2011. So for the purpose of this study, what we will do is we will combine the OBC, SC, and ST as belonging to the backward caste, because we're going to compare the forward caste with the backward caste. So the purpose of the study, OBC, SC, and ST would be categorized as backward caste. And of course, I don't need to convince you that this is a very important state to study. But a Western audience typically wants to know, why should we care about Bihar? As the Deputy High Commissioner told us a few moments back, that this is a big state. This is a very large state. It's the second most populous state in India. So I have that last bullet point which says it. We're trying to convince the Western audience that, look, this is an important setting for us to understand. There is, of course, some evidence that there exists caste-based discrimination, as has been measured in the context of lower callback rates by Ritwik Banerjee and others. There are others like others who have pointed out that house owners are less likely to rent out their houses to backward caste tenants. Hoff and Pandey have showed that Dalit boys, they feel that they will not be evaluated properly, and backward caste students are more likely to be called out using pejorative languages in educational settings. Of course, these are the last bit is very important for us, but it's descriptive in nature. We'll try to see what the consequences of this potential pejorative language use can be for mental health of the children, right? So what we do is we conduct a primary field survey in association with Government of Bihar and BMGF in 105 government schools in the state of Bihar, right? And the survey aimed to monitor and evaluate the health outcomes of children in the schools, and what we did was, of course, if you want to convince government that, look, you shouldn't do it this way, but you should do it our way, then they will never be convinced, right? So what we did was we said that, look, why don't we add one additional module to your existing instrument, and that's how we introduced the mental health module, which aimed at measuring the mental health outcomes of the children. And this is our sampling strategy. So we drew a diagonal line, and we said we'll take all the districts that fall in that diagonal line. Well, no, that's not how we sampled. We actually went through a very careful process of conducting a stratified cluster sampling, yeah, and this is a very important slide for us because it lays down how we measure mental health, right? So our principal measure of mental health is depression severity as measured by CSD-10 instruments. So health professionals, particularly mental health professionals, have come up with battery of questions, several batteries of questions that elicit a bunch of behavioral things and then categorize people as being depressed or not. So this is one of those batteries, CSD-10. We did not invent it, we took it off the shelf by specialists who have constructed this battery. Right? So it is designed to capture the extent to which respondents experience depressive symptoms such as sorrow, hopelessness, loneliness, loss of interest, attention, sleep deprivation, etc. during the previous week. The CSD-10 score takes a value between 0 and 30, which we standardize to construct our main outcome variable, which is depression. Right? So what we also do then is we take that continuous measure of depression and convert it to a binary measure based on a cutoff that was proposed by Anderson et al. So they said that in the CSD-10, if anybody scores more than 8, then he or she may be categorized as depressed. So one, we have a continuous measure of depression. The second, we have a binary measure of depression. Right? How do we measure teachers' bias? Well, of course, if you take a questionnaire and ask anybody, like, do you think you're prejudiced? What will be the likely answer? No, I'm not prejudiced. Others are. Do you think others are prejudiced? Yes. I think the society is very, there's discriminatory attitude in the society. But are you prejudiced? No, I'm not. Right? So a very important challenge in the discrimination literature is how do we measure discrimination or prejudice? So what we did was we tried to triangulate the measure of prejudice indirectly. So we gave students a bunch of tests to write, and these are all standardized ASER tests. So they wrote these spot tests from where we knew the true ability of the students. We then went to the teachers and said, why don't you rank these sampled children as belonging either to the top, the middle, or the bottom of the class for these 3 subjects, English, Hindi, and Maths. Right? So we have the actual rank, and we have the teacher proposed rank. Right? Of students they knew, they were teaching. So now we can construct a measure of prejudice by simply subtracting the teacher's evaluation from the actual rank. So actually we know where a student stands, but the teacher is saying, no, the student is not as good. Right? So we call that evaluation bias. The evaluation bias is the difference between actual rank of a student and teacher's perceived rating. Right? And then we again construct different measures from evaluation bias to figure out whether a student is exactly estimated, or underestimated, or overestimated. So if somebody is prejudiced, what do you think will be the outcome? Exact estimation, overestimation, or underestimation? Overestimation, unlikely, right? Underestimation. So if I'm prejudiced against you, I will underestimate your true ability. So that's going to be very important for us. That's going to be a key variable for us. And finally, aspirations. We take a very simple measure. Remember, these are all young children, class 6, 7, and 8. And we take a simple measure of children's aspirations by asking them the highest level of education they want to complete. And 4 categories were given: lower secondary, higher secondary, bachelor's degree, master's or above. We use this to construct a measure of aspiration. Okay, so now something that is very important in the academic context may not be very important here, but what exactly do we identify? Do we identify the causal effect of teachers' caste identity on students' mental health? No, we don't. Right? So for doing that, you would need something like you need to conduct an RCT. What we do is we estimate the gaps in mental health among the students. Right? The gaps in mental health when they are taught by the same teacher. And what's the idea? The key idea is you take a teacher in a school. Now the same teacher is teaching forward caste students and upper caste students. Now if you fix the teacher, then you will be able to get the average difference between, in mental health outcomes or any outcomes, between upper caste students and backward caste students, right? So you now have a gap. You have a teacher that is fixed, and now you have the gap of the mental health outcomes of students of different caste category, right? So this strategy is called a fixed effect strategy. It's quite primitive, but that's what the survey, the 20-day lead time into the survey allows us to identify. Right? So we now have matched teacher data, student data, and we know these teachers have taught these students. We are able to identify what the gaps in outcomes across caste is when they're taught by the same teacher. This is not important except to say that this is a fixed effect model basically, and we are interested in estimating beta 2, which is what you see here, right? So what you see here is, so take a look at this. So take a look at this. What this says is, when FCT is 0, which is students are being taught by backward caste teachers, then itself there is a gap, you know, there is a gap across the caste. But what you see here is when FCT is 1, when a backward caste student is being taught by a forward caste teacher, then the depression score goes up. So the depression score is, the gap in the depression score is higher when a backward caste student is taught by a forward caste teacher. Now the same, so this is for the continuous measure, this is for the binary measure. Even in the binary measure, you end up seeing that when a backward caste student is taught by a forward caste teacher, the gap goes up. So in fact, the difference between BCS and FCS, which is a backward caste student and a forward caste student, increases by 0.42 standard deviation when students are taught by a forward caste teacher as opposed to a backward caste teacher. And if you look at the binary variable, a backward caste student is 19% more likely to be depressed based on the CES D10 score when a forward caste student is taught by a forward caste teacher as opposed to a backward caste teacher. So you have persistent caste gaps emerging in depression score and likelihood of being depressed when they're being taught by a forward caste teacher. This is the exact same empirical strategy, but for evaluation bias of the teachers, right? So as you can see, when a forward caste teacher teaches a backward caste students, then the teachers are less likely, they will end up having lower evaluation about the student, right? So these coefficients are all negative, which indicates that they have lower evaluation about the backward caste student when they're taught by forward caste teachers, right? Relative to, of course, these are always gaps. These are lower evaluation of the backward caste student relative to forward caste student when they are taught by a forward caste teacher. And this gap ranges from 0.22 to 0.43 rank lower. Remember, we are asking people to predict the rank. What do you think is the rank of the student? So this rank is now significantly low. The perceived rank is significantly lower when forward caste teachers teach the backward caste students relative to when they teach forward caste students. So as I mentioned a bit earlier, if I'm prejudiced against somebody, what I would do is I would underestimate. Do we see underestimation? Yes, we do see a likelihood of underestimation. A greater likelihood of underestimation when a forward caste teacher is teaching a backward caste student.
So, Ritwik, sorry,
Yes.
just a question.
Yes.
Is there an assumption that all the FCTs that you use for this had prejudice, or is there a percentage where there were some who didn't have prejudice?
No, I wouldn't say that. Not everybody is prejudiced, right? So what we have is we have the average effects. So let's say we have in our sample we have 105 schools, about 1,000 students, and about 225 teachers. So of these 225 teachers, we will not be able to identify, okay, so Mr. X is prejudiced and Mr. Y is not.
I'm asking from the evaluation data. Did you get something out of that?
Yeah, of course. So what is the distribution? Do you want to know the distribution of the evaluation bias? So how many people, for example, had zero evaluation bias?
Exactly.
That's a very good question. I should have that figure. I don't have it, but I'm happy to share it with you.
And the other was like, we will be leaving, so I just want to get my question.
Sure.
In case you don't finish, did you see any reverse bias? I mean, you didn't handle BCTs at all, did you?
No, we did.
And was there any reverse bias? Because it can work
there is reverse bias in. So here, for example, in order to identify reverse bias, what you need to see is FCT 0. So FCT 0, there is no evaluation. Well, there is an evaluation bias for mathematics and English, but overall, combined, there is no evaluation bias, right? But it's a bit unclear here. What you see is you see exactly the same thing in the opposite direction. FCT 0, you now see BCS, the backward caste students are doing better in terms of mental health outcomes. So it seems like, so the pitch of our paper is not that upper caste teachers are discriminating against Dalit students. That's not the pitch of the paper. The pitch of the paper is caste identity of the teacher matters for the mental health outcomes of students in general. Though I must tell you that it's much more pronounced. These coefficients that you see here, these coefficients are significantly larger than the coefficients that you see here, which means that the effect of the teacher's caste identity is higher the effect is higher for backward caste students when they are taught by forward caste teachers relative to the other side. But again, you see it's much more noisy when it comes to effect when the teacher is backward caste. Here again, it's more noisy when the effect, it's relatively more noisy And in the context of aspiration, there is absolutely no effect when backward caste teacher is teaching the students, as it is clear from the fact that 0 is included in the confidence intervals. However, when the forward caste teachers are teaching the students, again a gap emerges. So backward caste students have a lower aspirations when they are being taught by a forward caste teachers. Relative to, of course, backward caste, relative to forward caste students. Okay, so we do a bunch of these robustness checks, not very important. Limitation, very important. Our data is not rich enough to identify precise mechanism driving the results, so we take a fixed effect approach, but of course that's not ideal. Ideally, you would want to do some kind of an RCT, and we are thinking of ways to conduct an RCT. And of course, we are not able to identify the effects of learning outcomes. So remember when I started, I said, look, why is it important for us to understand the mental health of children? Because there are learning outcome consequences. But it turns out that it's very hard to identify differences in learning outcomes. So the effect sizes are much smaller. As a result, what you need to do is, you need much larger sample size. So hopefully going forward, we'll have a larger sample size and we'll try to detect whether the effect sizes are detectable in the context of learning outcomes as well.
Since caste is so deeply entrenched, like one of the things, if you do get that larger sample size, it would be academically speaking interesting to see, like when you have a BCT teaching, the impact on FCS also. Like
there is an impact on, so for some of the outcomes at least, yes.
Particularly on aspiration, I think that would be interesting.
No, for aspiration there is no. So you see here, when backward caste teachers are teaching, there is no gap.
For the FCS.
FCS and BCS, there are no gaps. But these gaps are there in other contexts. For example, there is underestimation. So, yeah, I just want to conclude by saying that all the tough questions about the data, you should direct it to Neola, who did a fantastic job in analyzing the data and setting up the survey. So thanks a lot, Neola.
So can I just check if you looked at other backward castes separately from SC/ST, and does it show any heterogeneity?
Can you say that again?
So I think in this study you've included other backward castes.
That's right, yeah.
But there is a difference in experience.
Of course, yes.
So I'm just wondering if you did do any tests at all separating the two.
Yeah, so what happens is, if you look at the data, the number of students who belong to the scheduled caste category is very low in our sample. It's very low as in it's proportionate, as I mentioned, it's about 15%, but that's not enough for us to be able to detect these effects. And since we had around 200 teachers, again, primarily general caste, so if I split it category-wise, then I'll end up having very few teachers from the scheduled caste category.
Yeah, this was a time when COVID just happened, so many of the schools didn't have any students for
Other questions? Happy to take questions.
What is binary measure of depression? Binary measure of depression.
Yeah, so the main measure of depression is constructed out of your response to 30 questions. Yes, no. A yes would give you a 1, a no would give you a 0. So suppose, do you sleep well at night? Yes. So you got a 0. right? And stuff. So the maximum score that you can get is 30. A binary measure is if your score is more than 8, then you get a binary measure of 1. If it is less than 8, then less than or equal to 8, you get 0. So that's the right one.
So this was the age group for what? For the students?
Class 6, 7 and 8. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can this research go into the level of that cognitive sciences also, like the interdisciplinary approach, where you can put up students in that MRI machine and all, and just analyzing how different pattern of brain, sort of interdisciplinary approach to give more scientific backing. How mental health is actually getting affected, some good scientific conclusion if there is, then so there may be good research.
Check
fMRI or something like that, I don't know, but one of my friend was putting up some people in MRI machine and he was doing some sort of analysis. I am not expert in that, but I have seen that it has good scope there also.
Yeah, I would.
I think you can limit to the physiological effect of mental health. It has a sleep deprivation.
Yeah, I would love to have. So let's say Elon Musk comes up with a glass, with a sci-fi glass. So I would love to have all the children in that glass so that we know exactly what is happening in the brain at every point in time. Yeah, mapping that into the data. I would love to do that.
Well, thank you for a very interesting study. My name is Dhansham Tiwari. I am founder of Vertical Ventures and also national spokesperson for Samajwadi Party. So I have 3 interesting questions. One is that if one replaces caste construct with, say, racial bias, and you have other countries, developed countries, where some teacher who's racially prejudiced is teaching a child who's from color, for example, in the US, and probably with Trump victory this is going to be more profound. Have you come across literature or actionable things that surround this study in other countries, in such countries where mental health has been impacted in developed countries by racial bias? That's question 1. Second is, in terms of recommendations to a state, or if somebody wants to take this up, because we have worked with a number of members of parliament, somebody wants to take this up in an actionable way in their parliamentary constituency. What are 1 or 2 actionable things that jump out of this research?
Right, very important questions. The first one, of course, discrimination. As I said, the discrimination literature, it started in the US with Gary Baker's work on racial discrimination. And there has been a lot of work in the context of discrimination since then, but has there been a study which looks at the mental health consequence of discrimination? In psychology, yes, but in economics, at least I hope that there has not been, because there's always a fear of being one of the first, right? So we want to be one of the first to show that there are these mental health consequences of discrimination, not only in the context of caste, but in the context of social identity-based discriminatory attitudes. But I can easily, I've talked to a lot of people and they've said that, look, they can easily see this transported to the context that they work in. In the context of Australia, for example, in the context of immigrants and natives in Europe, for example, some of these mechanisms can possibly be at play.
I ask that because if there are such studies in these countries, then I'm also hopeful that because these are developed countries, they may have also created interventions with respect to improving mental health. At least mental health of school students is a conversation in a number of countries. It's not so much a conversation in India in general as well.
Yeah, so this is not about mental health. There are lots of interventions, psychologists, psychiatrists, they have developed, I'm sure, lots of tools to tackle mental health. So this doesn't require mental health, this paper is not about how do we tackle mental health crisis.
No, I think what I meant was mental health issues that emerge due to discrimination.
They due to discrimination. So then what we want to address is how how do we fix discriminatory attitude of the teachers, right? Which can then ameliorate the mental health of the children. Now that I'm not sure has been done, but you don't always need to rely on Westerners to come up with interventions, right? So, but what we are trying to do now is do exactly that. We're trying to figure out a way through which discriminatory attitudes of teachers can be addressed through interactive participatory training.
Can I just?
Yeah.
So just to respond, there are a couple of things that, for instance, in the UK, they're doing. It's at a higher level because it's at PhD level. So I'm involved in a project that's funded by the Office for Students in the UK, where they're looking precisely at this. Does, what's the flow of Black, Asian and minority ethnic, globalized majority students through the education pathways? And one of the things that we do find is, like you said, having a lecturer or a supervisor or a mentor of the same race as the person who's being supervised makes a big difference at the level of PhD. So there are 13 projects that are currently ongoing in the UK on this issue, and so there are a range of mentorship and training projects that are coming out of it. The second thing, at a slightly lower level, which is at the level of undergraduate degrees, is more a policy response, and Neha will know this. Quite a lot of, all universities are under pressure to study what's called the awarding gap, which is the gap between what white students are able to achieve and what we call BAME students, Black, Asian, minority ethnic students, are able to achieve, and how that can be, what you can attribute, how that can be attributed to the various things. So they control for a whole host of things, because of course these students will also be coming from poorer areas, worse schools. They're often first in the family to go to university. You have to control for all of that before you can figure out how much of it is discrimination, and only after that will you be able to figure out what the policy response is going to be. But every year we have to collect data for that.
Before you answer,
Fleming is here. So just you would like to present.
sorry, I have to run away. It's fascinating. Very nice. Very nice.
Just for 10 minutes before
Sorry? Well, I did, but I have this line up 11 now, sorry.
That's absolutely fine.
Go here, though.
Yeah, but we are in England, so if you come and you want to get in touch.
Better, or if you pass through Calcutta, please shout, because it's a possibility that it is.
She lives in Calcutta.
Perfect. Let me know.
Nutrition deficiency is not a mental issue.
You can always contact me anyway.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'm really sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
We have to be at place at 12 o'clock.
Okay, so you could continue the discussion if you want. We will just get everything off and come.
Really nice to meet you anyway.
Thank you.
And you're based in Reading now?
Well, I live in London, working in Reading.
If we don't...
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. I'm really sorry I have, because I've got time back. I'm very keen to know how this some fun. I think this is such an important issue. Not only here, but in so many areas.
And be in touch. Thank you very much.
There's just two points I wanted to make. So one was about the fact that since you are, you are politically active and you have know a lot of policymakers, MPs and so on. The most important thing that we need to do is make mental health measurement an important part of the health measurements that governments do with children anyway. But what they do is they only focus on physical health of the children, but it's absolutely important to be able to measure, the mental health status of the children, because if there are severely depressed children, there will be obvious academic consequences, right? And of course, depending on funding, etc., training teachers of how to handle mental health crisis of children and all of that, teachers are overburdened, right, in these public schools, so that's been one of the problems. But is there a low-hanging fruit that government and policymakers can tap to address the mental health problems? Well, there are several, but we can have a clue. But the first order thing is, at least along with the weight, height, and other anthropometric measures, try to detect what the mental health status of the children is. So that's.
Is there a district or state that has tried it?
No, I don't think so. This is a very new conversation. It's a very new conversation. But at least some basic measure of mental health situation should be measured along with physical health.
And is there a state or district in India that has tried the connection between mental health and learning outcomes, irrespective of discrimination?
No, I don't think so. Physical health and learning outcomes, yes. In fact, the mandate of this very project, I understand, was to unpack the relationship between physical health and educational outcomes. But mental health and educational outcomes, I don't think that has been studied yet.
And is there a gender element to it? Do you see difference between
we don't see any
boys and girls with respect to mental health and discrimination?
Yeah, so the number of women teachers in our sample ends on
children.
The number of women teachers in our sample is on the lower side, which is why detecting the effect of gender of the teacher on children is also very limited. Right? So our ability to identify that gender effect is limited because the number of teachers, female teachers itself is rather small in our sample.
I was not saying about gender effect. I was saying that is there a difference in impact of mental health?
Oh, just a descriptive.
Between boys and girls.
Yeah, descriptive. I don't remember. That should be easy to detect, but I don't remember. But there is one other thing I wanted to point out, which is the suggestion that or the policies that you talked about that let's say a black teacher teaching in class. So this is a low-hanging fruit which has been talked about in this context. Very dangerous consequences of this strategy, because in the limit, what it does is it encourages segregation, right? So, is this one takeaway of our paper could be, and it's not the takeaway, but one potential takeaway could be, there is caste-based discriminatory effects of teachers on children. So why don't we just segregate, right? So let the upper caste teachers teach upper caste students, but that's not the point of this paper. So those kind of segregation as a policy tool is a very dangerous policy tool, which we don't want to recommend, right?
I guess the idea is that we should have more lower caste teachers, that's it. Not low caste teachers should teach low caste students.
It's about inclusivity.
It's about changing attitudes. Yeah. It's about changing attitudes. Yeah. So this is not about representation so much, but this is about changing attitudes of the teachers, training them, sensitizing them about the consequences of, let's say, I call somebody using a pejorative language. Now that itself can have all kinds of stereotype activity, it can activate stereotype and all of that. So,
if you follow the news cycle of last few months with respect to Uttar Pradesh, one of the things that was termed as Arakshan Ghotala in Uttar Pradesh was largely this 5-year process to recruit around 70,000 teachers, and allocating what percentage of this recruitment will go to the reserved categories. And because the Uttar Pradesh government, our opposition in some way, chose to have a flexible setup which denied a number of people from backward caste the ability to become teachers even though they had scored the right marks. This issue went all the way to Supreme Court and it is still not resolved. If you look at the newspapers, every month you will see thousands of teachers protesting against the government, etc. So the reason it relates to the political side, it relates to what we are discussing is that when it comes to government positions, there is an elite capture. And the more rural a state is, the more elite capture will happen from the upper caste, or the more endowed upper caste, or even if it goes to the backward caste, it goes to the more endowed backward caste, right? So I think even a basic survey of what percentage of our teachers are upper caste will show this difference. So the unique thing in this is, or a unique situation, contradiction that is emerging is, while because of this elite capture and past effects, there are more teachers likely to be upper caste teachers, but because of the prosperity in upper caste, most students are going to private schools. So in the government schools, the most students who are studying are either backward caste students or Dalit students. So you will see the impact of this study may even be more profound as enrollments rise. The enrollments rise. The rise of enrollment is enrollment of Dalit students and backwards. But the proportionate rise is not in the caste mix of teachers, especially in rural states.
I see. Very interesting.
I just wanted to ask you whether you can, how do you see it? Is it prevalent in backward states of India or north and south? How do you judge it?
I don't have any prior, but the main reason I don't have a prior is there is absolutely no data anywhere on mental health of children. But there are these very high-level data collections, which are not as granular as what we have, but very high-level data collection exercises done by WHO, for example. And they say that it's widely prevalent, mental health diseases are widely prevalent all over India, across caste, across class. You know, the rich and the poor are equally affected by something, but it doesn't get talked about. That's the thing. So I think that conversation needs to start. That you know, mental health is extremely important. There are important productivity consequences of mental health, and we need to start talking about it and measuring it more carefully. But my prior would be that they're prevalent in all sections of the society, everywhere. A big literature that is spawned, particularly in Scandinavia, because of the very detailed data collection, data sets that they have, is postpartum depression. Right? So postpartum depression is a widely seen phenomenon, and there are very important consequences in the labor market of postpartum depression. You know, I'm getting interested in this literature, but yeah, we don't have that kind of data here in India.
I had a question. Do you also measure the depression levels of forward caste students who were taught by forward caste teachers?
That's right.
How was it? I mean, they were less depressed?
So as I said, that we are measuring gaps. Yeah. So take a forward caste teacher. What we are doing is we are trying to estimate the difference in the mental health outcomes of forward caste teacher as opposed to a forward caste student as opposed to backward caste student. So we do have that. Yeah, but the amount of inference that we can make at the level is very low. We can't make a lot of inferences in terms of the levels, but we can make inferences about the gaps.
Sir, if you had done the studies in lower classes, there are more lady teachers, first thing, and second thing is you will find more students also, SC, ST, Dalit students also, because there are dropouts in upper classes, 8, 9, they drop out, they become domestic workers or skilled workers, other things. So lower classes you did. And second thing I will like to remark that generally when there are means interactions these days between forwards and backwards, it is the economic background which is more important. If a Brahmin is there and a backward class student is there, if they are of both economic background, they will be respected in the same way. Okay. So that thing means the caste background has vanished, because in the caste in families also one uncles and maybe there may be enmity. So there is they judge now on the basis of economic background.
Interesting. So I can't give a theoretical shape to it, but a couple of practical information that I have got. See, there is an institution here in Banapur which is entirely for the Dalits, in particular Mushar community, and the patron of that organization, who is a former IPS officer, what he told me, but they have an extra ability in regard to mathematical and science subjects. Now, what I mean to say is that yes, you have linked it with caste, but even upper caste people and also very well-off people. For instance, I can give you an example of my daughter. Her son studied in USA, and he had serious attention deficiency, and he was almost written off by his schools. But my daughter took her for special coaching, and I also know in my service area, some of the senior officers, or junior officers, they come up with the requests. My child has to be given special coaching, and that is not available in this particular place. That's available only in Bombay or Mumbai or Chennai or such places. So please transfer us to, so that we can give proper education. Now, what I am saying that I have not been able to link it up, of course with very limited data, with caste so far. I think a child may not like a particular subject, may not like a particular teacher also, or he doesn't come, and he loses interest, and he will give you, eventually he will turn out into a kind of state of depression. Now, those are certain things which make me feel that over-emphasizing the caste issue doesn't really lead you to an effective remedial solution to it. You said that segregation is going to create other problems. Yes, but then when parents take their children out for special coaching, well, in USA, you can manage with but one or two. But then there could be more people, and they could be given special coaching. Maybe not necessarily by a scheduled caste or a lower class teacher. It can be, but then the moment you treat this ailment of depression, and the man who is treating the ailment is competent, well, the result will be the same. Whether it is a backward class boy or a Dalit boy or a brilliant boy coming from a good family. This is what I am saying is the emphasis that is going in the context of caste. I think it is being overemphasized.
Thank you, everyone. So, since we are running a bit ahead of time, as well as like behind time for the break, it would be a good idea to just stretch our legs. There is also a coffee machine downstairs. If any of you like black coffee, let me know. There's also like, so we could just take a walk around and reconvene, say after half an hour, for the talk by Professor Ritwik Banerjee. So, 12:20. Yeah, we meet around 12:20. after this break. And we are very pleased to have Professor Ritwik Banerjee, who was a professor of economics, who is a professor of economics at IDSK and also the director of IDSK. He specializes in welfare economics and development economics, and he has done quite a lot of work on the welfare of marginalized communities, and there are some very interesting work that is talking about social mobility. And since one of the ideas of this workshop were to discuss some of these issues, we thought that he would be the ideal person working in this space. And this IDSK is also an institute which is similar to ADRI in terms of which is based in West Bengal, and they are also in the space of applied research and they work closely with the government of West Bengal. We thought that you would be the ideal person to brainstorm with, and today he would be presenting some evidences from his work which would help us to frame the kind of research questions that we are looking forward to. So thank you, Professor Chakraborty, for agreeing to come and devote your time for this workshop.
Thank you, Rashmi. I love this studies Trivandrum for quite some time. So I had some exposure to the same regional issues in Kerala context, and in fact the first Human Development Report of Kerala, I coordinated that is way back, 2003, around that time. So based on these, kind of diverse experiences on the regional issues, I thought that maybe I would sort of try to make a few points so that we can take forward the conversation. And in the last presentation, Ritwik was very much focused on a particular research issue, and it was very rigorously done, and the results were really interesting, very interesting, and that's one of the most neglected issues in this context. So mental health, of course, it's as far as we are familiar with the policymakers, and particularly policymakers in the context of school education, elementary education, we have never seen that they're concerned about mental health issues at all. So this is one of the I think most important issues as far as the children are concerned. So now I'll move on to a slightly broader kind of set of questions, and then I'd be happy to have your observations and comments. Now this is, I'll start from the standard observations, like for instance, mise-en-scène and uncertain glory, that kind of book. So this is the kind of general observations that people make. Most school systems are both unfair and wasteful. The children of the rich go to schools that not only teach more and teach better, but where they are treated with compassion and help to reach their true potential. The poor end up in schools that make it very clear, quite early, that they are not wanted unless they show some exceptional gifts, and they are in effect expected to suffer in silence until they drop off. Now this contrasting picture, I think it's becoming more and more vivid in Indian context, and we have seen that over the past 2 decades. If you look at this enrollment in private schools, it has gone up, but it varies quite a bit from state to state. For instance, Bihar is not very high. West Bengal is one of the lowest actually, private enrollment. Private enrollment is only 11-12%, that's it. But in UP it's more than 50%. Now this kind of variation in private enrollment, we really don't know exactly what is happening in these states and states, I mean the backward states in terms of economic prosperity. So these are the issues which I think sometimes they're very puzzling. Of course, Kerala, it's also private enrollment is relatively high, but in West Bengal it's pretty low. But one particular contrast that we find in West Bengal is very peculiar. That is, those who are going to government schools, like 88% they are going to government schools, they pay very little in schools. And also they get things like, midday meal and also several other things, bicycles, and some cash element is there. But you see that still there are two problems. One is that the parents feel that they are not learning anything in the government schools because almost like 86% go for private tuition. So huge number. I think West Bengal actually is a real problem case in this case, in this context, particularly the contrast that you see there. Huge number of children going to government schools, at the same time huge number of children are going for private tuition. Now that gives a very peculiar kind of thing that, which means that parents are willing to pay for their children's education, but they end up having very low quality education because even those private tutors are not well prepared to teach. So they're just, they're just out there just because they don't have any other means to support them. So they go for, tutoring and they earn money just. And there's huge asymmetry of information on this. Huge asymmetry of information on private tuition market in West Bengal. So that's West Bengal scenario. And so I think that state to state, if you look at different states, you'll find that, different kinds of contrasting situations. You can see that as far as elementary education or school education is concerned. So unless we get into this kind of, what should I say, configurations of private, public, and the particular policies of support, etc., we really cannot, really do something about elementary education. I'm not focusing particularly on the marginalized sections in this case because I'll make a point that the point is that employability, when we talk about employability, I think most of the talks we come across in the policy forum, skill-oriented. Now the skill-oriented programs or schemes in the context of high dropout at class 8 or 9, is that feasible? Can we really do that? In other words, don't we really want to see that they complete at least 10 years of education or 12 years of education? So here this problem is that we are kind of thinking about the skill orientation on the one hand, and we have a huge number of dropouts in class 9, 10, etc. So I'll give you some figures here, just broad figures, which will actually motivate us to think along these lines. Let me just, this is just straight away from NSSO. Now here, NSSO gives this, the latest one is 2017-18. So if you look at that, you'll see that both Bihar and West Bengal, the percentage of 15 plus, okay, having education level secondary and above, is lower compared to in all India. Both Bihar and West Bengal. So Bihar, it is something around 20, secondary and above means it is something like, 21, 11.7 plus 4.8 plus 2. So it is something like, 19, around 19. And all India, it is slightly more. So this is the scenario in Bihar, and West Bengal even worse. So what is happening here? The secondary and above, with such a low percentage, less than 20%, how can we expect to have these skills which should be needed
in modern whatever industry. So this is the first point that I'd like to make, that unless and until we have this universalization of school education, meaning at least secondary education or high secondary, the better. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to talk about skill-oriented programs. So I strongly make this point, that the first point is that universalization of school education up to standard 10 and even standard 12, because I'll come to that science education part, because there are a lot of studies which actually have shown that those who are opting science at the high secondary level, they earn more, slightly more in the labor market. They do better in the labor market. There is one from IIM Delhi, Ovirup and others, they have done this study, that how science education actually helps you to earn a premium in the labor market. Science education even just at the high secondary level. It's not that you have done MSc in physics or something. No. So science education has an advantage in the labor market. We know that. General science education. I'm not talking about skill. Now it has some resonance, from the East Asian development as well. Now, whatever you read on East Asian development, you find that it's the general science education that actually led to the kind of growth that they had. It's not very specific vocational training that they emphasized during that time. So it's a general science education, and that actually helped them not only to find jobs, but also in terms of economic growth. Now, can we do that here now? Science education. I mean, if you want to expand science education, then what are the things that we need to do? Very few schools which have high secondary sections, they have science. Very few. In West Bengal, I know it's almost like 20% or so schools have science in high secondary. Now, why is it so? And that again is concentrated in the urban areas, not in rural schools. And in rural schools, the combinations usually you take, it's a humanities kind of combination. You take philosophy, you take education, you take political science, and then you pass high secondary. And so you see that there is a clear difference here. Now, what exactly is constraining you to take up science education? Now, there are several others. We did some study, our students also did some study. In West Bengal context, what we found is very interesting. That is, since it's heavily private tuition dependent, so if you opt for humanities at the higher secondary level, you pay on average 600 rupees per month. But if you opt for science, you pay 3,000 rupees per month. That's the kind of difference. So most of these parents, they actually can't afford to pay the tuition fee for science education, and they feel that without tuition, without private tuition, there's no point in going for science. Now you see that how these things actually get complicated because of this parallel market for tuition. So this private tuition market, in fact, has completely sort of skewed the outcome in favor of a huge number of higher secondary passed, basically not employable. So this is one thing. That means, as economists, we always think in terms of relative prices and all. So here the relative cost of having science education, even at the high secondary level, is so high that that effectively constrains choice of science subjects in high school. In fact, I looked at, our data are not very good, the government data, but I looked at some of these figures, from the High Secondary Council's office. On average, you see that I found that students appearing for physics or chemistry or mathematics, physics, chemistry, roughly around 60,000 in West Bengal. But students appearing in education, history, political science, philosophy, around 3.5 lakh. So that's the kind of difference that we see. So in other words,
So this is one part that, when we talk about employability and all, now I'm not saying that students shouldn't study humanities and social sciences. No, not at all. But the point is that, why not science? So science, in fact, perhaps, we should produce more higher secondary pass in science so that they at least, they become science graduates. And science graduates, studies show that science graduates are in a better position to adapt themselves to changing technology compared to any other. So science graduates are always, they are capable of adapting themselves to the new technology. So, because technology is changing fast, and therefore the science graduation, in fact, is a good sort of idea. If you go back to the early decades, I think this is also good to remember that the early decades, India paid more attention to tertiary education. You remember that we had IITs and IIMs, in the 50s, starting from the 50s. And so more attention to tertiary education and neglected primary education. Amartya Sen had this, famous Lal Bahadur Shastri lecture in 1970. And it's a long lecture actually, in 2 parts. If you look at that, he actually made a huge critique of the Kothari Commission. The Kothari Commission, 1964, they had these elaborate calculations about how many, skilled persons we need in India. And that skilling should be done with engineering colleges and management institutes. And that Kothari Commission, that elaborate accounting exercise, in fact, Amartya Sen in detail, he critiqued that, and he said that for this, the kind of budgetary allocation that we need, which is far above what we actually do on primary education. Now that's the kind of eye-opener in the late 60s and early 70s. For the first time we recognize that it's the school education which actually need more investment, not on IITs and IIMs. And then we started shifting towards, now what we see is that, you see that in 1987 we had this Operation Blackboard, and then we have DPEP 1994, and then Sarva Shiksha Vision 2000. Now through these programs, in fact, we started looking at not only primary education, initially primary education, and then elementary education, and now it's secondary education. Now, what are the consequences of that? The clear consequence is that, look at the last point, globally competitive in skill-intensive sectors such as IT, pharmaceuticals, and high-skill manufacturing, we are doing slightly better compared to many other countries, but lags in low-skilled, labor-intensive manufacturing sectors such as textiles and shoes. Textiles and shoes, it's very vulnerable. I mean, even though the textiles like Tirupur, they are doing fine in terms of exports, but any time actually they can decline. I mean, just because of the competition from other countries. Bangladesh and Tirupur, to some extent, they succeeded in textile, but we should have more. We could have more. We could have more of textiles and shoes, particularly. I mean, all these, these brands of shoes, international brands of shoes, they outsource, and they do it in countries like India. So we could have done much better if we had, because shoemakers, these, multinational shoemakers, they would look for at least, secondary or higher secondary education. Without that, you cannot work for them, even in shoemaking. So in other words, these labor-intensive, export-oriented kind of industries actually suffered in India because of this huge lack of general education. So with these huge out-of-school children and huge dropout children, how can you expect to achieve that more and more these low-skilled labor-intensive manufacturing sectors would thrive? Well, things are changing in the sense that you see that even in textiles nowadays, you find that, I mean, of course, textile is very much, it's in favor of gender.
I mean, they employ more women than men. And even in Tirupur, some changes have occurred. You see, earlier, and I see that this is another way of mobility, upward mobility for women in Tamil Nadu. Women in Tamil Nadu, now more and more, they are actually opting out of Tirupur textile, and now these textile manufacturers, they are now looking for migrant workers, migrant women for Tirupur factories. So I have found that women from West Bengal, women from Odisha, they are going to Tirupur to work in the textile factories. So in other words, some kind of movement is taking place. On the one hand, Tamil Nadu women have, they have gone up, and their opportunity cost of labor, they can figure out that it's now more. And they don't want to work under that kind of stress anymore. But initially, when Tirupur started actually, the manufacturers went out to villages and giving all sorts of free, all sorts of incentives just to attract women to come to Coimbatore and work for these things. But now they don't do it anymore, because now they have found that the migrant workers from Odisha and West Bengal, they can work in there. Now, I'll come to that migration part towards the end. So I'm just, I think, moving back and forth. So coming back to this point, the point is that these labor-intensive manufacturing sectors like textiles and shoes, we could have more if we had a general education up to at least secondary level or higher secondary level. Of course, India's lack of competitiveness in low-skilled, labor-intensive manufacturing is also driven by other factors like regulatory barriers to scale, underinvestment in logistics, and high cost of credit, and all kinds of other factors are also involved, not just human capital. So, but I'm focusing more on human capital because that's how we actually link them together. But even if your regulatory barriers are relaxed, even if your logistics improve, but still you may have a constraint on this general kind of human capital, which is actually which can be employed in low skill manufacturing sectors. Well, okay. About this intergroup thing, intergroup differences, there's one very rigorous paper by this Amartya Lahiri and his co-authors, Convergence Across Castes. They have looked at this educational convergence and also how they do in the labor market in terms of wage disparity and all. So they have found over time, over a longer period of time, they have seen that some convergence is taking place. Now, this convergence, of course, convergence is taking place, no doubt about it. But this is from the latest All India higher education survey. And every year you'll find this. But here you look at this in higher education, that means, post-higher secondary, you see that, this kind of difference is still there. In other words, look at this SC, ST and others, there's clear kind of gradient across the groups. Now, there are various, how do you look at this particular thing? Because quite often we see that, our reservation policy, etc. As if, reservation policy, in fact, who are the people who can take advantage of reservation policy? Only if they have certain level of education. some of these jobs, many of these jobs. So if in higher education you see this kind of gradient, then obviously you can expect that even in some jobs actually, the disadvantaged groups, they can't even access those jobs simply because they don't have the minimum requisite educational level. So that's why, again and again I go back to general education. General education, we quite often we underestimate that, the effect of general education. You see that because of our excessive orientation towards skill, as if general education doesn't give you any skill. No, not at all. General education, 3 years of college education, it may not, sort of help you to solve some technical issues somewhere, but the general adaptability to any of these technologies actually goes up because of that. So in other words, 3 years of college education in terms of sociability and in terms of communication skills, etc., you see that there is a huge jump. By the way, quite often I hear this argument, even in West Bengal context, in public debates and all, these television experts and all, they always talk about this. Why should they continue education if there is no job? If there are no jobs, why should they, continue education? Now that's nonsense, because research shows that for every additional year of education, on average, earning goes up. No matter what you do. So in other words, these middle class so-called experts, only thing they had in mind is the government jobs, which require certain kind of graduation or something. No, not at all. So for every additional year of education, average income goes up, no doubt about it. But in parents' perception, perhaps, this is discussed by Banerjee and Duflo in their Poor Economics book. If you look at the education chapter of Poor Economics, this is the kind of thing that they also have mentioned there, drawing on basically the empirical study, and they added this, that in parents' perception, perhaps, it is that, that kind of inverted S shape, that unless you cross some kind of threshold level, so what is the point in, Actually, they wanted to explain the choice at the household level. Now, when there are 3-4 children at the household level, in the household, you find that one person is graduate, one child is graduate, the others actually, they quit after 9th standard or 10th standard. So, how do we explain that? So, is it just parents' lack of awareness? No, not at all. It's a kind of calculation they had. If you ask the parents, they will say that, they don't have brains, so, they let them drop out, that kind of thing. So, it's a combination of, on the one hand, the household choice and also the supply side issues. Now, quite often we say that it's probably demand side issues rather than supply side issues, but many people take this position, including, I will also take that position, that supply side issue actually is influenced by demand side. Demand side issue is influenced by supply side issue. Lack of supply actually, creates lack of demand. How does it happen? I think we all discussed in the last session that you see that all this lack of opportunities at the school level, there are certain subtle constraints which are not in open. You have the blackboard now. Earlier you didn't have the blackboard. So all the infrastructure wise, if you look at this Sarvashika Mission website, UDICE gives you this entire picture about this infrastructural development. But what it doesn't say about is that either enrollment, dropout, or dropout they calculate. Enrollment they have, but it's an apparent dropout which actually doesn't make any sense. And learning achievement. So you have no way to know learning achievement from DICE data. Only source, government source is NCERT data, NCERT surveys, but NCERT surveys, if you look at that, a lot of inconsistencies. So ultimately you look at only ACR data. So ACR data is the only source to get your learning achievement thing. So what next point that I would like to flag is this, that demand side issues are not independent of supply side issue. Now supply side issue, not so much infrastructure, not other inputs, but it's the teacher quality. Now again, all the researchers know that. How do you measure teacher quality? Now all the standard attributes of teacher quality, like their degree, their training in teaching, teachers training, So all these standard attributes actually cannot predict teacher quality. That is, the quality of teacher is something as if it is something over and above all these standard attributes. So in our research we are again totally constrained just by looking at the number of MAs and BAs and B.Eds and all these degree holders as teachers. You can't predict anything from there. And Karthik Muralidharan and many of his colleagues actually, they have produced a series of papers on this, that particularly Karthik Muralidharan's, he has been working for the past 20 years or so, 20, 30 years on exactly on this, teachers' absenteeism, teachers' quality, etc., etc. So, so ultimately what boils down to is this learning crisis. Low learning level, and schooling is not translating into learning. Now if schooling is not translated into learning, how can you have a new skill-oriented program where they will learn? Ultimately, you'll have to depend on certain instructors. Now what are these instructors' incentives to teach them? If it is again like just our schooling system, no way. No result in 15 years or so in Kerala. I mean, many people say that, there is a kind of conflict between your spending on human development issues like health and education, so that you don't spend much on infrastructure, your growth suffers. No, that doesn't happen. At least in Kerala context, it has not happened. So early investment in human development sectors, early investment, actually now they're reaping the benefit of that in terms of even growth. So spending on human development issues like education and healthcare is not a drag on the economy. It actually helps you to build your human capital as well. This is basic economics. So, but you get the benefit after a lag. So in the early 2000 up to that point, a lot of talk about this, whether this Kerala development is sustainable or not. The sustainability of Kerala development. What is that Kerala development? They are spending a lot of money on healthcare and education, so it may not be sustainable because government may not have enough money to continue with that. But now it got reversed actually. So now you can't say anymore that, and Kerala's actually revenue generation also is better compared to many other states. So in other words, you see that different states actually have different trajectories, and we actually approach the problem with some kind of preconceived notion that either we become too micro in the sense that just looking at a particular group of people and giving them skills and I mean that's the standard approach. But I think that this micro approach may or may not succeed depending on this macro picture that I'm talking about, where this connection between universalization of school education and the job market, they're connected to some extent. Unless we do that connection, I don't think that there's any kind of skill-oriented kind of small micro program. I mean, for the time being, you can think of that, but it's not. The last point that I would like to, I should leave some time for discussion also. The last point I would like to say is this about the employment scenario. Okay, so I had some old this picture of this private schools enrollment from SL. I compared 2006 and 2018. I have not updated it. Look at Bihar and so West Bengal actually private is very little, the lowest, and Bihar is slightly more. So I think roughly 25% go to private schools in Bihar now, according to SR. And look at Uttar Pradesh, 58%. That's puzzling. I mean, why is it that in Uttar Pradesh, so high this percentage of students? But it's not just high today, it was high even in 2006. So for long actually, there are certain, so you see that, look at the trend. The basic trend remains the same. There is the states which had high private enrollment in 2006, they still have
high private enrollment in 2018. So basically the trend remains the same. Okay, now just one or two points about this employment. Isn't that if you look at the latest, periodic labor force surveys, PLFS, and also the earlier national sample survey rounds, you find this long trend in different kinds of workers, right? Self-employed, casual worker, and salaried. Of course, salaried, since 2004-5, the salaried has gone up a little bit, and casual has gone down a little bit. So that was something that for the earlier government and this government also, they celebrated this also. But look at the later part, the 17-18 PLFS part. You see that there is no further decline in casual and there is no further increase in salary. On the other hand, yes, this is all India. On the other hand, you have this self-employed that has gone up during this PLFS phase. So in other words, national sample survey by design collect information on those who worked, even as self-employed. So you see this overall increase, according to PLFS, in the past 5 years, almost entirely because of increase in self-employment. Not only that, if you look at male, female separately, you find that female workforce participation has increased, and which one is the most important category in this? Is the unpaid family work. So unpaid family work by women, that has actually pushed up the overall employment scenario. Unpaid family work by women. So that is how actually now people say that female labor force participation has increased. Now given this scenario of our macro scenario of our labor market, okay, then how do you make sense of this? That means most of them probably would end up in self-employment. Now self-employment, I'm not saying that self-employment is necessarily bad, but average real earnings by employment type. So look at the salaried, of course, the grey one is salaried, much above others, and look at the self-employed, it's much below that. Casual, almost close to casual. So self-employment the earning is actually close to casual workers. Not more than that. I mean, we have a very high earners among the self-employed, those who are professionals. But apart from that, the general self-employment trend is that it's a low earning, low return. So, in other words, ultimately, we have to accept the fact that whatever skill we provide, eventually many of them would remain in the self-employed market. Now the self-employed market, how we can make it further dynamic, I think that's the challenge. That means, instead of having this low-end kind of self-employment, how can you sort of have a kind of, instead of, self-employment is now like a kind of residual sector. Those who cannot join this, other, so they go for self-employment. Most of them are like that. But still, there is a scope for making it more dynamic, the self-employed sector. So I stop here. So just to conclude, my point is that the employability question actually cannot be addressed with micro-vision in our mind. Certain skill sets, if it is sewing machines for women, if it is like that, it cannot go very far unless we have some idea about what is happening in the employment scenario in the country as a whole and also in a state like Bihar. And in that context, how you make certain sectors a bit more dynamic than what we have now. So that's a challenge. But with that, we need a real quality school education. So school education with quality
that can take us far. Thank you very much.
I'll just, I like that slide of yours just before this one.
Okay.
One before that, yeah. No.
This one?
No. The one which state and private and public schools.
Oh, okay. This one.
Okay. All right. No, I just want to introduce myself. I represent Bihar Industry Association. So we are from the real picture of the skill gap. What can we do? And I have a few questions. Maybe everybody can answer or just. But we also run individually as I will. We also run a skill foundation. It's called Skill Foundation, and we've been doing it for 17 years. And we've been, like you said, education is important. So we do English and computer, and I believe it's in the middle between skill and actually school education. So 1 or 2, 3 observations, and then I'll have a few questions if anybody can answer. Here, it's interesting to see. Okay, we're talking about the school enrollment, private, public, and all. I mean, when we see Gujarat, okay,
yeah,
and or Tamil Nadu, the developed states.
Yes.
And okay, even Odisha for that matter has been growing pretty fast. And then you have Punjab and Haryana. So, I mean, coming from an industry perspective, okay, does the education in that perspective, okay, whatever you talk about, primary school or secondary, industry and education, how would you answer this kind of maybe a discrepancy or a thing? There's a developed state, that's Gujarat, right? Next to West Bengal. And there is Punjab and Haryana on the other spectrum, which is closer to Kerala. And there is, Maharashtra in the middle. So what do you observe from this? I mean, this
I did some work on this particular question, that I had a paper on this public-private mix in education. I mean, why do you see this kind of mix in different states? I mean, I don't have a clear answer to that. But the general pattern is that if people have more money, they go for private. It's a healthcare, it's education, more or less the same pattern. There is a kind of income effect. So this income effect, so more prosperous states are more likely to go for private education. Okay. But the puzzle is that, as you are saying, that even Odisha or Uttar Pradesh particularly, I mean Punjab is prosperous state, then they are willing to buy more education or quality education from private sources. But what about this these not so prosperous states, but they are also children are going to private schools. Now that remains possible. But the general pattern, if you plot it in terms of SDB per capita or even rural poverty figures, just plot, you'll find that more private, more prosperous. That's the general pattern. But even in that general pattern, you will find that some outliers here and there. So that you'll always find. Yeah.
We know that Gujarat is not so much into. I mean, earlier it was not so much into education. They built up the other capital, the real capital, not the human capital as the capital. They actually built up the real capital, and they gave more jobs and employment, and even in.
But they're going to government schools.
Yeah.
Most of the Gujarati children are going to government schools. I mean, because this is just the percentage going to private schools. So the rest actually are going to government schools in Gujarat.
60% out of all children
Yeah,
going to school.
yeah, all children who are going to school. So this is the private percentage. So private percentage in Gujarat is low, which means that most of them are going to government schools. So that's the puzzle. You see that you don't see the pattern that more prosperous states yeah. So in other words, this preference for government schools vis-a-vis private still needs explanation. Why people, I mean, in West Bengal I can give you some example. That is, like private tutoring, you get very low cost private tutor, like 300 rupees per month. But private schooling, if you have to run a private school, paying the teachers, all the teachers' salaries, then tuition fee would be, maybe 3,000 per month.
How many parents actually can afford to have that in rural West Bengal? So it's a kind of supply side issue. That is, supply of private schooling actually is less in West Bengal because of that. Then you might wonder, then they are paying for private tutor, but private tutor actually the cost is less. But the point is that just because they are even willing to pay for this very dubious quality private tuition, which means that the parents want the children to learn, go to school, go to tutor, they're going to tutor in the morning and then going to school, having midday meal.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, we face it in the skill foundation. We get kids from the lowest strata of society. They are workers, kids and maids and all that. Now, they go to government schools, okay? I'm just adding into yours.
Yeah.
And the teachers there insist that you come, I mean, they will not teach in school.
Yeah.
They will teach in the
Right.
coaching. So they have no other option but to go for that.
Sure.
Coaching. And it takes a bulk of their time in the day. So they come back from school at 4 o'clock, and then from 4 o'clock till 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, they're actually in coaching.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to read and write. Really, like you're saying,
yes,
they don't know how to read and write. If I give them you give them 3 statements, they will not be able to read. They will not be able to construct a correct sentence. And of course, as Bihar is, the English of course is much less. But yeah, that's it. The challenge here in Bihar is that they insist, the teachers, they have a parallel work happening saying that you have to come to my coaching. And it's not very much, the money isn't very much, so 300, 500 bucks or whatever it is there. Now my question is, I mean, to everybody for that matter, what can we do as a representative of BIA industry and the skill gap? How are we addressing it? And what can industry do about it? I mean, as a BIA, as an institution, or generally.
I'm sure that all of you have some opinion on that. But briefly, let me give you what I thought about it. There are certain foundations, like IIM-Bengaluru Foundation. They work in 6 states just on education. It's not parallel education. It's the government system, government education, government schools, and they have their own people appointed there. I mean, those who actually complete MA education from IIM-Bengaluru University, they can opt for that job, and they can go to any of these 6 states now, and they can work in the rural schools, and those schools are actually government schools. So government schools with some kind of private philanthropy, private support, probably they are doing better. I mean, I haven't seen rigorous evaluation of that, but they have a good system of monitoring and evaluation. Okay, so if we closely look at this evaluation, I'm sure that they are improving. So this is one way. That is, how actually foundations can work. I mean, instead of just starting a parallel non-formal school or some kind of coaching center free of cost, I think this is a much better way of of having more better results, because now you can work on the government school system at a time. Quite a few schools actually you can do that, so you can see the result. So this could be one. Maybe people may have some other idea.
No, this is the only one. Actually, you see, there are many people have given solutions. Just say Pratham. Why don't you talk of Pratham? Why don't you talk only IIM-Bengaluru? So they were running so many centers. Okay. Then let us talk of one is Mr. Pankaj Jain. Pankaj Jain, he runs Gyan Sala. He runs 50 centers here. So what is, they train their teachers, training of teachers. Okay. Here also this Pankaj Jain incidentally was a professor at IIM-Ahmedabad. Okay. You say there is better education in Gujarat, it is due to IIM-Ahmedabad. Okay. This Pankaj Jain was doing the training for all the school teachers here in Bihar
I
also.
say better education because I don't have data.
Quality of teachers is the most important.
Yeah.
Okay? So here
so
also
in Gujarat actually very high percentage, I think close to 75% children go to government schools.
So government
That's
schools, their teachers training was done properly. Mr. Pankaj Jain's Gyansala also did, and now even they are doing sometimes in also UP also they are training their teachers, and very good teachers training. They are known as teachers trainers. There are several teachers trainers. There are so many curriculum designers with them. But you see, these states they develop their own SIETs, State Institute of Educational Training, and then they say no, enough of Pankaj Jain, we will do it everything at SIET. So that is your mentality. Amrai korbo seta je chhe na government through this teachers training aspect is overlooked and then destroyed.
You're right. Yeah. No, I mean, what would be the right kind of intervention from outside of the government? That's the question that I think.
Yeah, that is
so,
what.
Here are a few examples, but the governments are not forthcoming in most cases. I mean, they.
Teachers training.
Yeah. I know in West Bengal, I mean, they don't want to let anyone, interfere with their job. so I think they're very reluctant to sort of get any sort of advice from anywhere. Yeah.
This cycle thing that we've been talking about from Bihar, we have been working in the village for the last 15 years in a village in Banka district, the end of the world, it's on the border of Bihar and Jharkhand. Can't get worse than that. So we're working there, and we've seen, we've been working with farmers. We have what you call agri-business center. We're working with maybe lakhs of farmers. We've been supplying to them, procuring from them. I've seen that the cycles that have gone to the families, I don't know how it's connected, you may tell me better, but is it that when they give the cycle, they have to enroll the girl or she has to continue to study or something like that? This cycle I saw in many families was used by the guys, the boys, okay? But the girls still went to school, okay? Yeah. And the way they have been going to school, or the spurt or the increase has been immense. I think, for one, cycle is an incentive, all right. But there is that, in the rural area, there is that need or they want, to go to school, which has not been fulfilled for so many generations. So there's the spurt, and they want to go to school, and they want to, learn and do new things. And even we were talking about caste, and I've seen, very marginalized communities and castes. We name them by the things in the society, and that itself is derogatory. So I work with those castes very close by. And the girls there are even more, they want to go and attend school. And they have been able to get employment because of this thing. There was one girl, she wanted to, do a nursing course after she had finished her high school. It's normally after college, but they wanted to do it. Things like this, and it was an eye-opener to see how these girls have been. Even in the foundation that we run here, we've got a branch there in the village. And there, the teacher who we tried to train, she was somebody who had been, her husband had left her or, abandoned. And then we got her teaching in the school. And then the husband, accepted her. He realized that, how well she's doing and whatever she's getting a salary, she could. So those kind of things are incentives enough. And probably that's and Bihar, as everybody would say here, is very, the education is very important because we are looking for the job market. Bihar has been always looking for the job market. First is for the government jobs, and now we have the IIM kind of private sector, IT and all that. So that's why probably Bihar is the way it is. They put a premium on education. Whereas when you look here at Gujarat, they don't put a premium on education. They put a premium on dhanda, right? And that creates employment. Unlike Bihar, which is trying to get employed, Gujarat is trying to create employment. Again, Maharashtra, which is somewhere in the middle.
This is gross enrollment ratio in higher education. Higher education. You look at Bihar. So West Bengal, Bihar, they're very close on a variety of indicators. You see, this is two of the. I mean, the fact is that 80% are not going for higher education, neither in Bihar nor in West Bengal. No. This is gross enrollment ratio, which means that the percentage of those in 18 to 23 years age.
They are not actually there studying.
So what percentage actually are going to college?
Either they are going out of Bihar to get employment in Punjab and Tamil Nadu and all, or
yeah, but what makes Tamil? I mean, Tamil Nadu it's 46, 44. Yeah, 46 now, close to 50. Now, if you say that in Tamil Nadu after going to college they get good jobs, it may not be so. I don't know whether it's income effect or not. To some extent, maybe it's income effect. They can afford to have higher education, or they can afford to not to go to labor market immediately after school. So 3 years, yeah, they spend 3 years in the college. So that could be. So it's puzzling. As I said that I have no explanation for this. Why the state to state the variation is so much.
These graphs are very interesting. They give you a very good idea about how the education and enrollment is happening with them.
Yeah, it's higher education. It's all India.
Maharashtra is very similar to Maharashtra is very similar to Bihar in their education kind of thing, because there are two Maharashtra. One is Bombay and one is the rest of Maharashtra, which is very much like Bihar. Some of it is even worse than Bihar. So that way they have different kind of. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah.
And I will. I've got very good feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One thing I just want to add. So one thing that we have experienced as an iSaksham working in community. So you were talking about the importance of science education. So I was just thinking about recalling my experience that children who have completed their high secondary schools without any teacher in school. Some of the school they haven't meet teachers, but they have completed their education. The choosing a stream like science, arts and all that is comes from the different source. ठीक है science कर लो, it's importance और वो बहुत smart students के लिए है, arts is different. तो वो एक context में है. What we are facing challenge in our community with our edu leaders, even they have completed their education, but they want to do something. They have some aspiration कि कुछ करते हैं जीवन में, but there is lack of opportunities here. Like in Bihar also कि करेंगे क्या, कर क्या सकते हैं, खास करके महिलाओं के लिए, लड़कियों के लिए. And even they have some opportunities, but lack of awareness या फिर direction कि करें क्या करने से क्या हो जाएगा. So yeah, just wanted to add here कि कैसे हम opportunities को देख सकते हैं या फिर हम ऐसे opportunities लड़कियों तक, युवाओं तक हम पहुंचा सकते हैं. That is very important for us अभी जिसमें हम लोग challenge face कर रहे हैं.
See, as I said that there is a mismatch between what the researchers find and what the parents' perceptions are, right? As I said, that example that I gave from Banerjee and the first book, that you see that the parents they are aware of the value of education, but this idea about this prospective job market and the opportunities, they may not have clear idea about it. They know that education is valuable for their children. They know that. So that's why they're desperate in spending money on bad quality tutors even. So bad quality tutors, and many of these parents, they are not educated. So the quality of tutor they can't choose. So they spend on bad quality tutors just in the expectation that they at least they complete school education. But even then they are failing. I mean, they are dropping out. So we did a survey where actually we surveyed even the dropout girls and boys, and almost 80% of the dropout boys and girls, those who dropped out in class 9 or 10, they had private tutor. So even with private tutor, you drop out of school. So that is happening. I mean, that's pathetic. I mean, parents end up spending money, but they can't complete school. So this is a real issue. So what you are saying is that, if they don't see opportunities, why should they continue? As I said, that researchers have found that for every additional year of education, on average you earn more, whatever you do. I mean, if you do your own business, if you are a high secondary pass, you can do much better compared to an illiterate, right? So that perception is not there in parents' mind, you see. Parents, they feel that unless you are graduate, you don't get government jobs, right? So what is the point in educating even beyond class 9 or class 8? I think this is the kind of mismatch that we see here.
You have education, then you can have mobility and migration also is an option. Education is always beneficial.
Yeah, sure. And migration with class 8 and migration with higher secondary, clear difference. There is a clear difference. You can negotiate better in the labor market. In a labor market in a different states, you have to negotiate. So with some education, you can negotiate in the labor market in a better way. I mean, Malayalis are going to the Gulf countries, and the workers from Odisha and West Bengal are going to Kerala. Why don't they straight away go to Dubai?
No, because they don't have those skills.
Exactly.
That they can go to Dubai.
Exactly. So the opportunities we have to look for in the larger context, that it's not just the state economy as such. I mean, well, some people would move out.
Maybe they don't also have the agencies based in Bihar, the name. So
But Bihar, I mean, migration takes place from Bihar. But again, I mean, to what extent it's a high human capital kind of migration that we have to look at.
I mean, that migration which was happening from rural to rural in Bihar earlier when we were 15 years ago when I was out of the country, out of the state, that I think has come down reasonably after the pandemic. So that migration isn't happening now, and there is much more employment in Bihar compared to earlier. I mean, the industry has grown quite a bit, and we see that there's a lot of employment.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Chakravarti, for this excellent talk. Yeah, it was extremely useful and a very important, points that to note when we are working in this space of applied research. Sometimes in order to be more rigorous, your viewpoint becomes very micro, but then it's also important to look at the macro picture and maybe fix some basic things that are possibly way much lower than what we even imagine when we are moving ahead. So thank you so much for bringing this perspective to this view, and I think you have set the stage correctly for our next session, where we are going to talk to some grassroots level organizations and the work that they do, and hopefully we'll be able to connect some research ideas out of that, which will be actionable and in fact impactful. The third floor, so I invite all of you for lunch. Thank you. And then we meet again. So it's 1:40. So we meet again after an hour by 2:40. From organizations that work at the grassroots level, we have two very interesting presentations. One is by IIM, and the other is by Jan Shikshan Sansthan, which is a center based out of ADRI. And IIM is also an organization that has wide grassroots level network, and they are doing very interesting work where they are basically working with young women who are daughters of Jivika Didis, and basically working on building up aspirations and giving them skills. leaders. So we would hear more from them. From Amar Pratap Singh, who is a program mentor at iSaksham. iSaksham works to build young women as leaders of change in Bihar. It uses education as a medium to build women leaders. Hence, we call the young women as edu leaders. Amar has completed his Masters in Education program from Azim Premji University. So, Amar, I would like to invite you to come and present your work.
My name is Mike Denai. Hello everyone, Sabhi ko namaste. My name is Aman. I am from Jamui, Bihar, and I am representing iSaksham here. So, what we do, like as an iSaksham, we are working on voice and choice for every woman. So, I have a short video. I just wanted to like show you the video first, then we'll talk about the work, what we do. Okay. It's working.
हमारे गांव में लोग लड़कियों की महत्वाकांक्षाओं को उतनी अहमियत नहीं दिया करते थे, पर अब धीरे धीरे गांव में एक बदलाव आ रहा है. For a society to be saksham, each and every young girl, especially from the marginalized communities, need to realize their true potential. इन एरियाज में काम करते हुए हमने देखा कि इन लड़कियों के पास एक अच्छा रोल मॉडल, एक सपोर्ट नेटवर्क और एक सोशल कैपिटल जिसको कहते हैं, उसकी बहुत बड़ी कमी है. Unfortunately, they don't have a say in their own lives. फिलहाल बिहार में ही लगभग 1 करोड़ ऐसी लड़कियां हैं जिनके पोटेंशियल टू कंट्रीब्यूट टू द सोशल इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट इज कंप्लीटली अनटैप्ड. हमारा मानना है that experiential leadership can be a very powerful tool to help these girls become social change agents. इसी सपने के साथ we started our first fellowship batch in 2017. We believe in a peer-led learning approach, and that's why we go to different districts of Bihar to train these edu leaders for them to work in their respective communities. These edu leaders go through a comprehensive 2-year fellowship program which focuses on their personal leadership, educational leadership, and community leadership. They demonstrate these leadership skills by working on education inclusion and life skills of children and adolescent girls. किस-किस को गोलगप्पे खाना पसंद है? iSaksham मुझे एडुलेटर बनने में कई तरह से मदद की है. जैसे पर्सनल में कैसे खुद में बदलाव ला सकते हैं, तो ये सब हमें बताया जाता है. और फिर एजुकेशन में बात करूँ, कैसे एक्टिविटी के माध्यम से बच्चों को जोड़ सकती हूँ. iSaksham का विजन भी है वॉइस एंड चॉइस फॉर एवरी वुमन. तो मैं भी चाहती हूँ कि उनकी वॉइस एंड चॉइस खुद की होनी चाहिए, ताकि वो एक डिसीजन ले सके, एक चूज कर सके, चाहे वो पढ़ाई को लेके हो, चाहे वो शादी को लेके हो, बिना डरे, बिना झिझक के अपने पेरेंट्स को हो या कहीं भी हो, वो अपनी वॉइस चॉइस रख सके. In the long term, we want to help these edu leaders pursue their aspirations, attain higher education, and become agents of change for their own communities. Our edu leaders have cracked competitive postgraduate examinations, they are placed in government jobs, and they are also working with different civil organizations to amplify their impact. Our alumni have collectivized into a peer-driven community called BIO to sustain their leadership skills and also to push social boundaries. We are really happy to be part of the Nudge Accelerator cohort, and it's amazing to be part of this extended family of like-minded people doing amazing job
तो एक्चुअली ये वीडियो थोड़ा कॉन्टेक्स्ट देने के लिए कि क्या हम क्या कर रहे हैं या क्या करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलूँगा तो मतलब अगर कुछ ऐसा इशू हो तो प्लीज़ बताइएगा। आई विल ट्राई टू मिक्स कि थोड़ा हिंदी इंग्लिश हो, लेकिन आई एम वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट, लाइक आई एम थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंट इन हिंदी, तो थोड़ा इसलिए ग्रेट। So as discussed earlier, we work with women, जो young women हैं उनके साथ हमारा काम है बेसिकली। जब हम अभी वीडियो में भी बात हो रही थी तो हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि ऐसे जब हम वुमेन की बात करते हैं, क्योंकि हम स्टार्टिंग से बहुत जब से हमने स्टार्ट किया है हम एम्पावरमेंट बात कर रहे हैं, मार्जिनलाइज्ड कम्युनिटी को उसके लेवरेज करने की बात कर रहे हैं, एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी में उनको लाने की बात कर रहे हैं। तो अगर हम बेसिकली डेटा भी देखेंगे तो मोस्टली ड्रॉप आउट का जो हायर एजुकेशन में ड्रॉप आउट है ऑलमोस्ट 80, क्योंकि हम NHF 5 का रेफरेंस भी सुबह में देख रहे थे, डेटा उसी का है मोस्टली। तो 88% फ्रॉम हायर एजुकेशन और 43% फोर्स इनटू अर्ली मैरिज। ड्रॉप आउट ऑफ लेबर फोर्स इज अराउंड 96%, और इसमें एक चीज़ इंक्लूडेड नहीं है, मोस्टली लगभग 40% ऐसे अगर हम डेटा देखें तो उसमें जो वुमेन है उनको अपने बहुत ऐसे डे टू डे लाइफ में जो डिसीजन मेकिंग का एक फीलिंग है कि वो डिसीजन ले सकती हैं, वो ऑलमोस्ट 40% है। अगर हम इंडिया की बात करें तो ऑलमोस्ट 56% के ऑलमोस्ट है। तो जो चैलेंज है जो हम फेस कर रहे हैं, जो यंग वुमेन का जो पोटेंशियल है वो अनटैप्ड है, and we are trying to just leverage those untapped potential. How we are doing this पूरा जो एलिमेंट है जिसमें हम यंग ह्यूमन का पार्टिसिपेशन लेबर फोर्स में, और हम देख रहे हैं कि जो अनटैप्ड पोटेंशियल है कैसे बाहर आ रहा है या क्या करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो वी रन अ 2-year फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम टू बिल्ड लीडर्स ऑफ चेंज थ्रू एजुकेशन मोस्टली। तो वो जो लीडर्स हैं जो हम यंग वुमेन की बात कर रहे हैं, हु आर दे, लाइक दे आर फ्रॉम द मार्जिनलाइज्ड कम्युनिटी एंड दे आर बिटवीन द एज ऑफ 18 to 13 के बीच का पूरा एज ग्रुप है। मोस्टली जो सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस है हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि उनका एक पूरा एक प्रोसेस जिसमें असेसमेंट, उनका इंटरव्यू और बेसिकली कम्युनिटी वेरिफिकेशन के साथ कम्युनिटी उसको ऑन करे, कम्युनिटी उनको मतलब एक तरह से उनको नॉमिनेट करे जिसमें वो आगे लीडर्स के रूप में सामने आ सकती हैं। सो इन ड्यूरिंग दिस फेलोशिप जर्नी वी वर्कड ऑन 5 C's ऑफ लीडरशिप डायमेंशन। फर्स्टली कॉन्फिडेंस। So in this fellowship program, like it's mostly focused on how we can build the confidence of our young women, because like अगर फील आना शुरू होता है कि हम कुछ कर सकते हैं, if they realize their potential, then they find out some way कि कुछ तो कर सकते हैं लाइफ में, कुछ मुझे भी, मेरे अंदर भी पोटेंशियल है। मैं बात करूं कि बहुत जो अर्ली चाइल्ड मैरिज में लड़कियां 4 साल 5 साल शादी को हो गए, और अगर इस फेलोशिप के प्रोग्राम से उनको जोड़ा जाता है या फिर उनके साथ जब हम जुड़ते हैं तो उनको लगता है कि नहीं, मैंने होप खो दिया था कि मैं भी कुछ कर सकती हूँ, दे हैव ग्रेजुएटेड 12th पास, लेकिन उन्हें कुछ अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिल रहा है। तो इस बहुत बार क्या होता है, वो पोटेंशियल रियलाइज होता है कि नहीं, मैं भी कुछ कर सकती थी, या मैंने अभी तक कुछ सोचा नहीं कि मैं भी कुछ कर सकती थी, तो अब चलो कुछ करते हैं वाला एक फीलिंग है। सेकेंड थिंग इज कॉम्पिटेंस। हम लोग सेकेंड प्रेजेंटेशन में बेसिकली देख रहे थे एजुकेशन का रोल एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी में। मोस्टली जो चैलेंज हम लोग भी फेस करते हैं कि हम कैसे लड़कियों को, यंग वुमेन को उनकी खुद की कॉम्पिटेंसीज डेवलपमेंट में हम मदद करें, जो रियल लाइफ एजुकेशनल चैलेंज तो उस पर बेस्ड हो। बेसिकली ये करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो अभी हो क्या रहा है, वी प्लेस देम इन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स एज एन कम्युनिटी एडु लीडर्स, दे सपोर्ट चिल्ड्रंस टू देयर लाइफ स्किल्स, और मोस्टली उसमें अभी एडोलेसेंट लड़कियों के साथ ये जो एडु लीडर्स हैं वो साथ में जुड़ रही हैं। अगर आप ऐसे देखेंगे तो एडु लीडर्स दे हैव एंगेज विद अराउंड 30 यंग लीडर्स, और उनके साथ उनकी काउंसलिंग, लाइफ स्किल्स और उनके करियर एस्पिरेशन पे उनको सपोर्ट करने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। तीसरा बेसिकली कनेक्शन पे बात हम लोग कर रहे हैं। तो कनेक्शन इन टर्म्स ऑफ विद देयर फैमिली, पियर्स, और अपने उनका जो पियर ग्रुप है, अपने फ्रेंड्स हैं, क्योंकि हमारा एक बिलीव भी है कि जब हम कनेक्शन की बात करते हैं तो उनको एक सपोर्ट फंक्शन, एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट की भी आवश्यकता होती है, जहाँ पर जहाँ पे उनको मदद करने वाला, उनके पोटेंशियल को थोड़ा सा मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, उसको एक मजबूती देने वाले लोग चाहिए, जो उनके बहुत नज़दीकी में फ्रेंड्स, फैमिली और ये सब है। तो वो कनेक्शन बिल्ड करने में मोस्टली ऐसे होता क्या है कि इसमें वी हैव अ प्रोसेस ऑफ बडी टॉक। सो एवरी मंथ every ADRI leaders has a buddy talk of 1 hour. So it's a kind of coaching conversation. But like they buddies used to do this conversation. उसमें so they made goal for their personal. तो जैसे हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग 3 लीडरशिप पिलर्स पे काम करते हैं, पर्सनल लीडरशिप, एजुकेशनल लीडरशिप और कम्युनिटी लीडरशिप। तो पर्सनल लीडरशिप में मोस्टली अपने आप को स्ट्रॉन्ग करना, अपने पोटेंशियल को एक्सप्लोर करना और उस पर काम करना। उसमें जो मैं बड़ी टॉक की प्रोसेस कर रहा था वो उस पे है मोस्टली कन्वर्सेशन में, वो अपने पोटेंशियल रियलाइज करते हैं। सो वी हैव अ प्रोसेस ऑफ बढ़ते कदम। सो एवरी मंथ दे हैव टू फील अ फॉर्मेट, लाइक इट्स अ लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट वेयर दे मेक अ गोल कि पर्सनल में क्या डेवलप करना है, एजुकेशनल कॉम्पिटेंसीज के लिए क्या डेवलप करना है। बिकॉज दे वर्क इन कम्युनिटी, तो कम्युनिटी में भी क्या उनको क्या ऐसी चीजें हैं जो उनको अगले महीने का गोल बनाना है। सो दे प्रिपेयर्ड गोल एंड दे वर्क ऑन दैट एंड एवरी मंथ द कम्युनिटी वाला एलिमेंट, द फोर्थ वन, तो कम्युनिटी में दे हैव अ बिल्ड अ लोकल कम्युनिटी। तो एक बड़े लार्जर ग्रुप में तो उनकी कम्युनिटी है ही, साथ ही साथ दे हैव अ पीयर कम्युनिटी, वी कॉल देम एज अ क्लस्टर। तो क्लस्टर में ऐसे 15-20 गांव से, अब ऐसे कल्पना भी कर सकते हैं हम लोग, 15 से 20 गांव की यंग लीडर एक साथ बैठ रही है पूरे गांव में। और इवन ऐसा भी होता है कि कम्युनिटी में लोग आ जा रहे हैं और बीच में लोग बैठी हुई हैं, 15-20 महिलाएं बैठी हुई हैं और सोच रही हैं, अपना शेयर कर रही हैं चैलेंजेस क्या हो रहा है, क्या उन्होंने किया, आगे मंथ का गोल क्या है। अपने आप में एक इंटरेस्टिंग होता है जब कम्युनिटी के भी लोग वहाँ खड़े होकर देख रहे होते हैं कि ये क्या होने लगा, मतलब लोग ऐसे बैठ के क्या देख रहे हैं। जनरली पीपल सी कि थोड़ा लड़के या फिर बड़े पुरुष लोग ऐसे बैठ के कुछ मीटिंग करते हैं, लेकिन पार्टिसिपेशन, वुमेन का पार्टिसिपेशन इस तरह से मीटिंग में या ओपन तरीके से इट्स वेरी मतलब वो सामने दिखने को मिलता है। तो वहाँ पे बेसिकली जो मैं क्लस्टर की बात कर रहा था, वो व्हाट दे डू मोस्टली, जो कलेक्टिव है उन एडल्ट लीडर्स का, तो उसमें मिलकर कुछ सोशल चैलेंजेस पे जो उनको लग रहा है कि जो पर्सपेक्टिव, जो वॉइस एंड चॉइस की बात करते हैं, तो वॉइस एंड चॉइस पर्सपेक्टिव से जो उनके कम्युनिटी में, लोकल कम्युनिटी में, तो मैं एग्जांपल के रूप में बोलूं कि उनको पता चला कि बहुत सारी ऐसी लड़कियां हैं जो ड्रॉप आउट कर गई हैं हायर एजुकेशन, या फिर उनके एजुकेशन रुक गया है, कुछ ऐसी लड़कियां उनको एक्सपीरियंस हुआ। सो दे प्रिपेयर्ड अ गोल कि ठीक है, हम सभी इन 15 गाँव में वी डू अ स्मॉल काइंड ऑफ सर्वे कि कौन कौन सी ऐसी लड़कियां हैं जो ड्रॉप कर रही हैं। अब ग्रुप में लोग जा रही हैं, जाके उनको मदद कर रही हैं, जहाँ पे उनका इनरोलमेंट में सपोर्ट करती हैं, उनको आगे पढ़ने में कैसे उनको मदद मिल सकता है उस पर उनको सपोर्ट करने की कोशिश करती हैं। तो बहुत अलग अलग चैलेंजेस हैं, जैसे इवन स्मॉल चीज की बहुत सारी ऐसी महिलाएं हैं जिनको सिग्नेचर करने में प्रॉब्लम होता है, सिग्नेचर नहीं आता है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर नहीं करना उनको एक डिमोटिवेट करता है और उनको अच्छा फील नहीं कराता है। तो क्या हम ऐसी महिलाओं को सिर्फ सिग्नेचर करना सिखा सकते हैं, दैट गिव देम कॉन्फिडेंस, एक थोड़ा सा मजबूती के साइन करती हूँ, टिप्पा नहीं लगाते हैं हम लोग, राइट। तो वैसी चीजें जो थोड़ा उनको लगता है कि महिलाओं के लिए उनके वॉइस एंड चॉइस को थोड़ा सा मजबूत करेगा, वैसे टॉपिक्स को चुनती हैं और उस पर काम करने की कोशिश करती हैं। लास्टली चॉइस, मोस्टली जो चॉइस की बात है तो हम बात बोलते हैं कि महिलाएं जिनके साथ हम खास करके काम करते हैं, उनके एक्सपीरियंसेस को अगर देखें तो उनके पास चॉइस का जो एलिमेंट है वो बहुत कम रहता है। चॉइस इन टर्म्स ऑफ सिलेक्शन ऑफ एजुकेशन, शादी में चॉइस, या फिर इवन बाहर कहीं जाने का चॉइस, उसमें बहुत कम चांसेस रहता है। तो इस पूरे जब हम प्रोसेस की बात करें, इस पूरे फेलोशिप की बात करें ड्यूरिंग दिस 2 years का फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम, इसमें हम चॉइस पे बहुत ज़्यादा काम करने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो जैसे हम बात करें तो अभी कुछ ही दिनों पहले, पिछले ही ईयर में अभी लगभग 15 से 16 लड़कियों का सिलेक्शन, हमारे एडुकेटर्स का सिलेक्शन पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट में हायर एजुकेशन के लिए बाहर हुआ। अब लोग IIM-Bengaluru यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल में, बेंगलोर में जाके प्लेस्ड हैं, वहाँ पर पढ़ रही हैं। तो उनके लिए भी इतना आसान नहीं होता है कि वो अब जो लड़की जिसको BA करने के लिए मनाही है, अगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाने के लिए मनाही है, अब भोपाल जाके या बेंगलोर जाके पढ़ने लगेंगी। वन ऑफ द केस की जहाँ पर एडल्ट लीडर्स के पेरेंट्स ने उनकी शादी तय कर दी और वहाँ पे कि अब शादी होने वाली है, ग्रेजुएशन हो गया, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट का कहाँ से ख्वाब देखने लगे भाई, ये सब होता नहीं है जनरली। तो लेकिन उन्होंने क्योंकि लड़कियों का चॉइस वाला जो हम एलिमेंट बोलते हैं, तो चॉइस इतना ज़्यादा मतलब उस पर था कि नहीं मुझे करना है तो करना है, शादी फिर बाद में हम देखेंगे। इवन शी हैज़ लाइक कंसल्टेड विद द DSP ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट, जहाँ उसने कहा कि नहीं मुझे जाना है पढ़ने के लिए, घर में रोक रहे हैं लोग जाने के लिए, पेरेंट्स से कंसल्ट करके उनको सामने लाके वो अभी मतलब वो अच्छी बात है कि भोपाल में भी फिर पढ़ रही है, अभी बैच में उसने एडमिशन लिया। इवन DSP है सेंड अपना गाड़ी की, ठीक है तुम जाओ स्टेशन जाके मिल के आओ। उस समय तो पेरेंट्स के साथ और ये सब का चैलेंज रहता है, लेकिन बाद में अभी बहुत नॉर्मलाइज है, लोग को भी लग रहा है कि ठीक है कुछ अच्छा कदम लिया उसने कुछ ऐसा करने की कोशिश की। तो मैं ये एग्जांपल इसलिए भी रख रहा था कि जो चॉइस प्रैक्टिस की बात कर रहे हैं हम लोग, इवन उसको बिल्ड करने में उनको सपोर्ट तो करते हैं, इवन खुद से अब जो रियलाइजेशन की बात होती है कि अपने पोटेंशियल रियलाइज करने के बाद हम खुद से एक स्टेप लेके कि नहीं मुझे करना है, और तब उस पर क्या क्या स्टेप्स ले सकते हैं जहाँ पे इनको मदद मिल सके, ये करने की कोशिश कर रही हैं लोग। ये हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा, मतलब ऐसे एक्सपीरियंस हमें और थोड़ा मोटिवेट करते हैं। एडू लीडर्स की बात करें तो एडू लीडर्स मोस्टली 30 ऐसे चिल्ड्रन, लगभग उतने ही 30 पेरेंट्स के साथ और लगभग 10 उनके पीयर्स के साथ। तो ये इसमें रहता है कि ड्यूरिंग दिस फेलोशिप ये उनका इन्फ्लुएंस जो साथ में वो रह रही हैं वहाँ पे है। मुझे लगता है कि ये जो फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम है ये उनको अपने कॉन्फिडेंस और बाकी चीज़ों में बूस्ट करने में बहुत मदद कर रहा है। ये फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम अभी जीविका के साथ मिलकर हम लोग CLCDC प्रोग्राम है, CLCDC जो करियर एंड लाइब्रेरी डेवलपमेंट, CLCDC सॉरी राकेश जी थोड़ा सा उसमें है ना, CLCDC में हम लोग 100 CLCDC केंद्र है जहाँ पर हम लोग मिलकर इस फेलोशिप के माध्यम से, क्योंकि जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि करियर से संबंधित चीजें आगे बढ़े, तो ऐसी लड़कियां जो CLCDC केंद्र है उसमें भी अपने बाकी लड़कियों को, बाकी पीयर्स को कैसे सपोर्ट करके वहां ला सकती हैं और उनके साथ मिलकर बात कर सकती हैं। हर महीने 2 दिन उनको साथ में ऐसे एक एक्टिविटीज है जिसमें सबको साथ में लेके बैठती हैं और अपने एस्पिरेशन वो क्या करना चाहती हैं, अपने स्ट्रॉन्ग्स वीकनेसेस पे थोड़ा डिस्कस करके अपने उस पर काम करने की कोशिश करती हैं। ये बेसिकली हम लोग क्या ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं एडू लीडर्स में, जहाँ हम हेजिटेट जो लड़कियां इस तरह से हेजिटेट करती थी वो अभी कैसे वो इंडिपेंडेंस डिसीजन मेकिंग स्टार्ट कर रही हैं। अर्ली मैरिज का जो उनका कॉन्सेप्ट था अपने पेरेंट्स से निगोशिएट करना स्टार्ट किया, जहाँ पे वो निगोशिएट कर रही हैं कि ठीक है अभी नहीं, हमको कम से कम फेलोशिप का टाइम दो, 2 साल हम कुछ करते हैं, एक बार ट्राई करके देखते हैं। वन ऑफ द एडू लीडर्स सेज कि नहीं हमको 1 साल समय दो घर में, मैं करके देखूंगी, अगर फिर भी नहीं होता है तो ठीक है तुमको जो मन में आएगा कर देना, वो मंजूर है, लेकिन मुझे 1 साल का समय तो चाहिए थोड़ा। एंड तो इस तरह से कुछ अपना निगोशिएशन स्टार्ट हो रहा है। कुछ हमारी एडू लीडर जैसे एक एडू लीडर्स हैं जिन्होंने अपना सरपंच में भागीदारी निभाया, वो एक सरपंच भी रही है अपने पंचायत की। तो ऐसे कुछ हम एक्सपीरियंसेस देख पा रहे हैं। और यहाँ पे हम जब बात करते हैं फैमिली सपोर्ट की, तो जैसे मैं वो भी बोलना चाहूँगा कि जो पीयर्स का, क्योंकि हम लोग बात कर रहे थे अभी कुछ देर पहले कि कम्युनिटी में रोल मॉडल्स की कमी होती है। मतलब अगर कहीं लड़कियों को कुछ होते हुए देखेंगे तो बाकी जैसी चीजें हैं कि हम भी करने का सोचते हैं। तो अभी मैं सिंपल अभी बोलूँ तो एक गांधी फेलोशिप में हमारे 9 एडू लीडर्स का सिलेक्शन हुआ पिछले ईयर्स में, बट ओनली 1 गर्ल्स हु हैज सेड कि ठीक है मैं जाऊंगी और पेरेंट्स से निगोशिएट करके जाना, क्योंकि उसमें बेसिकली दूसरे राज्य में जाके काम करना होता है। 8 एडू लीडर्स ने मना कर दिया उसी समय कि नहीं मुझे पेरेंट्स का सपोर्ट या पेरेंट्स का जिस तरीके से रहता है कि बाहर जाके काम कैसे कर सकते हैं, तो वो पोटेंशियल वहीं पे रुक गया। लेकिन अभी जब वो गई हैं लड़कियां, उसके बाद भी 2 लोग गए वहां पे। अब जब एक्सपीरियंस लोग भेजते हैं वहां से अपना अनुभव शेयर करते हैं, क्योंकि उनका व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है जहाँ पर लोग अपना अनुभव शेयर कर रहे हैं, तो वहां पे लोग दूसरे को देख के फिर उनको लगने लगता है कि नहीं मतलब ये तो मैं भी कर सकती थी, मैं भी जाके भेज सकती थी, तो अब उसमें एक होप क्रिएट होने की कोशिश होती है। तो वो कुछ मतलब लोग एड्रेस कर पाते हैं। बहुत अलग अलग क्षेत्र में लोग डेमोन्स्ट्रेट कर पा रहे हैं अपने स्किल्स को, जहाँ पर CSOs के साथ, गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ जुड़ना, कुछ कैंपेन करके सोशल इश्यूज पे काम करना। पेरेंट्स का पार्टिसिपेशन बात करें तो, क्योंकि हमारे एडू लीडर्स को हम गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के साथ भी टैग करते हैं, तो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में पेरेंट्स को स्कूल तक लाना, उनके थोड़ा सा उनके साथ मिलना। भी जैसे हम लोगों ने प्रैक्टिस स्टार्ट किया जहाँ हर वीक में 2 दिन पेरेंट्स के साथ जाके मिलना है उनको। तो मोस्टली कैसे पेरेंट्स का पार्टिसिपेशन एजुकेशन में बढ़ाया जा सकता है। हम लोग अभी लास्ट प्रेजेंटेशन में देख रहे थे कि क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन में हमें काम करने की आवश्यकता है कि लोग को मिले क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन। तो एडुलीडर्स को फैसिलिटेट करने की कोशिश करती हैं, जहाँ टीचर्स के साथ मिलकर लाइफ स्किल्स और बाकी चीज़ों में डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करें और टीचर के साथ कोलैबोरेटिव रूप से आगे बढ़ें और कम्युनिटी का जो पार्टिसिपेशन है एजुकेशन में बढ़ाया जा सके, ताकि उनको फैमिली सपोर्ट और बाकी और चीज़ों में उनको सपोर्ट किया जा सके। ये कुछ और चीज़ें हैं, मुझे थोड़ा टाइम का भी लग रहा है तो मैं थोड़ा ये करूँगा आगे। कुछ पेरेंट्स का परसेप्शन और जो टीचर्स का परसेप्शन है, इवन पीयर्स की जो मैं बात कर रहा था, कुछ ऐसे बेसिकली वो क्या उनको देख रही हैं, किस तरीके से वो अपने पीयर्स को होते देख रही हैं, पेरेंट्स का जो परसेप्शन चेंज हो रहा है। तो जनरली जो जहाँ पर वो हम पेरेंट्स ही डिमोटिवेट तो नहीं बोलूँगा, लेकिन हाँ जितना सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, जितना सपोर्ट मिल नहीं पा रहा था, मुझे लगता है कि वो उसमें थोड़ा चेंजेस आया है, जहाँ पर अब पेरेंट्स का सपोर्ट धीरे धीरे वो जो ट्रस्ट है होता हुआ कुछ दिख रहा है, कुछ अच्छा कर रहे हैं, कुछ करने की कोशिश हो रही है, वहाँ सपोर्ट उनको मिलना स्टार्ट हुआ है। एडुलीडर्स अभी लास्ट में एक बात हो रहा था, पटना में अभी विजिट के लिए आना था, एडुलीडर्स का जिस तरह से रिएक्शन भी होता है ना, कि एक बार एक इवेंट में आई, उसने बहुत अच्छा स्पीच दिया, बहुत अच्छे से लोग बोले, अपने एक्सपीरियंस को सामने रखे, घर में बहुत खुश होके गई और अपने पेरेंट्स को दिखाई वीडियो, देखो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस शेयरिंग है, फिर मैंने इस सब पे बोला है। तो अब उसका पेरेंट्स का रिएक्शन क्या रहे, यार तुम झूठ मूठ का क्या ये सब करते रहते हो, तुम कहाँ दिमाग सब में लगाते रहते हो, सब ज़्यादा फोकस। ऐसी बातें जब हम दोबारा आने की बात कर रहे थे तो उसको खुद में डिमोटिवेटेड फील होता है कि देखो भैया हम इतना करने, इतना अच्छा बोले, इतना अच्छा कोई मतलब सपोर्ट करने वाला, मोटिवेट करने में थोड़ा सा चैलेंज होता है। तो ऐसी चीज़ों में हम देख रहे हैं कि कहाँ हम कैसे पेरेंट्स का, तो अभी जैसे कल ही अभी पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हम लोग एडुलीडर्स के पेरेंट्स का मीटिंग कर रहे हैं पूरा। तो अब जैसे उसमें है कि हम बैठ के ये बात करना कि एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या है, आपका एक्सपेक्टेशन, ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल एक्सपेक्टेशन, एडुलीडर्स का एक्सपेक्टेशन कैसे है। तो ये थ्रू रेगुलर कम्युनिकेशन कन्वर्सेशन हम कैसे इसको हम थोड़ा बिल्ड कर सकते हैं, उस पर काम होने की कोशिश हो रही है, कर रहे हैं। तो मैंने जैसे बताया कि फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम के बाद एडुलीडर्स जनरली क्या कर रही हैं या करने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। तो जैसे मोस्टली तो हमने पहला देखा कि हम लोग बेसिकली एस्पिरेशन पे काम करते हैं, तो एडुलीडर्स चाहती क्या है करना उनके लिए। तो एक पूरा एक प्रोसेस है जिसमें हम लोग ये कोशिश करते हैं जानने का कि एडुलीडर्स जो हैं वो करना क्या चाहती हैं, बेसिकली थ्रू सर्वे, डायलॉग, डिस्कशन, जो बॉडीज उनके साथ कनेक्टेड हैं वो समझने का प्रयास करती हैं। तो मोस्टली अभी जो मैं बता भी रहा था कि अजीम प्रेमजी यूनिवर्सिटी में हायर एजुकेशन के लिए लोग गए हुए हैं, डिप्लोमा इन एजुकेशन में लोग एडमिशन ले रहे हैं, जहाँ पर अपना खुद जो एस्पिरेशन होता है कि हम टीचर बने, उसके लिए कुछ अपना एडमिशन और बाकी चीज़ों में देख रहे हैं। हम कुछ अलग अलग CSOs के साथ, गवर्नमेंट के साथ अपना पार्टनरशिप या उनके साथ कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जहाँ पर जैसे एडुकेट गर्ल्स, लीप फॉरवर्ड, फ्रीडम एम्प्लॉयमेंट एकेडमी, अनइनहिबिटेड, ये ऐसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं जो इन एडुलीडर्स को आई थिंक जो ये करना चाहती हैं। तो जैसे मैं पहले भी बता रहा था कि जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं वो बहुत कम दिखती हैं आसपास अगर होने का। हम इवन एडुलीडर्स का पूरा ट्रेनिंग, उनको प्रिपेयर करने पे पूरा मेहनत लगा दें, वो अभी मेरे पास ट्रेन एजुकेटेड एडुलीडर्स हैं। अब बात है कि अब वो करेंगी क्या, अब सब कुछ तो है, ट्रेन तो हो गए हैं, उनको थोड़ा समझ है कि अब क्या कर लेंगे, लेकिन क्या उनके आसपास में कुछ पोटेंशियल है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज है जहाँ वो काम कर सकती हैं। हम लोगों ने 15 एडुलीडर्स से 2015-16 में स्टार्ट किया था, जहाँ पे फर्स्ट बैच में 15 एडुलीडर्स थे। राइट नाउ वी हैव अराउंड 8800 प्लस एडुलीडर्स का नेटवर्क, 800 से ज़्यादा एडुलीडर्स का नेटवर्क है। नंबर्स जैसे बढ़ रहा है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज पर्सपेक्टिव से भी हम कैसे इनके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज ला सकते हैं या इनको कहाँ इनके एस्पिरेशन में आगे भेज सकते हैं, ये हमारे लिए भी एक क्वेश्चन है और हम हमेशा उसके लिए लुक फॉरवर्ड करते रहते हैं। कम्युनिटी लेवल पर उनका जो नेटवर्किंग है, वो नेटवर्क पे लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो अलग अलग आप देखेंगे तो PRI, SMC, SHG के साथ उनका अपना एक कम्युनिटी बिल्ड करने का या फिर उसको खुद पे काम करने के लिए लोग काम कर रहे हैं। राइट, तो मोस्टली जो मॉडल जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं कि ये जो हो रहा है कम्युनिटी में, जो करने की कोशिश है, उसमें मोस्टली हम एलुमनाई कम्युनिटी का एक नेटवर्क बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पर ये फेलोशिप के बाद जो लड़कियाँ हैं वो साथ में मिलकर सोचें कि उनको क्या करने की ज़रूरत है, कहाँ हम अपने लिए। तो हमने अभी जैसे एडुलीडर्स का ही कलेक्टिव का ग्रुप बनाया, जिसको हम वयम के नाम से भी बोलते हैं। 30 को ही उसका पूरा एक एनुअल मीट जैसा है, लोग जहाँ एलुमनाई सब लोग मिलेंगे, बैठ के सोचेंगे कि अपने अपने जीवन में लोग क्या कर रहे हैं और करने की ज़रूरत है। जो एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट भी कर रहे हैं। तो दूसरा लोकल नेटवर्क जो उनका कम्युनिटी में जिस तरीके से पेरेंट्स के साथ, टीचर्स के साथ, कम्युनिटी के साथ जो अपना एक नेटवर्किंग उन्होंने बनाया है, जो एक ट्रस्ट बनाया है, जहाँ बच्चे जाते हैं तो बोलती हैं एडुअल लीडर्स को, पेरेंट्स की, आप कल स्कूल गए नहीं थे तो बच्चा जाने नहीं चाह रहा था स्कूल की, दीदी आई नहीं है तो फिर हम जाएं कैसे। तो वो एक ट्रस्ट जो बिल्ड हो रहा है कि नहीं, थोड़ा हमको सपोर्ट करती है, एक अच्छा माहौल मिल रहा है, और वो करने की कोशिश हो रही है। थोड़ा डिजिटल टीचिंग कंटेंट जो हम लोग अपने कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पर जैसे आप YouTube पे भी एक वीडियो देख रहे हैं तो मल्टीपल YouTube पे कंटेंट डालने की कोशिश हो रही है अलग अलग टॉपिक्स को लेके, चाहे वो कोचिंग कन्वर्सेशन और बाकी चीज़ों का है। और जो हम फेलोशिप में जो चीज़ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो भी हम अपना एक प्लेटफॉर्म LMS पे डेवलप डालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पर बाकी लोग भी, बाकी यूथ्स भी, बाकी भी जो इस तरह की जो कंटेंट एक्सेस करके लोग पढ़ सकें, वहाँ पढ़ के भी समझ सकते हैं। इवन दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, कोई और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसको लगता है कि इस तरह के लोकल, इस तरह के लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट पे हम काम कर सकते हैं, वो उस कंटेंट का सपोर्ट लेके आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश कर रही है। गवर्नमेंट के साथ पार्टनरशिप, जिसमें जो हम स्कूल की बात करते हैं, स्कूल के साथ मिलकर हम कैसे एक क्वालिटी एजुकेशन पर मिलकर काम कर सकें। और बेसिकली कुछ ऐसे चैलेंजेस, क्योंकि हम लोग कम्युनिटी में काम कर रहे हैं तो लड़कियां ही कैसे कुछ समझ के अपना चैलेंजेस और बाकी चीज़ों को देख सकें। ये बेसिकली एक जर्नी है जो 2017 से 2015 तक कैसे हम लोग देख रहे हैं। तो अभी मोस्टली हम लोग 10 ब्लॉक्स में 5 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में काम कर रहे हैं। जैसे मैंने बताया कि लगभग अभी 25 में 1000 एडुअल लीडर्स तक पहुंचने का है, 800 तक हम लोग पहुंच गए हैं। और ये जो 800 एडुअल लीडर्स हैं वो ऑलमोस्ट 25,000 अपने पीयर्स या फिर बच्चों के साथ, लड़कियों के साथ इंगेज हैं, उनके साथ कंसल्ट हैं और रेगुलर उनके साथ टच में रहती हैं। ये बेसिकली हम 2030 तक कैसे 10,000 एडुअल लीडर्स तक पहुंच सकें। ये हमारी टीम है। मैं बस स्कीम थ्रू करता हूँ, फिर हम लोग एक ऐसी बातचीत कर सकते हैं जिसमें हमारे पार्टनर्स, हमारे डोनर्स, ओके। तो इसमें मोस्टली जहाँ पे मैं वही बात कर रहा था कि हम लोग जो रेगुलर कन्वर्सेशन में या बातचीत में ये देखने की कोशिश करते हैं कि हम कैसे तो अकेले से ज़्यादा हम कैसे एक कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच ले सकते हैं, जहाँ पर हम बाकी लोगों के साथ, बाकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, इंडिविजुअल्स, ऐसे एक पुल क्रिएट किया जा सके, एक कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच लिया जा सके, जहाँ हम ऐसे यंग वुमेन लीडर्स को जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ देने की बात कर रहे हैं, जो इस तरह के जो अनटैप्ड पोटेंशियल हैं उसको हम कैसे उनको एक दिशा दे सकते हैं, उनको कैसे सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए हमेशा देखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैं पूरे आदरी टीम को दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा फॉर द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू टॉक अबाउट आवर वर्क। और मैं यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी लोगों से मैं ये भी एक देखने की कोशिश, क्योंकि मैं वही सुबह से भी समझने की कोशिश कर रहा था कि बाकी जगह कैसे क्या हो रहा है, तो हम कैसे एक कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच ले सकते हैं, जहाँ मैं अभी जो मैं बात कर रहा था कि कैसे हम कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच ले सकते हैं, मिल के कुछ कर सकते हैं, जहाँ पर ऐसे जो लड़कियाँ हैं उनको हम सपोर्ट कर पाएँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच। मैं कुछ भी और हो तो बात करना चाहूँगा।
Questions? One, educators during the internship, are they paid? Sorry.
Yeah.
They're paid?
Yeah, they are paid. So we provide them like a minimum stipend. So it's around 3,000 stipend for the month. So completely 12 month का fellowship.
And और जब वो graduate करते हैं fellowship से, तो usually क्या करते हैं उसके बाद?
मैं वही बताने की कोशिश कर रहा था। तो 2 साल के ग्रेजुएशन के बाद तो पहला तो हम लोग का फोकस रहता है कि अपने करियर में जो उनका एजुकेशन है, तो हमारा क्योंकि पूरा मॉडल ही एजुकेशन बेस्ड पे है, तो हमारी कोशिश होती है कि वो एजुकेशन करे। तो जैसे ग्रेजुएशन किया है उन्होंने अपना पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन और बाकी अपना कोर्स कंप्लीट करे। लेकिन क्योंकि सबको अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ भी चाहिए जीवन में, तो बहुत सारी ऐसी लड़कियां जो बोलती हैं कि हमने ग्रेजुएशन कर लिया, या कुछ ऐसी लड़कियां भी बोलती हैं जो मास्टर्स कर लिया, दे नीड अपॉर्चुनिटी कि मुझे जॉब मिले, मैं कुछ करना चाहती हूँ और उसी में अपने करियर को आगे बढ़ाएं। कुछ फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम है जहाँ पर हम उनको उनसे टैग करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जहाँ पे लड़कियाँ उसको इसमें जाती हैं और उसके बाद वहाँ से कुछ जंप लेने की कोशिश करती हैं। तो मैं वही बता रहा था कि एडुअल लीडर्स का जो एलुमनाई नेटवर्क है तो हम लोगों के लिए भी वो क्वेश्चन रहता है हमेशा कि हम उनके लिए क्या बाकी पोटेंशियल दे रहे हैं। तो हमारे कुछ एडू लीडर्स हैं जो जॉब कर रहे हैं अलग अलग, जैसे मैंने LFW का नाम लिया। LFW यहाँ काम नहीं करती है, लेकिन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ पार्टनरशिप में दे हैव बिल्ड अ टेली कम्युनिकेशन का एक उनका कंपटीशन चलता है टीचर्स के साथ। तो उनका एक पूरा ऐसा सेटअप बनाया हुआ है जहाँ पे वो टीचर्स के साथ बात करती हैं, कन्वर्सेशन करती हैं, कैसे कन्वर्सेशन करते हैं। तो इस तरह के अपॉर्चुनिटीज में उनको लाने की कोशिश है।
सबको नमस्कार, मैं राकेश हूँ और मैं जीविका में बतौर यंग प्रोफेशनल काम करता हूँ। तो जो एडू लीडर फेलोशिप जो है एक 2 साल का फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम है, बेसिकली जो है आई सक्षम जो है जीविका के साथ 2019 से इस प्रोग्राम को हम लोग टेस्ट कर रहे हैं, मॉडल कर रहे हैं और अभी काइंड ऑफ हम लोग ये स्केलेबल वाले सॉल्यूशन तक पहुँचे हैं। थोड़ा सा बस एड ऑन मैं करता हूँ जो इसमें पार्ट था कि जो जीविका है, आप लोग जान रहे होंगे कि जो 3-tier स्ट्रक्चर में जो है बिहार के लगभग सभी गांवों में जो है 1 करोड़ से अधिक महिलाओं को जो है 10 लाख से अधिक SHG और 70,000 से अधिक ग्राम संगठनों और 1600 से अधिक क्लस्टर लेवल फेडरेशन में जो है उनको हम लोगों ने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। जीविका तो बाय लार्ज लाइवलीहुड फोकस प्रोग्राम है, बट 2016 में जो है एक डिसीजन हुआ कि एजुकेशन जो है उसका पार्ट एंड पार्सल जो है वो होना है। तो उसके बाद हम लोगों ने एजुकेशन पे जो है काम करना शुरू किया और प्रथम के साथ हम लोगों ने मदर्स को जो है अवेयर करने के लिए काम किया, आई सक्षम, फिर आई के एडोलसेंट यूथ को कैसे हम लोग एम्पावर करेंगे कि जो जीविका दीदियाँ जो है वो जो बैठ के होती है SHG-VOCL है ना, उसमें निकल के आ रही थी कि भैया हमारे लिए तो जो हो रहा है सो हो ही रहा है, लेकिन हमको हमारे बच्चों की बड़ी चिंता रहती है, उनका अगर कुछ हो जाता, उनके लिए अगर जीविका कुछ करे तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। तो वो पूरा जर्नी जो है आज जो है जिस जंक्चर पे हम लोग आ चुके हैं उसको हम लोग जो है अभी केंद्रित करने के लिए, सेंट्रलाइज करने के लिए जो चैनल है हमारा डिलीवरी चैनल है वो है कम्युनिटी लाइब्रेरी एंड करियर डेवलपमेंट सेंटर। तो ये CLCDC जो है अभी बिहार में 32 जिले के 100 प्रखंडों में जो है अभी संचालित हो रहा है, जिसको जो है जो दीदियों का क्लस्टर लेवल फेडरेशन है उनके द्वारा ही ओन ऑपरेट मैनेज किया जाता है। उसको डे टू डे ऑपरेशन के लिए जो है एक विद्या दीदी होती है जो SHG मेंबर ही होती है, वो उनको सुबह 9:30 से 5 बजे तक मतलब सप्ताह के 7 दिन करती है। डेली यहाँ पे जो है लगभग जो है 50 से 60 हर लाइब्रेरी पे जो है बच्चे आते हैं। ये ज़्यादातर जीविका दीदियों के ही बच्चे होते हैं और इसमें जो 60% से अधिक जो अभी फुटफॉल है वो लड़कियों का है। इसके पीछे CLCDC के पीछे का जो आइडिया है वो ये था कि जो एडोलसेंट और यूथ के इन अराउंड अगर डेटा आप देखें तो बिहार का जो अगर आप EAB का लास्ट ईयर का आप डेटा देखें तो हम लोग के यहाँ पे जो हायर एजुकेशन का GR है, 12वीं के बाद का जो GR है वो मात्र 17%, लड़कियों के लिए 16% है। उससे थोड़ा सा पहले हम लोग आए तो क्लास 10 टू जो है 11th में जो सेकेंडरी से सीनियर सेकेंडरी में जो ट्रांजिशन रेट है हमारा वो मात्र 56%, 55% है, मतलब 45% जो है बच्चे कहीं खो जाते हैं। उसके पहले भी हम लोग जाएं कि चल अभी तो काफ़ी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एक्सपेंशन के बाद भी जो है स्कूल के एक्सपेंशन के बाद भी जो मिडिल स्कूल से जो है हाई स्कूल का जो ट्रांजिशन रेट हमारा है वो 76% का है, लड़कियों के लिए 75, मतलब 1 क्वार्टर जो है लड़कियां वहीं से पहले वो जो है मतलब उनका जो है सफ़र ख़त्म हो जाता है। इसके अलावा हम उसको अलाइन करें जो हमारा चाइल्ड मैनेज का डेटा है, अभी एक C3 नाम की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने अभी सर्वे किया था, इसमें 20 से 24 साल की महिलाओं से, SHG की महिलाओं से उन्होंने पूछा कि दीदी आपकी शादी कब हुई थी, तो उसमें से 40% जो है महिलाओं ने रिपोर्ट किया कि हमारी शादी जो है 18 साल से पहले हो गई। तो मतलब ये बहुत ही अलार्मिंग जो है हम लोगों के लिए था कि इस तरह की चीज़ें जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन भी है कि अगर वो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो है कोहर्ट ऑफ जीविका जो है वो भी अगर उनका डेमोग्राफिक प्रोफाइल जो है वही रहा तो फिर तो मतलब जो हमारा पूरा डेवलपमेंट का जो इतना सारा वो है वो कहीं ना कहीं से डिफीट हो जाएगा पर्पस। तो पैरेलली हम लोग चाह रहे हैं कि जीविका जो है जिस तरह से महिलाओं को हम लोगों ने इन 3-tier स्ट्रक्चर में ऑर्गेनाइज करके उनको जो है उस पर तरह तरह का जो है लाइवलीहुड का, एजुकेशन का, स्किलिंग का लेयरिंग किया, ये अब टाइम है बिहार में कि हम जो एडोलसेंट एंड यूथ जो पॉपुलेशन है, जो बिहार का लगभग क्वार्टर पॉपुलेशन जो है उसका है, तो उनको हम कैच करें। एडू लीडर इसमें जो है कैसे इंटरप्ले करती है, तो जो ये लाइब्रेरी है, तो लाइब्रेरी एक क्लस्टर में मतलब 4 से 5 पंचायत और 20 से 25 गांव होती है। तो हम लोगों ने क्या किया कि एक एक लड़कियों जो 12वीं पास हो, SC/ST के केस में 10वीं पास हो, वो उनको चुना और उनको जो है हम लोगों ने जो इन करियर डेवलपमेंट सेंटर के जो सर्विसेज हैं उससे हम लोगों ने उनको इनेबल किया। जो ये करियर डेवलपमेंट सेंटर है, बेसिक फैसिलिटी जो प्रोवाइड करता है वो लाइब्रेरी सर्विसेज हैं, जिसमें वहाँ पे जो है आपके जो किताबें हैं, आपको मतलब ITI की तैयारी से लेके IT तक की तैयारी और सिपाही की तैयारी से लेके UPSC की तैयारी, NCERT, वो सारा रिसोर्स है वहाँ पे अवेलेबल है। लैंडिंग सर्विसेज से बच्चे घर भी लेके जा सकते हैं। डिजिटल वाले पार्ट में हाई स्पीड इंटरनेट है, टैबलेट बैंक है, लैपटॉप्स है। तो इनको जो है अगर वहाँ से जो है अगर हम लोग शुरू एस्पिरेशन बिल्डिंग से अगर करें कि कौन कौन से एंट्रेंस एग्जाम जो है वो आ रहे हैं हमारे 10वीं के जो है उसके बारे में उनको सूचना देनी हो, या उससे पहले भी जो करियर काउंसलिंग जो एक बड़ा मेजर मिसिंग पार्ट है कि गांव में जो बच्चे हैं उनको 10वीं के बाद क्या करना है, 12वीं के बाद करना है, इसको लेके बहुत ही कोई उस तरह का थॉरो जो है किसी भी सिस्टम में वो इंटीग्रेशन करियर काउंसलिंग का है नहीं। तो जो एक ट्रेडिशनल मेथड होता है उसके थ्रू, तो इन लाइब्रेरी के माध्यम से हम लोग क्या करते हैं, जो करियर चार्ट वहाँ हम लोगों ने लगाया है, इसमें 10वीं के बाद जो है हम एक एक दीदियों के बच्चों को जो है वो उनको जो है 10वीं पास जितने बच्चे हैं उनको हम लोग जो है 10वीं के बाद वो उनको बताते हैं कि आप ITI भी कर सकते हैं, आप पॉलिटेक्निक कर सकते हैं, पैरा मेडिकल कर सकते हैं, आप 12वीं किए हैं तो आप CUT जैसे एंट्रेंस देख के आप जो है सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी जा सकते हैं, आप प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेज में जो है IHM जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट में होटल मैनेजमेंट में जाने के लिए अलग अलग जो एंट्रेंस एग्जाम है, और जिसका परिणाम जो निकला है वो पिछले एक ही साल, ये इंटरवेंशन लास्ट ईयर शुरू हुआ था, तो इस साल CUT में जो है जो सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में अंडर ग्रेजुएट में 650 बच्चों ने जो है फॉर्म भरा, जिसमें से 28 लोग आज के डेट में सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में हैं, जिसमें से दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में एक ही गांव की 3 लड़कियां, तीनों दोस्त जो है गोपालगंज का हथुआ जो है एक लाइब्रेरी है वहाँ मिरांडा हाउस में गई, एक लड़की दौलत राम में गई, इस तरह से BHU अलग अलग। तो ये वो लड़कियां हैं, वो बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने DU BHU जैसे जगह का नाम ही नहीं सुना है। इनको हम लोगों ने किसी तरह पुश करके फॉर्म भरवाया, तैयारी के लिए जो मटेरियल चाहिए था वो दिलवाया, ऑनलाइन कुछ डिजिटल मटेरियल उनको प्रोवाइड किया, और अपने बदौलत सेल्फ स्टडी के बदौलत उन्होंने क्रैक किया और उस तरह से देखा। सेम इसी तरह से जो है BSc नर्सिंग, पारा मेडिकल, इस तरह के कोर्सेज में, होटल मैनेजमेंट के कोर्सेज में, पॉलिटेक्निक के कोर्सेज में हम लोगों ने मोबिलाइज किया। और इसी तरह से PG प्रोग्राम में हम लोगों ने मैट के लिए, कैट के प्रिपरेशन के लिए किया। तो अभी DMI डेवलपमेंट मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट में इन्हीं लाइब्रेरी से निकल के हमारे दीदियों के 6 बच्चे जो है वहाँ पे अभी MBA कर रहे हैं। वो कौन से बच्चे हैं जिनसे पहले आप मिलते तो पूछते कि बाबू क्या कर रहे हो, तो कहते कंपटीशन की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, सिपाही दरोगा, इस तरह से। तो वो एस्पिरेशन को हम लोगों ने शिफ्ट किया कि आप जो है ठीक है जो करना है वो करो, पर ये मैट का एग्जाम दे दो, आपको जो सपोर्ट रिक्वायर्ड है हम लोग करते हैं। और उनको 6 लाख के सारे 6 बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप भी मिला। तो आज के डेट में वो अभी पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट होंगे, 50 से 60 हज़ार की जो है मतलब उनकी महीना की सैलरी होगी, 6 हज़ार का एनुअल इनकम है। जो बच्चे पॉलिटेक्निक में जा रहे हैं, जैसे जो MSME का टूल रूम का है, वहाँ हमारे 25 बच्चे गए हैं। तो अभी सोच इसके पीछे ये है कि जो ये 3 साल के बाद 15-16 साल हमारी दीदियों का बच्चा अगर 3 साल में पॉलिटेक्निक करके 18-19 की उम्र में 25 से जो है 30 हज़ार का इनकम करता है, जो जनरेशनल पॉवर्टी है, बिहार का अपना एक दंश भी है ना, कि जो हमारा डेमोग्राफी है यहाँ का देखें कि जो लैंडलेसनेस की समस्या है, जो बाकी डिप्राइवेशन है, जो शहर और गांव के बीच का दायरा है, कि आपको कुछ भी करना है पढ़ाई में भी तो शहर जाना होगा। और शहर जाने का मतलब है कि आपको रहने का, खाने का, कोचिंग का सब खर्चा मिला के 8-10 हज़ार लगेगा। पटना, भागलपुर, दिल्ली, बनारस कहीं भी जाइए तो वो कितने लोग अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं। लड़कियों के केस में तो ये हो रहा है कि जो अफोर्ड भी कर सकते हैं वो उनको भेजना नहीं चाहते, वो हेजिटेंसी है। तो ये एडू लीडर प्रोग्राम आया कि हम लोगों ने लाइब्रेरी, और ये तो लाइब्रेरी अभी 4 लाइब्रेरी में हम लोगों ने इसको जो है शुरू किया। इसमें बेसिकली ये लड़कियां, इनको हम लोग अलग जो एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी स्किल है, आप सॉफ्ट स्किल की बात करें, लाइफ स्किल की बात करें, अलग अलग जो टेक्निकल स्किल है, डिजिटल लिटरेसी है, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी है, इस तरह के मॉड्यूल पे जो है हम लोग उनको ट्रेन कर रहे हैं। और वो फिर जाके अपने गाँव के ऐसे 25 से 30 लोगों की एडोलसेंट ग्रुप बना रही है। जैसे जीविका दीदियों का ग्रुप बना, उस तरह से वो अपना ग्रुप बना रही है, आपस में डिस्कशन कर रही है। क्या डिस्कशन कर रही है? तो ये स्किल को ट्रांसफर कर रही है। दूसरा जो है वो अलग अलग अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि फॉर्म ये आया है, चलो तुम 10वीं पढ़ रहे हो, तुम ये फॉर्म भर दो, 12वीं में हो तुम ये फॉर्म भर दो। तो वो कॉन्फिडेंस भी देना, वो सूचना भी देना। तो ये जो है ओवरऑल अभी हम लोग 4 से जो है, जो अभी नया हम लोग का MOU हुआ है, तो ये 100 लाइब्रेरी जो है हमारी, वहाँ पे हम जो है इसको 2500 तक लेने का हमारा प्लान हो गया है कि हर एक लाइब्रेरी पे 2500 लोग रहेंगे और लगभग जो है उतने ही जो है 30 लोग को भी अगर ये जोड़ती है तो लगभग हम लोग 7.5 लाख बच्चियों तक पहुँचेंगे और उनके थ्रू जो है नेक्स्ट जनरेशन। और ये लाइब्रेरी का भी स्केल का जो प्लान है अभी हम लोग डिस्कशन में है NRLM के साथ और पंचायती राज के साथ भी। तो NRLM हम लोग को 400 लाइब्रेरी और सैंक्शन कर रहा है, तो इस एडू लीडर फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम को हम इन 400 लाइब्रेरी में भी ले जाएंगे। पंचायती राज से हमारी बात चल रही है, तो अगर वो अभी पंचायती राज को लाइब्रेरी बनानी है 15वीं अष्टम वित्त आयोग से, तो वो जीविका को जो है वो चाहते हैं कि आप लाइब्रेरी हम बना देते हैं, जो चलाने का काम जो है जीविका करे। तो इस तरह से हमारे 8000 पंचायतों में इस प्रोग्राम का स्केलेबिलिटी लाइब्रेरी का है। फेलोशिप उसका पार्ट एंड पार्शियल रहेगा कि इसके लिए भी हम लोग लेके जो है इसको आए। लास्ट जो सबमिशन है यहाँ बैठे सभी लोगों से, कई लोगों को मैं यहाँ पे जो है जान भी रहा हूँ, मैम है, घनश्याम सर है, घनश्याम सर का भी बड़ा प्रयास रहा है एजुकेशन के सेक्टर में, जब अर्ली जो IGC के साथ जुड़े थे। तो ये इस तरह का जो कम्युनिटी ओन्ड ऑपरेटेड मॉडल है, कम्युनिटी ड्रिवन मॉडल है, जो गांव में जो है होम ग्रोन मॉडल्स है, ये सारी चीज़ों इसको हम नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए जो ADRI जैसा इंस्टीट्यूट या बाकी लोग जो सपोर्ट हम लोग को कर सकते हैं वो है एविडेंस बिल्डिंग में। ये जो रिसर्च है, स्टडी है, प्रोसेस मॉनिटरिंग है, वो बाकी चीज़ों में हम आपको इनवाइट करते हैं एज ए जीविका आई सक्षम के तौर पे कि आप आइए, इन प्रोग्राम्स को देखिए और अगर आप हमारी मदद कर सके इसको। और जो स्केलेबिलिटी है, अगर ये आज बिहार में सफल होता है इस तरह का लाइब्रेरी और फेलोशिप का मॉडल, तो ये राज्य के जितने भी SRL हैं वो सारे जगह पे स्केलेबल मॉडल के तौर पे जा रहे हैं। दूसरा जो है आप लोगों से सपोर्ट चाहिए कि हम चाहेंगे कि आप लोग इन लाइब्रेरी पे खुद भी विजिट करें, किसी दिन इन फेलो से सामने से मिले कि ये कैसे ऑपरेट करती है। वी विल बी वेरी हैप्पी टू होस्ट यू, मतलब आप जब भी बताएं कि हमको यहाँ आना है, अब हम लोग उसका अरेंजमेंट जो है कर लेंगे। थर्ड चीज़ जो है कि पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी जो आपका कोर डोमेन है, मतलब बिहार का ऐसा कोई शायद ही कोई पॉलिसी होगा तो ADRI के से अछूता रहता होगा बिना उनके इनपुट्स के, और भी कई लोग बैठे हैं। तो ये इस तरह के मॉडल को हम चाहेंगे कि आप जो अलग अलग फोरम पे अलग अलग जो है जो ऑफिशियल के साथ आप डिस्कस करें कि इस तरह का कुछ हो भी रहा है बिहार में, कि आप अभी हम लोग जस्ट ये करके मैं फिनिश करता हूँ, हम लोग अभी इसी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी पे जो है बात कर रहे थे कि ये इस तरह का जो पूरा पैकेज 21st सेंचुरी स्किल का जो है कि मतलब डिजिटल लिटरेसी जो है, सॉफ्ट स्किल, लाइफ स्किल, इसका एक पूरा पैकेज लेके हम लार्ज स्केल पे कैसे जाएं विद ऑल दी चैलेंजेस की 17% का जो है GI हायर एजुकेशन में है और 50% लगभग जो है 10th में है, तो उस पॉपुलेशन के लिए हिंदी मीडियम में कैसे उपलब्ध कराएं। तो जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है आज के डेट में, मतलब ये कम्युनिटी का पूरा नेटवर्क रहते हुए, गवर्नमेंट की मशीनरी रहते हुए जो डिलीवरी मैकेनिज्म में जो करने में है, वो है आपका कि जो कंटेंट है, ये जितने भी मॉड्यूल 21st सेंचुरी में आप ले लें अलग अलग, वो एक तो उस तरह से स्केलेबल नहीं है, फिजिकल ज़्यादातर है, डिजिटल ये है।
ठीक है,
थैंक यू सो मच। अगर कोई सवाल हो तो
Yeah, so I mean the work that you are doing is extremely interesting और इनका जो passion है इनके बातों से ही दिखता है, so which and it is also very, I think, of interest to all of us who are in this room. We would be interested to, you know, like definitely test the evidence of these interventions and how and what works and what not. And I hope कि आज हमारा dinner भी है, तो we some of these discussions can continue over there. I invite both of you to join us at Patna Museum. But we have 2 more very interesting talks. So I mean, in the interest, I mean, we're already running short of time a bit, but I think we all will do. So what shall we do? Like have a small tea break and. Oh, it's being started. Okay, let us just carry on. So, Sandeep ji, I would request you to come.
Exactly, sir.
Let us begin the next one. The next talk is by Mr. Sandeep Kumar Daftuar. Sorry. So, Sandeep ji, who is the director of Jan Shikshan Sansthan, he has 25 years of experience in the field of adult and non-formal education and vocational training. He has been awarded by Azimabad Ratna Award for his distinguished contribution in the field of education. He is also known as an academic counselor and guest faculty member at IGNOU, and he has completed his PhD in science in zoology. So basically, Jan Shikshan Sansthan is an organization that is working under the umbrella of ADRI, and Sandeep ji and his colleagues are doing amazing work in training, providing vocational training to people with low levels of literacy and skills. So, Sandeep ji, over to you.
सभी को नमस्कार। मैं संदीप कुमार जन शिक्षण संस्थान आदि में एज ए डायरेक्टर हूँ। हम लोगों का बेसिक फंक्शन जो वर्क है वह स्किल डेवलपमेंट। सुबह से कई लोगों ने बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें बताई है स्किल के ऊपर। तो जो टाइम की भी कमी है, तो जनरल बातें हैं उसको कुछ कम करते हुए जो काम हम लोग कर रहे हैं उसके ऊपर हम ज़्यादा फोकस करेंगे। तो इंडिया आज के दिनों में सबसे यंगेस्ट नेशन है वर्ल्ड में, जिसका पॉपुलेशन जो 62% पॉपुलेशन जो है वो 15 to 59 ईयर्स के हैं। किसी भी सोसाइटी में इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट तभी होगा जब वहाँ के लेबर फोर्स का डेवलपमेंट अगर होता है तो उसका डेवलपमेंट होगा। हमारे यहाँ सबसे बड़ा एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेटर एग्रीकल्चर है। स्किल के बारे में सब लोगों ने भी सभी चीज़ बताई कि स्किल जो है नेसेसरी फॉर एनहांस्ड यूथ पार्टिसिपेशन, वुमेन इंक्लूजन, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ अनस्किल्ड लेबर टू स्किल्ड फोर्स and to improve the capability of the present system to technological changes and demand demanding from the labor market. अगर आप इसके सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ के बारे में जानना चाहेंगे तो वो हमारा 3 लेवल पर काम चल रहा है, नेशनल, स्टेट और रीजनल लेवल। हमारे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट भी काम कर रहे हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी कर रहे हैं और रीजनल लेवल पर भी काम हो रहा है इसके बारे में। इसका मेन है कि एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म देना वुमेन को जिससे वह दूसरे के साथ इक्वली खड़े हो सके। ये इस स्कीम का कोर है स्किल डेवलपमेंट का। और इसी में है कि जो भी गैप हमारा आ रहा है उस गैप को भर देना। ये स्किल डेवलपमेंट फ्रॉम द आई ऑफ बिहार एंड इंडिया। हमारे यहाँ का डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड जो है स्किल डेवलपमेंट इकोसिस्टम ऑफ इंडिया इज वेरी कॉम्प्लेक्स, लार्ज, डाइवर्स, प्रोवाइडिंग वेरिड लेवल ऑफ स्किल्स। हमारे यहाँ स्किल का बहुत बड़ा डाइवर्सिटी है, डाइवर्स है, हर जगह अलग अलग है, हर स्टेट में अलग है। इवन हमारे यहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी अगर हम बिहार में देखते हैं तो हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अलग तरह का एक स्किल है। मान लिया कि मधुबनी दरभंगा में हम जाते हैं तो वहाँ पर मधुबनी पेंटिंग बहुत बड़ा है, हमारे यहाँ ब्रास का काम हो रहा है, कई जगह पर हैंडीक्राफ्ट का काम हो रहा है, एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड है। तो ये बहुत सारा कोर्सेज है, हमारे यहाँ स्किल का बहुत डाइवर्स है। नेशनल सर्विस स्कीम 3 तरह का स्टेटस को डिफाइन करता है। एक सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, वेज एंड कैजुअल लेबर एम्प्लॉयमेंट, जिसका एम है to achieve inclusion and productivity within the country and minimize global skill shortage। जो भी हमारे यहाँ ग्लोबल स्किल का शॉर्टेज है उसको पूरा करना। हमारे यहाँ पॉपुलेशन जो है इतना बड़ा, वो किसी भी तरह से उसको हम लोग ये मान के चल रही है, हमारी गवर्नमेंट भी ये मान के चल रही है कि ये हमारा एसेट है। अगर हमारे पास पॉपुलेशन नहीं रहेगा तो हम कितना भी टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ करेंगे वो बहुत अच्छा काम नहीं करेगा। ठीक है, काम कर रहा है, अब तो AI और सभी चीज़ आ गया, लेकिन पॉपुलेशन जो है वो हमारा बहुत बड़ा एक फैक्टर है। यहाँ बिहार में यहाँ 59.9% वर्कर एज सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड, 13.8% वर्कर जो है वो कैजुअल वर्कर है विथ इरेगुलर वेज। 3 जो है हमारा सेल्फ वेज और कैजुअल लेबर। तो कैजुअल लेबर जो भी हमारे यहाँ है उनका स्थिति सबसे खराब रहता है। वो खाली यही नहीं, ऑल ओवर इंडिया में या आगे भी उनकी स्थिति खराब होती है। तो उनको यहाँ पर, उन क्लास को यहाँ पर थोड़ा डेवलप करना है। यहाँ पर सबसे बड़ा बिहार में खासकर एम्प्लॉयमेंट का एब्जॉर्बर है एग्रीकल्चर, फॉरेस्ट्री, फिशरीज, कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्क, होलसेल एंड रिटेल ट्रेड। ये सबसे बड़ा हमारे यहाँ बिहार में एम्प्लॉयमेंट का ये ऑब्जर्वर है। इसमें भी कुछ क्षेत्र ऐसा है जैसे कंस्ट्रक्शन में हमारे यहाँ लेडीज वर्कर ज़्यादा है, झारखंड से आते हैं वो लोग, कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्क में ज़्यादा लगे रहती हैं। ये डेटा का सोर्स है, ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का डेटा है और हमारे यहाँ इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में भी ये डेटा है दिया हुआ। तो यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि सेल्फ वेज और कैजुअल लेबर 3 तरह का है। बिहार में 63.1% मेल, जो कि अगर इंडिया से हम कंपेयर करते हैं तो 54.5%, फीमेल है 68%। रूरल सेल्फ में जो इंडिया के लेवल में 58.4%। वेज लेबर जो है हमारे यहाँ बिहार में वो 7.7% मेल है और फीमेल है 7.8%। जो इंडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखते हैं वो 23.2% और 20.2% है। और कैजुअल लेबर 29.2 और 23.8% है बिहार में, और नेशनल में है 22.2 और 20.5। ये इसमें शो हो रहा है सबसे बड़ा कि जो वेज हमारे यहाँ है वो सबसे कम बिहार में वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट है। सेल्फ है, कैजुअल लेबर है, लेकिन वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट सबसे कम है। यहाँ पर 2 चीज और है, एक लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट और वर्कर पॉपुलेशन रेशियो। ये बिहार में सबसे कम है, खासकर फीमेल के केस में। फीमेल के केस में WPR वर्कर पार्टिसिपेशन रेशियो 10.9% है, जबकि वो नेशनल परसेंटेज उसका 35.4% है। ये वर्कर पार्टिसिपेशन रेशियो और लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट है। तो किसी भी केस में हम देख रहे हैं, रूरल हो, अर्बन हो या टोटल हो, बिहार में इसका परसेंटेज जो है वह बहुत ही कम है। खासकर फीमेल के केस में वह बहुत ही कम परसेंटेज है। अगर हम लोग WPR देखते हैं तो फीमेल का रेशियो है हमारा 10.9% बिहार में, और इंडिया में है 35.2%। और लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट जो है वो 10.5 है बिहार में फीमेल का, जो कि कंपेयर अगर हम करते हैं 33.9 जो नेशनल लेवल पर है, और ये बहुत ही कम है यहाँ। स्किल डेवलपमेंट में गवर्नमेंट का बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव है कि क्या क्या गवर्नमेंट काम करते हैं। इनिशिएटिव बाय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप टू अचीव वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट थ्रू स्किल डेवलपमेंट, कि इसका इम्प्रूव एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी, इनकम, अर्निंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज, ये सारा है इनका। इसमें कुछ स्कीम गवर्नमेंट का चल रहा है ऑलरेडी, जिसमें एक फीमेल ITI है जो बड़ा स्पेसिफाइड है, जो फीमेल के लिए ज़्यादा काम कर रही है। उसके अलावा PM कौशल विकास योजना है, नेशनल लाइवलीहुड मिशन आजीविका संकल्प, ये सारा जो है अभी गवर्नमेंट का चल रहा है। इसके अलावा भी कुछ है। फिर स्किल इंडिया मिशन का प्रोग्राम है जो डिज़ाइन है टू ट्रेन वुमेन इन नॉन ट्रेडिशनल नॉन स्टीरियोटाइपिक रोल सच एज इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड अदर्स। इसमें है क्या कि जो भी वुमेन जनरल काम कर रही है उससे अलग हटकर काम और करें। जैसे जनरली यहाँ पर जितनी भी लड़कियाँ हैं, महिलाएं हैं, वो काम करती हैं सिलाई का, कढ़ाई का, लेकिन उससे अलग हटकर अगर हम लोग कुछ काम करवाते हैं, ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, तो वो इसका एक एम है। हम लोग इस चीज़ को कर रहे हैं। अभी एक सेंटर हमारा एक तो यहाँ है ही और एक सदाकत आश्रम है जिसमें इलेक्ट्रिकल टेक्नीशियन का कोर्स हमारे यहाँ चल रहा है। उसमें 20 लड़कियों का एक बैच है। उसमें पूरे बैच में 20 का 20 लड़कियाँ यहाँ क्लास कर रही हैं और कुछ बैच निकला भी है और वो लड़कियाँ बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रही हैं इलेक्ट्रिकल टेक्नीशियन का। खासकर सुल्तानगंज एरिया में जो कि कुछ मुस्लिम बेल्ट है वहाँ पर, तो वहाँ पर वो लड़कियाँ काम कर रही है बहुत बढ़िया। वहाँ के जितने भी घर के लोग हैं वो मुस्लिम ज़्यादा हैं, उन लोग नहीं चाहते हैं कि जेंट्स घर में आए, खासकर दिन में। तो ये लड़कियाँ जाती हैं वहाँ पर, उनका इलेक्ट्रिक का काम जो हो रहा है उसको करती हैं। हमारी कुछ लड़कियों को जो ट्रेनिंग ली थी उनको इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट समय गवर्नमेंट ये मिनिस्टर थे समीर महासेठ जी, वो 5,000 रुपया देकर की बैग देकर उनको सम्मानित भी किए थे महिला उद्योग संघ में। ये लड़कियां हमारे यहाँ अच्छा काम कर रही हैं। इसके अलावा वेरियस थिंक टैंक bringing forth the varied dimension of development through its research. Asian Development Research Institute ADRI of Bihar's core unit Jan Shikshan Sansthan, extremely subsidized institution catering to the impoverished section of the society. ये बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रही है अभी जन शिक्षण, जो कि हमारा मार्जिनलाइज्ड सेक्शन है उसके लिए हमारा यहाँ काम हो रहा है। Working towards integration of women of all spheres into the society and providing livelihood security, raising the female and male trainees, non-literates, new literates trainees with efficiency and productive ability. इस पर काम कर रही है हमारे यहाँ जन शिक्षण संस्थान। हमारे यहाँ इसका जरूरत क्यों पड़ा? गांव से बहुत सारे लोग हमारे यहाँ, सबसे बड़ा अर्बनाइजेशन हुआ, गांव के लोग शहर की तरफ चले आए, शहर में पॉपुलेशन का एक्सप्लोजन हो गया। जितने भी गांव से लोग आ रहे हैं वो बहुत ज़्यादा अधिकतर कैजुअल लेबर के रूप में काम कर रहे हैं, जिनका स्थिति बहुत ही खराब है। वो यहाँ पेमेंट में रह रहे हैं या कहीं छोटे छोटे स्लम में रह रहे हैं, उनकी स्थिति बहुत खराब है। गवर्नमेंट सभी को नौकरी दे नहीं सकती है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट, स्किल देकर उनको आगे बढ़ाने का कोशिश किया जा रहा है। तो इम्पैक्ट ऑन माइग्रेंट लिव्स इन हार्श कंडीशन इन स्लम, पेमेंट एंड लेबर कॉलोनीज। इसके लिए जरूरी है एडल्ट एजुकेशन, और एडल्ट एजुकेशन के बाद उनका ट्रेनिंग। गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव यहाँ पर है, MSD लॉन्चेस द जन शिक्षण संस्थान प्रोग्राम। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इसको शुरू किया है, जिसका टारगेट ग्रुप है फोकस ऑन एडल्ट्स एंड यूथ फ्रॉम अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड अर्बन सेक्टर एंड रूरल माइग्रेंट्स। इसका गोल है प्रोवाइड एजुकेशन एंड वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग टू एनहांस स्किल एंड इम्प्रूव लाइवलीहुड। जन शिक्षण संस्थान 1967 में सबसे पहले वर्ल्डली महाराष्ट्र में मुंबई में खुला, जो वहाँ के जो वर्कर हैं स्लम के, उनको ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए। 2000 में इसका नाम हो गया जन शिक्षण संस्थान। उस समय ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ HRD में था, बाद में 2018 में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट जब बना तो उसमें ये शिफ्ट कर गया। Among the 304 function, अभी ऑल ओवर इंडिया में 304 जेजेस है, जिसमें अंडर द रेनबो ऑफ आदि जन शिक्षण संस्थान पटना जो है बिहार, वो हाईली रिकॉग्नाइज्ड है। इसके पीछे है क्या कि इसका मल्टी डायमेंशनल सेट ऑफ आइडियाज है, एम्फेसिस ऑन सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ इनपुट्स इन कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, इंट्रास पर्सनल रिलेशन एंड इंफॉर्मेशन डिसेमिनेशन, availability of a course that promotes social relevance, ये सब इसके पीछे है, तभी यहाँ के बच्चे ज़्यादा बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं और हम लोग का रिकॉग्निशन हो रहा है। JSS का स्कीम है, the distinct feature of this scheme is flexible nature। ये जो हम लोग का स्कीम है बहुत ही फ्लेक्सिबल है, हम कहीं पर भी अगर हमारे पास 20 स्टूडेंट आ जाएंगे तो हम कोर्स करा सकते हैं, ये और कहीं पर नहीं है। और ये 3 लेवल पर काम कर रहा है प्रोग्राम, प्रैक्टिकल वगैरह का, प्रैक्टिकल ट्रेनिंग है, अवेयरनेस कंपोनेंट्स है जिसको पॉलीवैलेंट इनपुट्स भी कर रहे हैं, और ट्रेनिंग एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप प्रोग्राम। हमारे यहाँ स्कीम जो है ये है क्या, इसका ऑब्जेक्टिव कि the scheme is to supplement the income level of non-literate, new-literate school dropout in the age group of 15 to 45 और वो deprived section का होना चाहिए, जिसका टारगेट ग्रुप है SC, ST, स्लम ड्वेलर्स। ये हमारे यहाँ जेसेस में अभी 26 सेंटर चल रहा है, जिसमें 21 सेंटर रूरल एरिया में है और 5 हमारा अर्बन में है। बहुत सारा कोर्स हमारे यहाँ चल रहा है। कोर्स मिनिस्ट्री हमें देती है कि भाई आप 80 टोटल नंबर ऑफ कोर्सेज 80 है, इसके अंदर आपको चलाना है, 1800 स्टूडेंट को ट्रेनिंग आपको देना है साल भर में। तो जनरली जो कोर्स हमारे यहाँ चल रहा है और जो इनका अच्छा कोर्स मानते हैं हम लोग, उसमें है अपैरल, हैंडीक्राफ्ट एंड कारपेट, इलेक्ट्रिकल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, वेल्डिंग फैब्रिकेशन, प्लम्बिंग, ब्यूटी कल्चर, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर जिसमें हम लोग मशरूम और ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग पर ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, मल्टीपर्पज़ मैकेनिक्स, इसमें बच्चों को 2 व्हीलर और 3 व्हीलर का रिपेयरिंग एंड मेंटेनेंस का ट्रेनिंग है, फर्नीचर IT सेक्टर हो गया, फर्नीचर एंड फिटिंग, कारपेंटर का और फूड प्रोसेसिंग का। इसके अलावा हम लोग एक्टिविटीज़ भी बहुत तरह का कराते हैं इसके साथ साथ, जो जनरली एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड होता है, हेल्थ रिलेटेड है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट है, या डे सेलिब्रेशन वगैरह है।
जी, ये एक्टिविटीज़ भी क्या इन्हीं कोर्सेज के पार्ट है?
नहीं,
या अलग?
अलग।
ये कौन से स्टूडेंट्स करते हैं?
यही स्टूडेंट जो हमारे स्टूडेंट है वो ऑलरेडी जो हमारे क्लास करें उन्हीं को हम लोग ट्रेनिंग, हाँ, ये एक्टिविटी उनके बीच में कराते हैं।
तो ये एक्टिविटीज़ का सिलेबस कौन बनाता है? आप लोग बनाते हैं?
एक्चुअली ये एक एक्टिविटीज़ है, इसका सिलेबस जो है हमारे रिसोर्स पर्सन हम लोग बुलाते हैं।
अच्छा।
वो जैसे कॉलेज के प्रोफेसर आ गए, अगर एग्रीकल्चर का है तो एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज से हम लोग बुला लिया, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का है तो वहाँ से बुला लिए, तो वो आकर देते हैं। उसके बाद हम लोग एक बड़ा सा काम करते हैं, वो है मोटिवेशनल ट्रेनिंग। ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है, जो कहीं पर नहीं होता है कि जो स्टूडेंट हमारे यहाँ आ रहे हैं, अगर उनके दिमाग में ये नहीं है कि हमें कुछ करना है, तो लाख ट्रेनिंग दे देंगे वो कुछ नहीं करेंगे। दूसरा है कि अगर किन्हीं को लगता है कि हम ट्रेनिंग ले लेंगे, मोटिवेशन नहीं है, तो वो भी नहीं करेंगे। तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग से, फर्स्ट डे से उनको हमारे टीचर जो है वो मोटिवेट भी करते हैं कि आप ट्रेनिंग के साथ साथ काम भी करेंगे, तब जाके वो लोग इस लायक होते हैं कि हम लोग कुछ काम करें। तो ये ट्रेनिंग हम लोग के यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। ये हमारे यहाँ जो ट्रेनिंग लेते हैं उनका एक प्रोफाइल है उनका। तो इसमें जनरली हम लोगों के साथ एक और भी है कि SC कैटेगरी है जो हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है उतना कम से कम होना चाहिए। हमारे यहाँ 23% है लगभग, तो 23% से ऊपर हमारा अभी 3 साल का इसमें हमने डाटा दिया है। तो SC का परसेंटेज उसमें लगभग आप देखेंगे तो 26% है, 29% है, 28% है। तो ये हमारा 23% से ऊपर जा रहा है। माइनॉरिटी भी धीरे धीरे हमारे यहाँ बढ़ रहे हैं। जनरल का परसेंटेज लगभग 7-8% रहता है, OBC का परसेंटेज कम बेसी होते रहता है। ये हमारा है परसेंटेज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ एजुकेशन, जो हमारे यहाँ एजुकेशन का है। तो हमारे यहाँ नॉन लिटरेट, न्यू लिटरेट, रूडिमेंट्री लेवल और 12 ड्रॉप आउट यहाँ तक होते हैं। तो ये 3 साल का है। तो नॉन लिटरेट धीरे धीरे खत्म होते जा रहे हैं, इसलिए नॉन लिटरेट अब नहीं मिलते हैं। न्यू लिटरेट भी कम हो गए हैं, इसलिए कि जो पढ़ना लिखना सीख गए हैं वो क्लास 3 में या 4 में चले जाते हैं, तो उनको हम लोग रूडिमेंट्री लेवल ऑफ नॉलेज उनको करते हैं। तो रूडिमेंट्री नॉलेज ऑफ लेवल जो है वो साइड में काफ़ी बड़ा है। 12 ड्रॉप आउट को हम लोग कम कोशिश करते हैं लेने के लिए, हमारा मैंडेट में नहीं है। और है भी तो मैक्सिमम 20% ही हम लोग कर सकते हैं 12th ड्रॉप आउट, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं कर सकते हैं।
नॉन लिटरेट्स जो हैं
जी,
तो उनका आपका फीडबैक क्या है? हाउ आर यू फाइंडिंग दैट स्कीम सेटिस्फैक्टरी फॉर द नॉन लिटरेट्स?
बिल्कुल, वो नॉन लिटरेट के लिए बहुत ही बढ़िया है, इसलिए नॉन लिटरेट तो जनरली कुछ कर नहीं रहे हैं वो, और शहर में नॉन लिटरेट नहीं मिलते, वो गांव में मिलेंगे।
नहीं, लेकिन शहर में आकर के
कम
बेसिक सेवेंट्स से बने हुए हैं,
तो 6-7 रूडिमेंट्री लेवल ऑफ नॉलेज का। नॉन लिटरेट मीन्स कंप्लीट नॉलेज।
they have घरों में उनके काम को देख कर ऐसा लगता है कि they are not got opportunity, otherwise they would have become very
नॉन
good.
लिटरेट जो रहते हैं उनका ट्रेनिंग का फिर हमारा एक तरीका अलग हो जाता है उनका ट्रेनिंग देने का। इसी तरह हमारा इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस भी है, कुछ BPL हमारे यहाँ ज़्यादा रहते हैं, APL हम लोग कम लेते हैं। ये हमारा प्लेसमेंट का है। जनरली प्लेसमेंट हमारे यहाँ 25% तक हो रहा है प्लेसमेंट, सेल्फ ज़्यादा हो रहा है और वेज प्लेसमेंट कम होता है। वेज में शो भी हम बहुत सारे लोग नहीं करते हैं, इसलिए कि मिनिमम वेज का एक प्रॉब्लम आ जाता है, इसलिए वो शो भी नहीं करते, इसलिए कि वो फंसने का डर होता है उनको कोई कंपनी में अगर हम जा रहे हैं तो। और इसी पर एक चीज़ और हम बता दें प्लेसमेंट को लेते हुए, हमारे यहाँ एक सेंटर है बहुत बड़ा मसौड़ी में, वहाँ पर हमारे स्टूडेंट ने सीखा, ट्रेनिंग लिया, ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद वो मच्छरदानी बना रहे हैं लोग 10-12 लोग मिलकर मच्छरदानी बना रही हैं। और पटना सिटी बहुत बड़ा हब है, तो वहाँ से वहाँ के जो बिजनेसमैन है वो जाते हैं वहाँ, पूरा मटेरियल वहाँ दे दिए और मच्छरदानी का पर पीस कॉस्ट के आधार पर उसको पैसा देते हैं और 1 सप्ताह के बाद वो ले जाते हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ा सेंटर हम लोग का वहाँ पर चल रहा है मसौड़ी में, जो मच्छरदानी बना रही है। तो ये हम लोगों का एक फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज है मार्केट के साथ, बैंक के साथ हम लोग उनको मिलवाते हैं। तो ये सारा काम हो रहा है। और हमारे यहाँ JSS में ज्वाइन करने के पहले जो हमारे यहाँ लेडीज़ आती थी उनका स्थिति बहुत ही खराब रहता था, या वो पढ़ती नहीं है, दूसरा है क्या कि घर का प्रेशर है कि पढ़ना नहीं है, काम नहीं करना है। लेकिन जब ट्रेनिंग यहाँ से ले रही हैं तो ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद उनमें एक कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल डेवलप कर जा रहा है और वो कुछ काम कर रही है, उनका फैमिली में उनका एक पहचान भी बन रहा है, ये है। और सबसे ज़्यादा है इसमें कि भाई हम लोग नॉन लिटरेट, इलिटरेट और कम पढ़े लिखों के ज़्यादा हम लोग ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं और कोशिश है कि एक जो गैप वगैरह है उसको हम लोग इसको फील करें। ये हमारा जन शिक्षण का काम है। थैंक यू। अगर तो क्वेश्चन अगर हो तो
अभी हम लोग we will continue the discussions over coffee. Let us just finish with the talks, right? So these questions बहुत सारे हैं आपके लिए, and we really want to end this with a bang because we have one of the persons who has been associated with ADRI since a very long time, and he has, so you can very well understand that being a politician, which politician spends the entire day listening to others and agrees to also give the last talk. So, but if you are Ghansham, you can do that. So he is the national spokesperson for Samajwadi Party and an alumnus of NIT Suratkal, IIM-Bengaluru and Kellogg School of Management and Harvard Kennedy School. He is also an invitee to the European Union under the European Union Visitors Program. He is also the founder of Good Ed Technologies, an edutech company, and Parliamentarians with Innovators, a not-for-profit organization. His association with ADRI goes back a long way. Before he joined Samajwadi Party, he was here. He worked out of ADRI for many years, and so he continues to inspire us with his excellent ideas, and it's always a pleasure to have him around.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for bearing with this big bang introduction. Shahbaz was my mentor and ADRI is my home. It is always a moment of inspiration and happiness to be in your home and speak about some things that you are very passionate about. What I'm going to present is a mix of some of the things that I came across in the discussions today. Initially I thought I would make it talk without a presentation, but based on what I heard and some of the experiences I had with respect to the startups, I have created a very simple presentation. This discussion is more like a workshop, it's not a talk. So please feel free to add your views. There are some provocative ideas out there. There is, I think, what I have seen in my work in startup, as well as my trips. For example, just in the last 3 months, I was in the US, in the UK, and in Bangalore, particularly in the Bay Area in the US. I saw the tremendous powerhouse of artificial intelligence that America is building. And if America is building it, it means China is going to match it. Probably sitting here in India, particularly in Bihar, we don't know what is going to happen, but it is clear if one visits Silicon Valley that companies with hundreds of billions of dollars of cash reserve are betting their shirt on artificial intelligence, which means that anything and everything that can have AI will have AI, whether it is 6 months, whether it is 3 years, but the journey will be transformative. We are a generation that has seen a number of transformative journeys. We are a generation that never imagined that there will be a computer in everybody's home, everybody's hand, which can last an entire day and will be more powerful than desktops, so that you don't need desktops. That happened. So that transformation, which was happening right in front of us, but yet we could not guess that it's going to happen. We could not guess that somebody who's barely earning a minimum wage will also have a smartphone. And it was happening right in front of us. So clearly technology is going to create scenarios which are going to unfold right in front of us, and we are not going to guess what is going to happen. I think with that and with my work in startups, I work on a bunch of startups. What I am going to do is I am going to add some insights from those startups as we go into the conversation. I think what is transforming with respect to a country like India, so roughly we have 2.2 crore children born every year in the country. Some numbers here and there. Of that, probably 1.1 crore children will graduate from class 12th, of which probably 35% will be girls, 65% will be boys. That's the current rate of graduation. Probably 10% of these students or 15% of these students are going to take science. That is the current situation. of those who are graduating, obviously a fewer number are going to college. This is how we are placed right now. A country like US, which had an election, and I was there on an election study tour in the US with representatives from 8 countries, and it was visible in September that Donald Trump was going to win. We had an internal poll and everybody had a consensus. These were visiting people from different countries. But even in a country like US, the college dropouts are nearly 45% or 48%. They're a very large number, or even higher than that. I'm very confused. The number of people with college degree, the number of people with college degree is just 42%. So 58% are people who don't have college degree, even in a country like US. So the reason I link this to this talk is, I think the paradigm of early education, school education, college education, and job is a paradigm which was built in a world where information was scarce, and we required people who are much more informed, who have greater information, greater knowledge, to lay it out in a sequential manner, so that people can go and acquire that, and students can go and acquire that information step by step by step. We are entering a world, we have already entered a world, where information is no more scarce. There are, so many cases which are very interesting and amusing in our own families. My niece suddenly at the age of 5 developed a British accent, sitting in Bangalore. And the reason she developed a British accent was because she had been watching a lot of videos were all British videos. Right? So her teachers started saying, when she joined the school in Bangalore, they started saying she must have returned from UK because she has such a good British accent. So I am saying that we are in a world which is information surplus. As a result, the paradigm of education will shift. I think we will shift towards something which I call talent and career in a more simplified manner. If I go to the next slide. If you look at the journey of a student from early education, primary education, secondary education, undergrad, postgrad, and professional, right? In the bottom you see what are the outcomes in a place like Bihar or any other place. There could be students who are unenrolled, there are students who can be school dropouts, there are students who can be college dropouts, and there are students who are unemployed. At different stages of this situation, we name the problem from public policy, politics, economic research perspective. We name the problem differently, and there is enormous research that has gone into that. For example, why are not enough enrollments happening in school? There was a lot of research that went in, and we quoted how India developed tertiary education institutions, but then later decided through Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan and various other ways that more students come to school. So now there are more students coming to school. So the problem shifted. In any resource-starved society, it's very difficult when the scale is big to fix the entire problem. The goalpost keeps shifting. So our goalpost also has been shifting, in some states more so than others. So problem has shifted from there. In Bihar, when I started working with Sharvalda, school dropout rate was a big problem. Schemes like Cycle Yojana bridged that, and school dropout rates improved, especially amongst girls. Then there is a problem of college dropout. And then there is a massive problem that we see in headlines almost every year, or sometimes once a quarter every year, that how Indian youth are unemployable. So the problem, this is the spectrum of the problem. But if you look at the top slide, it's a very simplistic view of what the student life has been for all of us, by the way. Right? That if the student is at the center, there are 3 key stakeholders in the education system. One is the teacher, the other has been a tutor, and the third is the environment. The environment could be the environment at home, environment in society. This is what has shaped this entire picture, and there are a lot of eminently knowledgeable people here. So the outcomes of this picture are visible to us in terms of numbers, in terms of impact. So I will not go into that. But if we change this to what is beginning to happen, this is still pre-AI world. What is beginning to happen is that the student is at the center. There is teacher, there is tutor, but there are many other things that are possible. Even if a 5-year-old child can teach herself British accent, looking at mobile phone, then if I am a poorly trained parent, I can also teach a lot of things to engage better with my child.
compared to the past. And in a country like India, where a lot of women are working in their homes as well, and if they have time, they don't have adequate employment outside, then there is a room for them to train themselves. So we expect a generation of, because of technology, a generation of parents who are going to be more knowledgeable than the previous generation, just because they have mobile in their hands, if they have time. Second is there's a lot of content that is getting generated. Everything that we are saying is content. We are right at the border of the situation where organic content is the form of content. It has gone from television and big media houses used to generate content, came all the way to users started generating content in Instagrams and YouTubes, etc. But a new era is unfolding. That is, AI will generate content. So synthetic content will be an order of the day. As a result, there will be a lot of content, and this content will be in any language. You can chat with this content, you can talk to this content, and still speak your language. So that is going to be available to any student at a very low cost. Technology in various other forms of gadgets will be available. I'll come to that in a bit. Teacher is there. Teacher is part of the education system that is there. The environment is going to change. The environment is going to change also because everybody has these gadgets. So one part of the environment is your own classmates. Your own classmates are going to be better. It doesn't matter what the economic level is going to be. Their aspirations are going to be different. Their access to content will train their mind differently. This content is also designed as a education technology startup company. I can say that a lot of this content is designed to engage the student completely. So I used to ask my child, and he's now 12-year-old, and other kids I meet, friends, children, that if internet was a monster, what is it that it is eating? If internet was a monster, then the thing that it eats is time. Right? So the entire system in internet, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, it is designed to eat your time. And the way you give it the time, that is the output it will generate for you. So this is the paradigm that is already there. AI will further change it in a very revolutionary manner. But what it will do is, from early education to school education, to college education, to professional education, I think the goals are going to change. The format of it is going to change. I think the early education, we spoke about enrollment. I think what is going to be more important is health, ability to learn, and happiness of the child when they are up to the age of 7, 8. Their sense of self. I think if a child is watching a lot of content on the mobile phone, I'm not advocating that, this is a mixed bag, but if a child is watching content on a mobile phone, the child develops a personality which sometimes can be high esteem personality. Because even if I am from a Dalit family, in the normal society there are so many people, as was discussed earlier, the caste of the teacher and so on, that can discriminate against me and create a scar in my mind. But that digital content is not discriminating. That Peppa Pig is as aspirational and affectionate to me as to a child from an affluent family or an upper caste. So happiness is an achievable goal in early education. Learning, ability to learn is provable. You don't necessarily require a teacher to say that whether the child is good or not. The technology is, I can say, and the knowledge or the assessment of technology can be more holistic. If you draw something on a digital board, it can tell you whether you are good at drawing or not. That little, my father served Air Force, so I grew up traveling across the country and studied in a lot of Kendriya Vidyalayas. One fundamental difference that I saw between the Kendriya Vidyalaya in Tamil Nadu, where I studied, and in Kanpur is, in the Kendriya Vidyalaya in Tamil Nadu, every month we used to have competitions and every child would get some award or other. So over a period of time, every child grew up with being the first for something. In a school, and the award was just a book or anything very simple, right? It could be just a paper certificate. But in Kanpur, there was one competition in the entire year. So as a school, the school took away so many opportunities to boost the self-esteem of the child as a result. So in the technology-led world, this is much more possible. The secondary education is going to be a lot about learning and development. I cover that with some paradigms that I am going to present in the next slide. The college education is going to be about, a college phase I would say, is about credibility and employability.
I think each of us draw our credibility in society on certain tenets, certain constructs. So these constructs could be, I belong to this family and I'm going to meet a family friend. I went to this college, I grew up in the city. A lot of our constructs, if we are lucky in life, are these well-defined constructs that give us credibility. But if I am a person who's the first time class 12th pass child from my family, from a poor village in Bihar, and I have to take a train, sit in general class, reach a city like Bangalore, I start with negative credibility. In an urban society, people have a higher level of suspicion to a stranger. So the current system is not built around giving credibility to the youth, and the dangers of living with poor credibility in the city are higher. They are even higher for women or girls. So I think the future systems will focus better on credibility and employability. And the final is training and employment assistance. As technology changes the world, both training as well as the ability to secure some financial assistance to do that training is going to be crucial. With all these loan apps coming, UPI, etc., I think the ability for an average person to take loans, there are loan sharks, there are scams that are happening, but I still think that the average person can take loans more easily going forward than before. There are good organizations that will support that because it will be backed with a lot of data. So I think there's a whole new paradigm that goes in the making of a youth of future than what has been there in the past. If you look at some of the aspects of this paradigm, right? We have gone into a situation, especially with respect to Bihar, that now probably there is a poor physical school for every child. And we do not have the revenues to make it a swanky, flashy school. Not that that makes a lot of sense, but I'm just saying that in comparison to other urban centers of learning, right, this is not going to happen. But the question is, can a digital school for every child happen? Right? And if that can happen, what would it look like? I can tell you an example of the startup that I built. We raised around 3 crore rupees in 2016 with a set of angel investors. And we built a learning platform for students of class 12 who prepare for an exam called NEET. Students who take biology in class 7-12. Today, roughly 10 lakh students sign up on the platform in a year. Of that, roughly 70,000-80,000 students buy 3,000 to 4,000 rupees of coaching, which is an annual coaching. They study for an entire year for that amount of money. A good student solves 20,000 problems on the platform, which has problems, that has videos, that has a lot of content. It starts telling you if you made a mistake in this problem, it starts asking why do you think you made this mistake. This is where AI is coming in. So the student will say, okay, I made a mistake because I misread the question. So this will feed this information to the what is called LLMs. So I'll prompt the same question to another student who made a mistake. Why did you make this mistake? Did you misread the question? So system is getting intelligent to tell the student why you or other such students are making the mistake. So I think the digital school for every child is a very low cost mission to achieve. It will not have the in our minds for an entire generations. We had this barrier that there is English speaking school and there is Hindi speaking school or regional school. The digital school doesn't have those barriers. It could be very good Kannada school, it could be very good Bhojpuri school for that matter, as long as it can deliver those concepts. So this is one paradigm that I think is going to shift. If you look at the digital school, the physical schools that are there, these schools largely have fixed classes. We all went through a system which, class 1, 40 students, class 2, and we were counted as what is the teacher to student ratio. The class was fixed. I think with digital schools or new systems, you will have dynamic cohorts. So for example, if there are, I take an example of my platform. If there are 10,000 students who have solved 6,000 problems across various topics, I can easily bracket those students on the basis of their competency in different topics and say, hey, if in this 6,000 students, here are 2,000 students who are weak on optics. I'm going to give them a specific topical class on optics alone, because their performance shows they're weak on optics. And then one can go dig a level down. Why are they weak in optics? Are they weak in optics because they don't know the concepts? Or they're actually weak in mathematics and trigonometry, that's why they're weak in optics. So these things will come into play. As a result, there is no reason why cohorts have to be fixed classes. This is one thing that is going to change. So coming to the next thing, right? We are all used to this whole curriculum-based learning. Curriculum-based learning is an outcome of the system, which is because knowledge was limited in the world and somebody had to streamline the knowledge, and the system was teacher, tutor, and environment. In a place where the student also has a role at the steering wheel, they are also driving their learning. I think any student can get up today and say, okay, why is there smog in Delhi, for example, or Patna? And then they will go down and what are pollutants? What are the different types of pollutants? Well, how is vehicular pollution different from the one that is coming from agriculture? So there is a lot of, and they don't, sometimes they may not even ask that to a teacher. There will be AI-based systems, you ask them and it will tell you. They will test your knowledge, right? So the entire curriculum-based learning, which is, I think, is a hangover from the information scarce world, is going to change as we go through the topic-driven learning. So what will it do? What it will do is, it will, every time you break something which is monolithic into smaller parts which are configurable, like Lego blocks, you create efficiency. So what it will do is, it will create efficiency in the education system to incorporate activities for real. We all used to, in our school we used to say SUPW, means some useful periods are wasted, right? So that was very childhood joke, right? And sports was there because some teacher was not there, right? In contrast, the future learning will have activity driven. It will have sports for real, which will have some level of competency. It will have arts for real. There will be a sense of community and community work. This is an important part of education system miss for several generations that has had other social impact. I'll come to that. But I think there is an opportunity to build community work into education. The impact of this is, you could be the best student of biology in your class. You can rank 100 out of 100. But if that doesn't teach you that what are the trees in Patna and what are the birds in Patna, then that knowledge of biology is not localized. You cannot impact your society based on this knowledge. So I think knowledge will engage better with community because it is going to be topical. With such a system, you are going to have a continuous assessment and feedback. Again, I gave you an example of how data is going to tell you what your learning rate is going to be. And if you try different subjects, it can tell you sooner. I'll give you an example. This is what we are currently working on in our startup. So the NEET exam has 24 lakh students who write this exam. Of this, roughly 3 to 4% students make it to medical colleges in India. It's another story that those who don't make it, 23 lakh, don't know what else they can do. But to be 3% in any pool, you have to be an outlier. Now students are practicing all these questions. The rank 1 used to use our platforms to work on for the exam, and he had practiced 25,000 questions in a year. Their average student practices 12,000 questions in a year. Now the question is that if you have to be the outlier in an exam, the system should be intelligent enough to tell you that are you going towards the outlier trajectory or not. And when does the system tell you? When you have practiced 10,000 questions, or should it tell you when you have practiced 1,000 questions? So it's like if you are a bad driver, technology should have the ability to tell you sooner than later, because the later it tells you, the greater are the chances of accident, right? So with continuous assessment system built in, I think students of tomorrow will know better that what is the learning trajectory that they are taking and how is that trajectory mapped to their performance. Sheer hard work and smart work, the two frameworks we have heard. In this particular case, it will be much more simplified and almost like Uber tells you that this is the route that you have to take, and you don't argue with the Google map and Uber, you just take that route, right? So, and you take that route, the driver takes that route. If you use Uber share, all the people who are sitting in that car also take that route, right? So I think this is going to change. Instead of periodic exams and progress, the periodic exams and progress was more like a trophy that my child or I got 100 out of 100. That trophy did not create anything beyond a gratification and a status. I think that is going to change if this system comes, right? I gave you an example. The current system that we've had is a very vanilla system. It is not localized to the strength of a community. If we dig deeper in our own lives, what is our identity made of? How do we speak about ourselves when we meet a stranger. We say, where do we come from? There is some pride we hold about the place we come from, and that shows up in how we introduce ourselves. A lot of students go through the entire school education, and the school education has not instilled a pride in them about their panchayat, their town, their district. And part of the pride is not just because it has a fantastic history. It could be just that it has something unique in its climate, it has a unique soil, it has a unique bird, it has a unique plant. Just that uniqueness gives you a sense of being special, that this is there and this happens, this flower is there only in our district. So that gives you a starting point. I think our education system has largely been vanilla. It is training students to be brilliant students with no connection to the town that they belong to. I think there is a possibility that we will create education system which is far more diversified. Your knowledge has to be locally applicable. Your knowledge has to be better integrated. And this is not because governments will do it. There is so much content getting created by various influencers and tutors and teachers. They are attracting students in different ways. So they are going to do it. Just like cinema developed in various languages, similarly content in education is also going to develop in various languages. AI is going to aid it. If you look at the outcomes of that system, right? The outcomes of old system is diploma, degree, and then we have incentives that you complete this, you get this scholarship, or you get this amount of money to enroll. If you have a system that enables your identity, community, and empowerment, that's a different way of working. That your education gives you a certain identity that is valuable to you. That's why you are going to school. You want to carry that identity. It gives you a sense of community. Anybody who has gone to any college, you have a WhatsApp group of your classmates. A lot of students who go to a school that did not function well, or college that only exists on paper, or where a college dropout, they don't have these WhatsApp groups. There's no community to look back to and ask, okay, here is an opportunity that I'm thinking about, what do you guys think, right? And as a result, the sense of empowerment is also a little. What Jivika has done with self-help groups is an example that empowerment can happen when community is created. I think that can definitely be expanded. What iSaksham is doing is an example. By the way, a number of things iSaksham is doing is ticks the boxes of what I'm suggesting that is going to happen. In terms of
how will this new system and old system coexist?
I think the architects of the old system, right, who built it successfully and unsuccessfully depending on which state we are, right, are not the architects of the new system. Because the new system has more players involved. It has technology involved. It has individual content creators involved. So my expectation is a good version of new system can happen if there is a proactive government that takes interest. But a moderate version, an okay version of new system will still happen just because there are enough things going in technology and society that will make it happen, right? But basically, if I look back in my business school days, we had a professor who became a very successful entrepreneur, listed many companies in the Wall Street, and he used to say that better, faster, cheaper. There's a triangle, and in these three things, if you offer any two things to the customer, you will have a winning product. So this new system that I am suggesting or I am envisioning, right? It is better and it is cheaper. So adoption of it will already happen. Today, students pay anywhere between 1.5 lakhs to 2 lakh rupees for coaching, for a physical coaching. All the coaching institutions think that they are making a lot of money, but what they are not able to see is there are companies like ours and others where students are spending a lot of time. And it's only a matter of time that the future student will say that I don't want to spend 2 lakh rupees. I spend 3,000 rupees. At least let me get trained on this system. And if I am looking like an outlier, then I'll go and spend 2 lakh rupees to a coaching that is that expensive. So to your question, I think a number of things are happening because there are disruptors working on every aspect of it, and they are completely, it's chaotic. It is not that they are planning it together, but they are doing it in their own ways.
So once we completely move to the new system, who will prevent them from charging 1 lakh?
Competition. So I think because a lot of this content that is getting created is very low cost. So when in any system, see why is a a school charging so much money. Real estate is expensive, right? You locate your school in a expensive part of the city. Obviously, there's a 5-kilometer radius where students are going to come from, and there is this sense that this is an elite capture. My child goes to the school, the child will interact with other people who are at a certain status. That model is going to break, because I'm not saying that those who benefit from that model will not hold on to it, but those who cannot afford that model will have alternate models which are equally good.
What about how this digital school for every child will address the problem of digital divide in the remote areas of India?
Right. So I think when we are out, I'll give you an example of my own company. We get asked this a lot, that is there a digital divide with respect to students accessing this content? I think what the poor are probably very astute spenders of money, because they have to pick what is the product that they spend on that gives them the maximum benefit. So there is a mobile phone now available in every household. Governments have, for their own political benefits also, are giving tablets to students in grade 11 and 12 and 10. So I think digital divide, this is not a silver bullet. I am not saying that every student will adopt it, but every year more students will adopt it. More students will have access to these tools, and then there are big foundations who will donate tablets. All the devices that we use, after a time, they will be end of life. So there is a system that is only expanding. The reach of mobile systems in India is faster than most of us imagine, right? So I think that is not going to be a hindrance right now. And then there are group systems. You can, when I used to work in villages in Rohtas, students used to have these very dingy small rooms, which is called quiz rooms. They will collect all the competition magazines that they get, and they'll study together. So there is at the level of poverty there is that creativity, that how do I combine our resources to study together. Those who could collect books and magazines to study together can also study together on a common tablet or mobile phone, or with same subscription.
Sorry, can I just ask, so what would polity control the content? Or there isn't one, it's just...
I think in many of these systems, a lot of these systems are direct to the user. So they use YouTube, they use public platforms. So any video that is lacking quality, you will see a lot of comments below it. People will put bad stars on it. The students are very vocal. Even if you are a good teacher and you made a spelling mistake, they'll point out, look, aapko ye health ki spelling nahi bataya, right? So as little as a comment, right? It irritates you. So you have to go back and fix it. And then others who are competing with you, right? So over a period of time, at a school level, a lot of this content is fairly simple. And then content is getting created by a lot of other companies. There is a repository of content. The new content is often required for the new knowledge. But for the existing knowledge, there is a lot of content that has been there, but people had licensed it. Now they realize that that license is worth nothing. Right? If your content is getting adopted, then it will be used, otherwise it will just be lying there as is. Right? This model will also obviously bring back the question of physical, cultural strength and life skills. The cultural strength is extremely important. Bihar is a state where most people envision that they will migrate outside if they do well in life. For education, for jobs, some will return and build institutions like Shaivalda did, Ashmita is doing, and many will not. So your cultural literacy of other places is extremely important. It is not integrated in the school system. But in a conversational AI time frame, it is quite possible that a teacher sitting in Kerala can teach in Malayali and I can listen in Hindi. The conversational AI can do it. It is already doing it, right? So for different languages, it will take 1 year, 2 years, but that is going to happen, right? If you look across schools, private schools in Bihar, we saw the picture of how a lot of private schools, there are a lot of private schools in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, more than government schools. But if you look at many of those schools, they say English teacher from South, or they say Christian teacher, right? These are all proxies to say that our school is an English medium school of serious academic standards, right? So it's very common, and apart from calling it a Cambridge school, Newton school, Oxford school, and all that stuff, right? So things that are not integrated in our school system, the number of people who get scammed on digital this thing from anybody of eminence to a common person is high. So I think it's only a matter of time that digital literacy, financial literacy. See, when I was, my father served Air Force, as I said, and there was never ever till I was 18, money was never ever discussed. You have to invest something, you have to build something. That is the story of most households. There are very few. The Prime Minister can say that everybody has to create jobs, but the reality is most households, the parents don't discuss money. They don't know how money is generated. They don't know how business is run, right? But the world that we are going towards, these things are important. So I am sure that these small-time entrepreneurs will integrate concepts of financial literacy, how money works, at a school level itself, where people are more savvy about financial literacy, how to manage their household, how not to get due. With respect to rights, with respect to talking about all this matters in India when it can help the poor. There is no other way it should matter in my view. I think if you are rich in India or upper middle class in India, you are already spoiled for choices, you are already pampered compared to any other country that I have visited at least. So I think one of the key aspects of education is to empower the poor with their sense of right. That nobody should simply say whatever they want to say and put the might of state on them just because the person doesn't know enough, right? And some of these things are going to do that. That is my hope. You will be able to pick people. It may not be that every person knows the law, but there has to be some distribution of knowledge. That in every village there are 10 people, 20 people who have self-trained. जैसे अभी आप लोग YouTube पे जाएगा तो there are a lot of these Jyotish people who are giving आपकी कुंडली में ये है, a lot of good and bad Jyotish is out there, right? So they are people realize if I create content, people listen. Similarly, if I create content for rights of people, how to protect your land rights, how to protect your if somebody is harassing you, hopefully people are listening. Those who want to benefit from it will listen, and as a result, I think the new system will have better integration with knowledge of financial literacy, law, rights, etc. In our times, this was all bundled in one topic, which is called social science, and it was not important for a career. Right? That is how it was at least told to most people who would choose science as a result of it. Right? It was very strange that social science and science. Social science is not important. Science is important. Right? So we said that parents and community in talent development versus school with rigid boundaries. So today the schools are rigid boundaries. If I want to contribute to the school in my village, there is no natural way to contribute to the school in my village. In a better system, and this is where states like Bihar have a competitive advantage. The world is suddenly discovering the magic of being connected. If we want to be connected on WhatsApp, we want to be connected on LinkedIn, we want followers, connections, etc. The unique thing about Bihar is we are 90% village. Each village, the physical network is same as the social network by and large, apart from the people who have moved out. So, if people from that village actually develop the mindset to contribute even remotely with their knowledge for their village, they will have ways to do that in this newer models that is going to be there. Right? I could be saying that I have 1 hour every week available, and I want to spend teaching anybody from my village who wants to log in at that 1 hour on a YouTube live or on a Zoom call. I'm happy teaching 5 people as long as they are from my village. That's because it's my personal mission to support people in my village. It is doable. It does not require sarkari motivation to do it, right? And I think this is a model that is going to happen. Somebody spoke about role models. I think a lot of us grew up not having role models who are relatable or who are nearby. I did some experiments in Bihar and I realized that there has to be a certain level of relatability and attainability with role models for people to follow. The digital influencer world is creating a market for role models, right? Positive and negative, right? Which is called influencers. But I think there is a good reason for future generation to emerge as role models for their pocket, for their panchayat, for their role models for good and bad, but it will happen. So bad, hopefully the law and society will take care of it. The good will benefit the poor. That is what is more important, rather than disconnected celebrities. This will lead to creating a culture of education and learning to those who actually see. All of us say that we are a country where people think that they will achieve what they can achieve only through education. But whether we want to do it or not, the test will be there when the systems are widely available to everybody. So whether we go towards a culture of education and learning from the current system, which is rules based and score based, that this is the time in the exam, and this is the score, this is the syllabus, right? This is all too rigid, and this is not going to live long. Obviously, this system is going to be tech-led. Currently, the system the system leads the education. The education secretaries, the government, the syllabus, etc. When the school should be shut, when it should not be shut, right? It's just there because it is important for the government for it to be there. It is not there because somebody is saying that this outcome needs to be generated and we are going to measure it very regularly for those outcomes. I think the tech-led system, I am not saying that this is the Ramban for everything. The 2 or 3 important things is it will be lower cost, it will be much more democratized, it will be driven more by students and parents and community rather than the system. And that is the merit of that system.
So I have a question, like in this, how do you prevent misinformation and reinforcing prejudice and biases, which like I think what Kumar was asking, and it is very valid, like so you yourself gave this information of Jyotish, right? So like for a video to be viral, it doesn't need to be like correct, and this sort of you're saying like a viral course will be something that would be generating the...
Right, so Khan Academy, for example, so there will be systems that are widely adopted that brand themselves as authentic. That said, misinformation is a virus that has spread across board. I mean, if you look at the WhatsApp forwards that we get in our family groups and relatives, no matter how educated people are, because of the defense background, I interact with people who are retired senior officers from defense. I mean, their sudden saffronization is very, very surprising, right, and disappointing. So I think misinformation will touch everybody. There is no, see, unless in a system, I'll give a different example to So in my relationship, I learned that one of my relatives, her husband, that recently married, and her husband was abusive, verbally abusive, right? And one day she decided to just leave him and come to our house. The man obviously had a bloated ego. Eventually, a day later, he came, and I sat him down and I said, look, I'm a relative, I'm going to help you, but I can tell you that what the verbal abuse you're doing will land you in jail. And I'm not going to help you in that, right? It was news to him. He was an educated guy, but it was news to him that domestic abuse can lead you to jail. So what I'm trying to say is, people can have their notions, misinformations, but unless there is a point where that gets checked with reality, you don't figure out whether it was information or misinformation. This degree and status-based system was very, very limited check with reality. A credential-based system, which is verifiable, certificate-based system, I think is a much better check with reality. If somebody says that, hey, I want to be a current affairs researcher at ADRI, right? Then there will be systems, okay, that here is a simple assessment. You sit there in the laptop and do this assessment that will ask you questions of news from last 20 days, right? So news and news. So you will be able to know what is the level of information that person has and what is the level of bias that people have, right? So this will create discrimination also, by the way. In the US, it is going to, in the Trump era, we will see that some of this will be used discriminatorily. But there is no natural way to create filters for filters against misinformation, because whether it is digital world or in the TV world, whether it is the electronic media world, a lot of misinformation is getting created by very credible sources. So if a top media channel decides to spread misinformation, how will people save themselves against it? I mean, I've been on television almost every day, And I can say that today that's what most media channels are doing. So I think there is no natural way to break it, except that we depend on the person who's getting benefited from all this and saying that their ability will rise to a level individually and collectively that they will know better, they will judge better. We are only dependent on that.
Very optimistic we want to work.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this will happen, but I'm saying
No,
that's
no,
the way
it's
it is.
fair.
Very idealistic.
We should make it a social movement, and this year this United Nations Human Rights Commission, it has asked it to be made movement to spread against this, work against this. So what is that? We will everybody will be made aware, and we will work on our WhatsApp group that wherever there is misinformation or disinformation, we should work against it.
It cannot happen because there is a, if I give you a wrong information, right? And
we should check it.
I think if I go, I tell you that you know you buy this lottery ticket and I have fixed the system, you'll get this money. Right? That's wrong information. But I am a credible person. I am giving you, so you will buy it, right? Most people will buy it. That is what is happening. There is a business model for misinformation, right? It's like the nexus of the bad. The nexus of bad is, or nexus of the corrupt. That comes through because there is a business model for it. There is no business model that is competing for the nexus of the honest. In fact, honest are less, team up less because they are all self-righteous in their own way. Right? So there is less teaming there. But the nexus of the corrupt is much easy to create because there is a business model. Similarly with misinformation, when big industry houses, media houses are doing it, because they have business, it helps their business.
तो अभी हम लोगों ने इन 100 जो कम्युनिटी लाइब्रेरी एंड करियर डेवलपमेंट सेंटर है, उसमें जो है यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मैड्रिड स्पेन के साथ एक आरसीटी प्रोजेक्ट किया, जिसमें हम लोगों ने टोटल 14,000 बच्चों में से 7,000 को मीडिया लिटरेसी के मॉड्यूल पे जो है ट्रेन किया, जो अडोलसेंट मतलब 12 से 18 के बीच के थे, और बाकी को इंग्लिश स्पोकन में हम लोगों ने ट्रेन किया। तो उसमें बेसिकली जो बेसिक है कि मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन क्या है, फेक न्यूज़ क्या है, वो सारी चीज़ें हम लोगों ने बताई। उसका अभी रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है, जो उस लेवल पे जो बच्चे हैं कि वो तो सर्टनली उनका इम्प्रूवमेंट तो हुआ है लिटरेसी लेवल पे, वो लेके फर्दर कम्युनिटी में भी गए हैं। और एक दूसरा का आई थिंक जो बाकी जो स्किलिंग वाले पार्ट में कि सॉफ्ट स्किल है, लाइफ स्किल है, डिजिटल लिटरेसी है, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी है, उसके साथ मीडिया लिटरेसी भी समथिंग जिसको इंटीग्रेट हम लोग को एज अ करिकुलम या मतलब इस तरह से टॉपिक में जो है वो करना होगा, अलग अलग सिस्टम, स्कूल, कम्युनिटी एंड ऑल।
ये बहुत जरूरी है because this is where the local role models come. When I was in Patna, I had done this experiment. See, the source of the information determines how the recipient is going to receive it and value it, right? इसका not exact analogous, but I'll give you example. यहाँ secretariat में, if you go, when I used to try it, when I go with the car, by the car, nobody will stop me, right? On bike, most probably, sometimes they will stop me, but when I go by walking, 100% they will stop me, ask for an ID, etc. Right? So, जो information है, if a person whose social status is not valued by the recipient, right? They are giving the information, people will not value it, even if that information is truth, versus somebody who's in their eyes has a higher social status, they are giving the misinformation, they will value it. So as a result, in societies, in developed societies, and this is true for the West more often, there are a lot of local role models. They don't have to depend on a global role model to tell them what is right, what is wrong, right? And I hope again that we will go towards in that direction.
Will you call the Jyotish a local role model who is going viral?
So I think anybody who can gather trust of people, right? Is but this is relevant for if you look at society, right? What I section said, right? Not related to this. So women reservation bill has been passed. If you look at post the census and the other steps that need to be taken, even if it takes them 10 years, BJP is going to delay it, but even if it takes them 10 years, today we have 6,000 MPs and MLAs in the country. Of that, less than 600 are women. When this is passed, of 6,000, 2,000 have to be women. So if this is 2,000 across the country. So if 2,000 women across the country are going to be successful candidates in seats that are reserved for them, then for every seat, there are going to be at least 4 good candidates contesting. So that, which means 8,000 women will be contesting in seats across the country. If 8,000 women are concerned, a very good orator of local news. Now suddenly, over a period of time, she will gather influence base for herself. And in 2, 3, 4 years, if she does this consistently, her brand equity will be good, will be valuable for her social and public standing in that constituency. Similarly, even in Jyotish, what is happening in religion? If you look at the people who come in politics through religion, all of them are men. Why? Because whether it is Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, the people who rule the religion are all men. Right? So if a woman becomes a very good Jyotish, people will line up for their own benefits, right? So if you look at it from a gender lens, every such opportunity, whether becoming a financial literacy or an investor for the local community or a news person, a Jyotish, these are new avenues that are open to younger women or in general women to establish their social credential in public life, because some positions are already taken by men. The current system, if property was passed from man to man, then most rich people in the district are men. So your wealth as a woman is not going to be your influence into public life. Religion is ruled by men, so religion is not going to be your pathway into public life. Even crime, there's so much criminals coming into politics. Even crime is ruled by men, right? So there is no chance that you will have these new sets of money heist people who are going to come and into public life. So the avenues are going to be much more creative and probably tech driven. Otherwise, if even with your credentials, right, or any of the eminent women here, you go to a village and you say that I am here to meet 100 households in this village. It will be very difficult, and a lot of people may not even entertain the conversation. But if you create a digital presence, a YouTube or a Facebook, and you get locally popular, the same households will hear you day in, day out. Right? So sometimes the channels also play a role in changing the gender this thing. This is the final thing I think, that where we have gone wrong with our skill centers is we created vanilla skill centers without thinking about what is the skill pool in a village. If you go across villages in Bihar, what is a town or a village? A town or a village is basically a sum of all the skill and resources and creativity and collective strength that people living in that place have. Because whatever the house is built by people of that place, the various assets that are there, apart from road and some other assets, are built by people who are already living there. If their skills are rudimentary, what you will see is what you see in Bihar, that each village looks like another village. If your skills are sophisticated and diverse, then you will see what you see in Europe, that one village is different from another village, right? And they must have esteem of their skills. So if we were serious about skill-based employment, one cannot create a skill center without knowing the skill pool, skill mix in a village, and dispensation towards skill centers in that village. And the idea that I'll create a skill center that caters to 20 skills is not going to work. Create a skill center that caters to 2 skills, but to those 2 skills, people in that village should have a high level of proficiency and dispensation towards that particular skill. So that people from other villages will come to this skill center, because these are skills that run through apprentice system, right? I think that is where we miss. I think the newer world will probably have better skilling network to create these possibilities. So this is the final slide. What would it create? It would basically create a generation of youth that hopefully will have jobs or gigs and jobs, which will have models of employability that even if they are out of job, they have some ability to access finances, some ability to train themselves from centers that give better more competitive skills rather than average skills. They will have self-esteem and wellness because they know their identity. They are not hiding their identity. They have a community that is supportive, and they have the wellness was part of their school education, not just score and marks and competing against very, very difficult structural problems. If I am a poor Dalit person and I already have a tough life, and now somebody is expecting me to perform well in maths and English, how is that going to happen? Right? So, in contrast, if I am said, okay, you can perform well in maths, don't have to worry about English right now. Or English is being trained to you by a Duolingo, or there are so many other tools that are there that the AI will enable, right? I think it will change the self-esteem of the person. There's an alternate, if you turn the story upside down, also it is possible. There is these education tools that are very low cost. Let us say in a village, barely 10 girls go to college. Now suddenly, due to these tech tools, girls in middle school, let's say 50 girls in middle school, train themselves in English and they speak good English, right? Suddenly their esteem, their sense of conducting themselves, the way their family think about them is going to change. So we have to identify those, because of societal models, what are the various things that drive people's esteem up, and hopefully this system will be able to do that. And it will place community as an engine. Your education has to be integrated with society. Your society has to contribute towards your skill development for making you a better contributor to the future of that village. A number of stories that currently exist will not exist. For example, Bihar has around 45,000 villages. It has 4 seasons, fertile land, people know agriculture, people have time. But probably none of these villages have a public park. It is not that if there is a public park, then somebody from Patna or Delhi is going to come and use that. It's people from the same village that are going to use it. But that it is not there means that somebody has not thought about it and enabled a very seamless system to make it happen. I think hopefully this can happen in future. Thank you.
Question. I like your optimism. हम आशावादी हैं, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. मगर एक चीज़ पूछना था, ये जो traditional institutions होते हैं knowledge के, one thing that they do is they encourage rigor, right? So अभी YouTube में ठीक है, हमको chemistry सीखना है, हम 5 मिनट का एक वीडियो देख लिए, organic chemistry में फिर और एक 5 मिनट का वीडियो देख लिए. I mean the idea of these traditional institutions is that you spend years doing a particular subject, right? And you learn from experts, and you have this relationship with experts. And I absolutely understand that the modern system that you're talking about, it helps. I mean, we who are associated with traditional systems, I mean, we're associated with universities, we are traditional systems, but we also use this modern system. Now, I think what is important is that we should not lose some of the advantage of the traditional system. Yeah, some of the advantages of traditional system, the fact that it teaches rigor, that the fact that it gives you discipline, and can't we, continuing with your optimistic approach, can't we think of something that marries these two worlds? Because we are living in a world where, of course, the modern system is going to take over, but then we also have a sort of a pool of knowledge, a pool of institutions that do exist. They're not perfect, but then they do exist, right? They do exist. We have the infrastructure. They're not perfect again, but can't your approach be one where you marry these two systems rather than just going, okay, this system bad, going out. This system good is the future.
So there are 2 parts to it. One is that the developed countries, so for example the Scandinavian countries and countries like Germany, parts of US, they are already using it. They already know that this paradigm is there and they are going to leverage it because they have a different challenge. They have less population, more wealth, and they have to continue their global leadership with lesser number of people in a world where countries like India will have a lot of youth, for example, right? So they are already adopting and they have good functioning universities and schools. They are figuring out that how do the two engage with one another so that best outcomes come. In India, if you think of it from a political standpoint, right? Right now we are in this bad movement of politics. It's like junk food is being served to a lot of people. But if we come out of that, hopefully someday, then it's a huge win-win opportunity for political systems. Because what this means is
you can deliver this better, faster, cheaper model at a much lower cost. You can deliver better education and good outcomes, right? But the political system, the states which have political systems that latch onto this opportunity, they will use their existing institutions and leverage everything that this is giving through those institutions. The states where political system, either people don't have faith in the political system to deliver some of those things, people will seize the opportunity and say we'll do it on our own. Right? So, and this is less visible in higher education and colleges or institutions of high quality professional degrees. But for example, let's say nursing. Very basic, nursing is knowledge plus training plus a mindset of service, and then eventually exposure to real environment. Any state can deliver good nurses. Why is Kerala delivering good nurses? Why is Tamil Nadu delivering good nurses? Right? Because the system, the microsystems in those states work. Why is Bihar not able to deliver good nurses? Right? So what I'm trying to say is states that have not demonstrated good outcomes to their institutions, now students and parents will probably adopt systems that don't depend on those institutions. States that have delivered good outcomes to their institutions, they will be smart, they will leverage this and they will maintain their advantage.
No, so another related problem is one implication of your paradigm is that it gives the government, it says, we don't have to worry about schools. Okay, because there is this new system that's coming up and people will teach themselves, people will use IT and teach themselves. So governments don't need to worry about the quality of school, quality of infrastructure, because it's not
but
necessary.
in reality, these states like Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, it's not that government is worrying about it anyways. They are, look at the top problems that government is solving. They're solving problems with litigation in education system, litigation by those who want to be teachers, litigation with pension system, right? Or very input-driven things that school building should look nice, the school should open at this time, close at this time. They are still holding on to whatever makeup they can do to the system so that they look good. Not that the system delivers. If we can, with a paltry team, we can teach 10 lakh students or reach 10 lakh students a year, right? These states have humongous budget in education. They can, but they wouldn't, because if you can get votes by saying batenge to katenge, then why would you focus on education?
Just one question. बहुत ही मतलब जो है पावरफुल प्रेजेंटेशन था, तो काफ़ी सारे कनेक्टिंग डॉट्स हैं. जो कम्युनिटी लर्निंग सेंटर है, इस तरह से जो करियर डेवलपमेंट सेंटर हम लोग बना रहे हैं, तो बेसिकली जो आइडिया है कि ये एक मतलब जो है अपॉर्चुनिटी कनेक्टिंग हब होगा एडोलसेंट यूथ के लिए, जो मतलब हिंदी मीडियम सरकारी स्कूल फर्स्ट जनरेशन लर्नर हैं, जो मेनली 4 डोमेन में, मतलब एजुकेशन, मोस्टली हायर एजुकेशन, स्किलिंग, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और इसके अलावा जो है करियर डेवलपमेंट के डोमेन में वो उसको हेल्प करेगा. अब इन 100 सेंटर जो हार्डवेयर वाले पार्ट में हम लोगों ने जो प्लेस किया है कि एक क्लासरूम है, प्रोजेक्टर है वहाँ पे, देन एक जो है डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी है, काइंड ऑफ लर्निंग पॉट की, कहीं पे 3 टैबलेट्स हैं या 4 कंप्यूटर हैं, तो ग्रुप में अभी बच्चे जो है पढ़ाई लर्निंग पॉट के आइडिया पे कर सकते हैं. लास्ट ईयर जो एंट्रेंस एग्जाम जितने बच्चों को हम लोगों ने फैसिलिटेट किया, उसमें जो है हम लोगों ने उनको एस्पिरेशन बिल्डिंग पे उनको ऑप्शन बताएं, उनको मोबिलाइज है कि आप एंट्रेंस एग्जाम का जो है भरो, बट जो तैयारी के पोर्शन पे जो स्टैंडर्ड कोचिंग होती है, कमर्शियल कोचिंग, वो हम लोग नहीं कर पाए. उसमें हम लोगों ने क्या किया था कि जो क्राउड सोर्स मटेरियल है या उस तरह का वेबिनार के थ्रू या जो है ग्रुप में एक सब्सक्रिप्शन लेके जो है 5 लोग ग्रुप में तैयारी करें, उस तरह के मॉडल हम लोगों ने टेस्ट किए. हम लोग चाहते हैं कि जो सस्टेनेबल वे में इस तरह के सेंटर जो है वो जो एडटेक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जैसे हम लोग अभी टर्न द बस नाम की एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो क्लास 10th और 12th का बिहार बोर्ड का सिलेबस को उन्होंने डिजिटाइज किया है. देयर इज फिजिक्स वाला, तो उनका भी 9 to 12 का कंटेंट वो हम लोगों को अवेलेबल करा है उसी टर्न द बस के प्लेटफॉर्म से. थर्ड इज जो हम लोगों को जो प्रॉफिटेबल एडटेक थी, जो बायजू थी, जो फिजिक्स वाला थे, इन लोगों ने अप्रोच किया कि हम आपको लिमिटेड लाइसेंसिंग पे जो है आपके सारे लर्नर्स को जो है हम फ्री एक्सेस फॉर 3 ईयर देते हैं। तो एक वो उस तरह का मतलब जो है कंटेंट का को पुल करने का या कंटेंट को जो है वहाँ पे इंटीग्रेट करने का एक वो मॉडल था। तो अभी एज अ मतलब कम्युनिटी इंस्टीट्यूशन, मतलब जो दीदियों का संगठन है उनका अपना एक सेंटर है जो वो रन कर रही है अपने बच्चों के लिए। उसका एज अ स्ट्रैटेजी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, अप्रोच पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जो ये एडटेक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, देन देयर इज आल्सो अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो नॉन प्रॉफिट जो है एडटेक है, देयर इज ओपन ग्रेड फाउंडेशन।
मैं क्वेश्चन के साथ समझ गया। देखिए 2 ऑप्शन है आपके पास, या तो आप हर जगह एक जनरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो एवरेज अच्छा काम करे वो बनाइए, या फिर आप उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को एक बेसिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दे दीजिए और फिर जो उसको हर सेंटर को जो लोग रन कर रहे हैं उनको बोले कि यू हैव टू स्पेशलाइज एज दी एडवाइजर टू स्टूडेंट्स कि वो कौन से डिजिटल प्रोडक्ट्स यूज़ कर सकते हैं। आपको प्रोक्योरमेंट करने की जरूरत नहीं है। अगर आपके सेंटर पे जमुई का सेंटर है, वहाँ पे जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं उनके पास ये नॉलेज है कि बच्चे को कौन कौन से प्रोडक्ट्स से उनको अच्छा गाइड किया जा सकता है। दे आर ऑलमोस्ट लाइक डॉक्टर। आपको दवाई बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप वो बता सकें कि देखो ये दवाइयाँ अवेलेबल हैं, एंड किसी केस में वो दवाई फ्री में अवेलेबल हो, किसी में उस बच्चे को चार्ज करना पड़ेगा। बट आप इस नॉलेज में ज़्यादा अच्छे से स्पेशलाइज कर सकते हैं बजाय इसके कि आप खुद ही दवाइयाँ चुनने लगे या दवाइयाँ बनाने लगे। बिकॉज ये वाला जो मॉडल है ये फाइनली स्टूडेंट एंड पेरेंट ड्रिवन है, राइट? तो आपने अगर चुन के दे दिया बच्चे को तुम इसी से पढ़ो, तो जरूरी नहीं कि आप बच्चे की मदद कर रहे हैं। लेकिन अगर आपने ये अच्छे से अपने सेंटर में सिखा दिया कैसे चुना जाता है, राइट, तो आप हर पेरेंट हर स्टूडेंट की मदद कर पाएंगे। क्योंकि देन यू आर नॉट लिमिटेड बाय कि मुझे IIT के में मेरे पास नॉलेज है, किसी और में नहीं है। किसी भी फील्ड में अगर आपके पास बच्चा आए बोले कि मुझे NDA करना है, तो आपका काम है कि इतना बड़ा जो इंफॉर्मेशन का तंत्र है उसके बेसिस में बच्चों को कैसे बता सकें विच आर द ईजिएस्ट एंड लो कॉस्ट वेज फॉर यू टू परसू NDA विथ व्हाटएवर इज देयर आउट देयर।
एक दूसरा जो क्वेश्चन इसी में है कि जैसे एक रास्ता हम लोगों के पास ये था कि जो कंटेंट का पुल है वो वॉलंटियरिंग के थ्रू, कि अगर हमको एडुकेटर चाहिए, काउंसलर चाहिए, मेंटर चाहिए, तो वो हम लोग बोले। आपने कहा कि बिहार में अगर गांव के लोग खोजें कि जो अमेरिका में बैठे हैं या दिल्ली में बैठे हैं, या आप ऑनलाइन अगर आप कंट्रीब्यूट करना चाहते हो, आई थिंक इस तरह से कॉल होता है।
कोई भी वॉलंटियर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है ना, उसमें चैलेंज आता है क्वालिटी का, राइट? तो अगर आप किसी वॉलंटियर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को अच्छा करना चाहते हैं तो आपको जो काम क्या है, द रोल हैज टू बी वेरी वेल डिफाइंड, द वर्क हैज टू बी वेरी वेल डिफाइंड, एंड देयर हैज टू बी अ बेसिक लेवल ऑफ बेसिक थ्रेशोल्ड कि हु कैन डू दिस वर्क बेटर, राइट? सो वो एक मैपिंग करनी पड़ेगी। यू कैन नॉट, अगर आपने कहा कि हम कंटेंट पुल करेंगे, यू विल बी एबल टू पुल कंटेंट बट इट विल नॉट बी ऑफ गुड क्वालिटी, राइट? सो you have to, what you have to succeed in, you have to succeed in the backbone of the system. Backbone of the system is telling the student and the parent what are good products out there that they can use. Second is telling those who want to contribute to society that what are more effective ways for based on their knowledge and skills to contribute to society, right? That is the second level of step rather than the final level of step.
Okay, so I have to really interrupt. Okay, why don't we continue the discussion?
That's fine. I'll take my
Yeah.
final question.
Okay. So I just wanted to say that the roadmap that you were suggesting, that of identifying the outliers, sounds a bit dangerous, because early adopters of any of these models are going to be people who are affluent, or even like if you look at success stories, they're going to be people who have like a better access to coming into the system with a certain set of skill sets. And if you are dissuading students who have to have a steep learning curve and say that they are not going to succeed, that is going to be a bit dangerous. And this is something that Jivika is doing well, because they are not dissuading students from giving competitive exams, but rather opening them up to other competitive exams that could be well and good for them.
That's a fair point. I think the thing is that it's not about even in a cricket match, for example, now they have data to say that what is the probability of winning.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I think if a student is solving 10,000 questions on a platform, then the student is already sincere.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The most important thing is in India in general is that you have to ensure that talent and sincerity is not wasted.
Yes.
Right? So how can your learning systems ensure that us, and these are students, especially those who are from poor background, they are working with limited means. So all the more their talent, their success becomes an opportunity to make them role model in the society. So these systems have to have the ability to help the students so that their talent and rigor or sincerity is not wasted, but not dissuade them. You're right with that.
So we will continue that discussion. Right now, let us just wrap up. Everyone is getting, like, I can see, very tired. Thank you for sticking around till the end, and thank you. All the talks were very, very diverse and very, very exciting. So very glad to have everyone on board. Now I would request our director, Professor Ajit Sinha, to just felicitate today's speakers with a small token of Madhubani painting that we have got for everyone. Ritwik has left, but then we will felicitate all the speakers who are speaking today and tomorrow. So we'll begin with our last speaker and then we go in the reverse order.
Thank you so much. For a politician, people listening quietly is a very good thing.
जी नहीं अभी आवाज़ खत्म नीचे है तो ऊपर आ जाइए
I will request Sandeep and receive our token of appreciation for your presentation. I request Ahmed and Rakesh. Professor Achin Chakraborty. So Ritwik is not around. Then tomorrow's speaker, I think Anupa Sani.
We are going to clap hoping for good.
Maybe optimism helps you. I'm not so sure.
Neha and Uma from University of Reading.
I could just take it away.
Professor Uma Kavun-Pati. So thanks a lot. I think coffee is downstairs. We can all do another round of walking around and coffee if you're up for it, and then continue some of the conversations. Anupa, now the floor is all yours.